Good evening. Welcome to the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, January 23rd. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call for attendance, Student Director Chavez, Student Director Amasoho, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Harris, Director Yee, Director Gonzalez, Director Torres,
Yes, present.
Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session where we will be discussing the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. Thank you. The board is now in recess. We are ready to reconvene into public session. We are So we're going to reconvene. We're going to reconvene to our public session where we'll have an opportunity. All right. Thank you. Thank you all for coming out tonight. We appreciate you being here. We want to hear from folks. There are some students here that want to address the board. We want to create opportunities to be able to hear from our community members and our students and teachers. Sure. Oh, I can go down. All right.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, one.
Check, check. Can y'all hear me? Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. And finally, the people who made the students possible. Can we give it up for the parents who are in this room? So parents, you shouldn't have to be here fighting for your child's education. If you don't have a student in Oakland or you don't have a student at Havens Court, we thank you very much for showing up and understand that equity and equality are different things, and that if the district is going to say that they care about equity, then we need to have a conversation about what that is and what it looks like for our students. So I want to start by contextualizing. My name is Jane Lee. I'm the instructional coach at Roots International Academy. And I want to start with the why I'm fighting here today. I'm fighting here today because I have never met a more resilient, creative group of teachers who teach from their hearts and their brains, and every day look into the standards of what they're supposed to teach, listen to their children of what they need, where they come from, and where they should be going. So I want to tell you all, I'm fighting for the teachers of Roots for one reason. And the second reason is for the 101 students, which is 55% of our Roots community, who are going to be pushed out of our community. These are children who live across the street in the 6-5 and 6-9ville and will not be able to go to the school across the street from them because they're going to be given a quote-unquote better choice. So tonight we want to have a conversation about what quality is and what better means for each individual, because we are Oakland and better doesn't mean better for everybody. All right? Finally, we are here today because we are leaders in Oakland of what the world is supposed to look like. Can we? Justice and equality and equity and human rights do not happen when individual people with more social status and power than the people make decisions for the community. So today we have the honor of having Cecilia Jordan lead a circle with people who have positional power and people who have very, very strong real power. And that is the students in this group and the community that surrounds you all students, all right?
So I don't know about none of that. And I don't know about much because it feels like an abusive partner and being gaslighted at every turn. And I think that's why I turned to Circle, because I believe in the power of story. And I believe in the power of story when it comes to dismantling institutional and systemic barriers. And I've said it all over in Oakland, and I say it again, like the way that we really begin to do the deep work of undigging these things is truth commissions, is by hearing the stories. Stories hit the amygdala, and what we believe in restorative justice is we name our values, we define our values, and we use those to penetrate our needs. And so we're gonna start with values. I know that this is taking up time. We know that, and I know it's difficult to watch. And I'm asking my students down the next round to do a really vulnerable thing. And that is, I'm gonna ask you to share a story about a time that you were harmed, a specific story about a time you've been harmed in school. It doesn't have to be roots, a time that you felt isolated, alienated, a time that you were, there was violence against you from a teacher themselves who was maybe protected by a union later, because I have no commitment to anybody but these young people here. That's it. I don't have ties to nobody. So if we can begin with our values and mine, I would like to start with radical authenticity. And to me, so we're gonna pretend there's a baby in the middle, right? And we're co-parenting this baby, all of us. Jose, you know, when I mess up, you gotta check me on how I'm raising the baby, okay? So what value do you hold in your heart, Jose, that you know that that baby needs that will help them survive this world? And so for me, the value that I hold is keeping it real. And I think that I want to give my kid keeping it real. So I'm going to say, I give our baby keeping it real. All right? So when you get the talking piece, when you get the mic, and we're going to keep it quick, y'all, we're going to say, I give our baby what? Our value we're going to give our baby. All right, and tonight you're going to start us off. I give our baby blank. I'm going to let tonight choose. I give our baby blank.
I give our baby love and nurture.
I give our baby honesty.
I give our baby love.
I give our baby strength. I give our baby loyalty.
Love.
I'll give our baby a future.
I give our baby persistence.
I give our baby opportunity.
I give our baby a listening ear.
I give my baby respect.
Give our baby respect.
I give our baby integrity.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I don't have that one.
I'm good.
I give our baby humility.
I give our baby hope.
I give our baby courage.
I give our baby awareness.
I give our baby protection.
I give our baby authenticity.
I give our baby resilience.
I give our baby truth.
I give our baby rights to education. I give our baby respect.
I give our baby a chance.
Respect.
I give our baby pride.
I give our baby support.
I give our baby a safe home.
I give our baby good resources. I give our baby peace.
This is the most difficult part, and what I'm asking you to do is extremely difficult, so I'm going to model vulnerability next. But I want us to think about the values that we heard. We heard protection, we heard hope, we heard loyalty, resilience, integrity. And if we can use those values to find a new way to define what it means to be a school district in America, when we know since the 1980s, studies have been published to show that schools are ground zero for class stratification. They are ground zero for separation, our pedagogy and practice. So how do we fix something when we're all undereducated? And that is why I'm a teacher, because I believe that we start with them. I believe that I don't have the answers. I believe that I am dumb as an adult. I truly believe that. And I truly believe if we listen to them just a little bit, they might have some solutions that are actually viable for the future of our earth. And so, but part of that is sharing the truth of the harm. and contextualizing exactly what it means to be within our systems. So the harm that I will share, when I was harmed in school, I'm not from here, but I grew up in the South, and a time that I was harmed in school, there were many, but the main harm was the invisibility of being a black girl in a school with a loud mouth. And so my sophomore year of high school, the soccer coach was inappropriate with female players. It was period. And we tried to fight, and we tried to like say something about it. No one would do anything. And so inevitably, I cussed out the soccer coach and got kicked off the soccer team. Some might say that that was prophetic for where I might ended up, but at the moment, I felt like it was the end of the world. That soccer team was my everything. And after I was kicked off the team, he was removed as our coach. He was still allowed to work at our school. He was still allowed to interact. And so I was harmed because of like the blanket disregard of black and brown bodies and the belief that black and brown girls can't be harmed. And so I'm gonna see if a story of a time you heard, I know is very difficult, y'all. And like, I'm talking about the times where maybe you were unfairly targeted, the times where you felt invisible, a story about a time I know is difficult, and I know that there are hundreds of people watching us, but I'm hoping that if they can hear our stories, then other kids at other schools will tell their stories, because you've told me your stories. And I know that everybody needs to hear your stories.
How about the story is my son loves fruit. Loves fruit. Yeah. The teachers are fucking awesome. They're genuine. Aren't our kids supposed to be there to learn? Yeah. Like, fuck the money, man. It's supposed to be about learning, right? And this whole world is just disgusting. I'm a single mother, and my son is doing fucking awesome. The teachers are fucking awesome. And the staff, like, why shut something down that's fucking good for our kids? It don't make no fucking sense, dude. Over money, really? That's pathetic. It's pathetic. Roots is good, man. It's pathetic.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Five.
Let the kids talk. Why don't we let the kids talk? Let the kids speak.
All right, tonight. Go, Dr. Harris. That voice, girl. Come on. You got this.
The time I was harmed, I was in 6th grade. I was in CCPA, and the teacher, my math teacher, he was like, since I didn't know high school math like that I was dumb, and he said I wasn't gonna be nothing, and ain't nothing. So when I came to Roots, I felt like I had hope that I was gonna be something in life, that I wasn't gonna be like what he told me I was. I felt like I wasn't going to be that one lady, like he said, on the street with a heck of cats, and a homeless person with no friends. I felt like I actually had hope and safety and love with the school that I have, and that's
Woo! Go ahead, Sanai. Come on, you got it. Hey, girl.
He isolated me. I didn't have nobody to talk to or to be in a group with. And he's just because I was the only dark-skinned black girl that had a strong voice but didn't choose to use it or to speak up. I told my mother and other people, but they didn't believe me. So now my mom, she understands that that was wrong, and just because I was a student, and she believed the teacher, you know. So that's why I feel like y'all shouldn't close my school down, because other people and other students might have went through the same thing I'm went through, and they need that support. So, thank you.
You want to right or left? You can right this time if you want. You want to right this time? It's up to you. So you can go whichever direction you want.
Strong silent hand. I know that this is not the best way, but I also want to respect everybody's time.
Oh, Lord
A
Jesus.
story, Johnny.
Hi, y'all. I'm John A. Ellis. A story is when I was in elementary school, actually. So I remember I couldn't learn something. I was always stuck on it, always. And then the teacher said, you don't need to learn this. You're just going to be a colored girl that didn't know how to do it. And that actually hurt me the most because at the end of the day, I'm mixed and my mother is black, and she knew that my father was black too, and she knew that my mother and father was so in my life at the moment, and she knew if I told them that they was gonna come up there, and they did. And the thing about it that hurt me the most is that still affects me till this day. If I don't know how to do something, it always will affect me. Her voice will always come in my head saying, oh, you can't do this.
It will just pass the mic.
So my story isn't really about what happened, but last year I was able to become vulnerable towards one of my teachers who I really appreciate, Miss Lahoudine. There was something that happened and I couldn't tell anyone, and I was so happy I got to talk to Miss Lahoudine because she supported me and helped me got through the pain. Roots is like a family. You closing down Roots is like putting me to adoption. Without Roots, I'm not the person I am today. They gave me support, the right education. They're helping me through every step, yet you choose to close them down. I'm sure everybody feels that Roots is a part of them now. Just like the name Roots, we start off as a root and grow into a tree. But without water and the support from our teachers, we can't grow. So help us.
Okay. My name is Kenaya Powell, and when I felt harm was in 5th grade because I used to be like a bad kid and I used to do bad stuff. And then after that, I used to always yell at my teacher because he used to always get on my nerves. And then it was this one time when like he got mad at us, and then he yelled at us and told us to get out of his classroom because we was never going to be nothing. So he said he was not going to teach us no more. And then he started throwing desks at people and just doing too much.
What I want to talk about is that when I came to Roots, I was so confused. I didn't know anybody. And throughout the year, I struggled with a lot of things. And there was just, all the teachers were so kind. They helped me with so much stuff. And there's just one teacher that I really want to thank because he pushed me through things to do better, and that's Mr. Jomar. So wherever you are, thank you, Mr. Jomar.
A positive experience from Ruth, from our teacher. Thank you. Thank you for being there. Thank you.
And they just helped me with so much. And Ms. Chardak, everybody else, teacher, Mr. Tong, people have been so kind, and I've just struggled with my last schools. And when I came here, I felt that I was going to do better. So thank you.
And you are. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby.
So I actually did not. My name is Jamoke, and I actually didn't have the opportunity to go to public schools. My mom wanted me to go. She thought private schools were better schools, and I grew up a while ago, and so at that particular time, going to a private school really meant going to a school that was all white. And so I tended to be like the only black girl in classrooms on a regular basis from when I was in elementary school and to high school. And so just in general, my experience around education was that I always had to really hustle to be better than. It was really very clear that that at times, like for example, like you all talk about your experience in your school where people see you and you're represented, your culture, and you talk about your roots. I was in an environment where to just do something on Black History Month was always really very much a fight. I was a bit of a fighter and always wanted those things to happen. So for me, just like the pain of, for me, being actually integrated and not necessarily being in a school where I felt like I was seen or there were people like me learning.
Well, I don't go to Roots. Well, I'm not from Roots, but I'm coming to speak out because I heard about a lot of Roots that they had good programs and all. And, well, y'all saying that we harmed it, but y'all saying to not get harmed, but y'all harming us by not taking away their school, right? Am I right? So right now they harmed by y'all because y'all gonna take away their education and y'all heard like everybody that they want an education. They don't want to close the school. And it's just not here. It's Sacramento, San Jose, they taking away schools. And that's not fair for kids. Do y'all care about kids?
I'm Alicia. I just moved here. This is my first year in middle school. And the people here are amazing. And they really helped me because I went through a lot of stuff in Sacramento. And they just helped me a lot.
Okay, my name is Yota. I'm a senior at Oakland High School, and I'm going to share about my first day at Ohio. So, as some of you may know, I'm an immigrant. I came here from Nigeria, and my first day in high school, my teacher asked me if I have Ebola because I am from Africa. And I remember that just stuck with me for like, it's still with me now because I struggled with being ashamed of where I come from and ashamed of my identity. So I just want to thank everyone here for having the courage to speak up for yourself because that takes power and that takes like some knowledge of your identity and being proud of that. So I just want to honor everyone here right now, honor all the students. Like never feel invisible, never feel like you need to be quiet or shut up in a classroom because I feel that and I see that. So yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Josue Benjamin Chavez Villegas. I'm an undocumented gay man. A personal experience that I rarely share with anyone, really, is in middle school. It was tough, right? That's when you get to experience certain things that are very challenging. And so we had a counselor, right? It was check-ins. They were trying to see who needed more support. And so when it came to me, with all of these things happening, the counselor, or I don't know who that person really was, they told me, hey, you need extra help. You need more assistance, right? What you just told me is really heavy. And so I waited. And I waited. And I waited. But nothing happened, right? I felt hopeless. It was a hard time, yes. But the thing that really pushed me to keep on moving forward, it was my peers. It was the community. It was the school. I'm with you. And by closing down his school, board members, you're disrupting the community. If I heard, if I were in your situation, I definitely would be doing this right now. Yeah, and I am. And so the community is a key part in keeping Oakland together. I mean, why do you think everyone's here? Everyone's connected. We love each other. This is Oakland. We're united. And we should always be.
Back here? You should come into the circle. Come on in.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Well, there weren't any chairs. There's a chair right here. Okay.
Hi, my name is Miracle. Hi, my name is Juliana. Say together. I know you. I'll say the first part. You said everyone's strong. Huh? You said everyone's strong. No. Everyone is. Everyone is equal. Everyone is strong. Everyone's intelligent in their own unique way. Everyone's beautiful no matter their skin color, but sometimes this is not the case.
Women of color are paid less than men. People struggle to raise a child on their own.
Our world feels like it's falling apart. Our president is not being fair to all. We need to fight for our rights. I am here today with my friends to show you that we care, and we will fight for our friends, we will fight for ourselves, and we will fight for others.
I do want to respect the human bodies that are standing around. So if you just want to take a moment to make sure you bend your knees, stretch your back, and can we get some direction where the nearest water fountain is? Where the fingers are pointing. Not everyone go at once, but please make sure you take of your bodily needs.
So there were some questions about why a circle, why this, it feels tokenizing, and I want to lean into the discomfort of addressing that, because I think we call out a lot in Oakland and we don't call in, and I'm just one individual who was pushed out of a classroom because I was unable, and I'm just a restorative practice coordinator who took a pay cut to do the right thing. So the reason that we're trying to do this way is because honestly, this whole thing feels dehumanizing for us, it feels dehumanizing for the kids, it feels dehumanizing for the board members, and I know after sitting with them yesterday, I know that we are all feeling like we are shackled, and I don't want to do it this way anymore. And I don't know what we do, but I know that this thing of people yelling for 2 minutes and school board members feeling like they can't get anywhere and superintendents feeling like they can't get anywhere, we're not getting anywhere. We're not even seeing each other as human people. That's why we sit in circle, is that we remember that we have more in common than we have apart. And the problem is that we haven't figured out how to integrate circles into actually transforming our district. That's the real problem. The problem is not the people. The problem is the system and our belief that the people don't have the power to dismantle the system. And Everybody deserves dignity. Everybody is in a crappy position. And this was just the only thing that I knew that might make us equal. Like, real talk, I just want to see everybody's humanity genuinely. I have no ulterior motives except my young people who I just want them to have a good school, y'all. That's it. That's it. And so I'm going to, I don't know what's possible, but I would wonder, and I would like to know, is there anything that we could do to really make our school board meetings in Oakland community planning sessions for how we're going to fight the state? Because we know the problem is the state. We know the problem is this country. But what does it mean for the politicians? Even if you can't do it to our faces, right? What backhand information do we need to have? What cards need to be dropped on tables and turn the other cheek so that we can fight the real enemy, which is white supremacy, which is in all of us? So, how do we come together to fight that? We need each and every one of you. We need you. And it's inconsequential, really, because, yes, they are, and exactly, and they are people. That's my point. There are people in broken systems. The system is not broken. Our only hope is to find a way. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking for us to find another way to conduct these school board meetings so we're not yelling at people for 3 hours. And I'm going to give it to my elder here because I defer to my elders always because I was raised in the South.
First of all, I want to thank the parents and the students for showing up. Black and brown education is under attack. What they're doing to our children is disgraceful. We went through this in 2012. This school board is the problem. Billionaires and millionaires are coming into cities, buying up school board members and politicians to forward their agenda. Their agenda is separation on black and brown education in this country. These people sitting around here, 3 of them, in this room right now, we went through this in 2012. Kids cried for their schools not to be closed. And the board voted to close those schools. And 3 of them are here now. The board is the problem, not the superintendent. The fact that they are doing this, it is only happening in black and brown neighborhoods. They have closed 14, listen, they have closed 14 black schools in Oakland and 1 Latino. Now they're moving in on Roots. Then they'll move in on Castlemont. They haven't, not that I want schools closed, but none of the Hill schools have closed. We have 300 families in West Oakland having to travel outside of their neighborhood because they don't have middle schools over there. That's one of the person that voted to close schools. And he doesn't want to hear what I have to say. She did not send her child to an Oakland public school sitting over here. So board have a hidden agenda. Their agenda is privatization. Their agenda is, some of them are being paid to vote that agenda, and you must fight this fight now because they continue to come back and close more public schools. Here is the last thing, and I'll shut up. They said we have too many schools. Closing schools do not save districts money. Listen to that. It does not. I don't know if you heard about Rosie Parks in the South sitting on a bus, and she sat in a seat. And she sat in the middle of the bus. And more white people kept getting on the bus. A lot of people don't know this story. So when it got all the seats in the front taken, they took the sign out of her seat and moved it back 4 or 5 rows so more white people could sit down. Rosie Parks said, "I will not be moved." You must not be moved. This school board is the problem, and they need to be held accountable. No more closures, not Roots, not Castlemont. Their agenda is hidden, and they're attacking our children.
What's that? No, I want to say one thing. Can the school board members comment, because you see how people felt? The children felt. You remain silent. So what are you going to do? The circle is fine. I'm all for restorative justice. We can sit up there. But the bottom line, you're going to end up voting one way or the other. So how are you going to vote? You've heard the comments from the community. So what are you going to do? Each one of you need to say something about this display this evening.
Am I supposed to say something?
Oh, where's Miss Lee? So I was waiting for my coworker, Miss Lee. And Mr. Yee, I hear you. I respect your decision to leave the circle. But I do think that we should name that you left the circle.
So, is he coming back? Yeah, we're going to turn it over to the board members now.
Why has this transformed from the kids to the adults making their agenda? These kids created a container of peace so they can have a conversation, and I hear adults bringing in their own shit. This is about the babies. Y'all are silencing them the same way the school board is. Let the kids talk. They've been raising their hands.
All right, so I want to share my story. So it's going to be hard for me, but when I used to be in 4th grade, I used to get bullied, right? I used to get bullied because I was from a different race. I was different from most people, right? And that created an impact so hard that it changed me. And in 5th grade, I became a bully, right? Because the impact was so hard, it changed me into a bully. I bullied other kids for no reason. And my real dad was never there, so he left me. So my mom, she worked every day. I got home and I didn't have no one to talk to, right? And I moved on to 6th grade into Roots. And the community there was so strong that they saw that I was hurt. And then all the teachers, they helped me out. They picked me up when I was down. They helped me. It was my second home where I could go and tell any teacher how I felt because I trusted them. Well, moving on into 7th grade, well, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that Roots helped me out so much, and it's not fair how they're trying to close it for no reason. Like, it's such an amazing community. We help each other out. Like, why are you guys gonna close it?
I just want to say something. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't like to hold in what I got to say. So I want to say, whoever thought of this whole thing about closing down schools, what if you do have children, do they go to private schools or do they go to public schools? How would you know? How would you feel if your children were fighting to keep their schools open? If they were crying, what would you do? You would be in the same place we were. So, can one of y'all answer that?
All right. Hi, my name is Miles. I feel like never. I feel like this is a way the system is trying to turn young people of color into another statistic. You're closing down a good black community for no reason, and I see.
Okay, I just want to say something real quick. I want to give this to y'all. So, okay. The main reason I do not want this school to close down is because we come together, and if we have problems, we speak it out, we hash it out. We never just, go at each other or anything. We love each other, and we're all friends. So y'all closing us down is not gonna just save money or anything. It's just gonna destroy communities that is really strong and love each other. So I think, what if you was one of us? Put yourselves in our shoes, and like we feel like we're not like wanted in other schools. So if you had to go to a different school because your school out of nowhere just shuts down, and then you don't know nobody, you'll feel like you wouldn't belong there. You'll feel like you was never supposed to be there. So just put yourself in our shoes for a minute, and then feel how we feel.
Yeah, can the board members answer the question? Exactly, because I study over there being so quiet.
So I'm a board member, Rosie Torres, and I didn't expect to be in this circle because, as you know, we have a board meeting and we are not allowed to answer or respond when people give comments. Those are the rules. But this is not the board meeting. This is our circle. So I'm glad that we're able to hear your stories, and I appreciate all of you sharing. And I have a lot of stories of harm in school growing up in Stockton. Racist teachers, bullied on the bus for 45 minutes to and from school. Lots of stories, too many to count. However, I do want to share an interesting fact that tonight we're sitting here in circle listening to you, and we're sitting here with you. And yesterday, I want to just highlight something, whether it's not going to go over well with some people that are maybe on the board or in the room, but if we were closing your school, there would be no appeal process. And last night, some of us from the board went to see the difference with charter schools, and we closed a middle school, and they got to appeal to the Alameda County Board of Education. So last night, the board voted and heard from parents, and Alameda County Board voted on that appeal of that middle school that was closed because of performance and statistics and data. And that board reopened that charter school after hearing not statistics and data, but about the love that students have for their teachers and the love that the students have for each other because they help each other and tutor each other. And so they heard the community and they reopened that school. But if we close you, do you think you have an appeal? No. So I know my vote would not be to close Roots because I would be using the standard of the Alameda County Board that is our superintendent's boss and our boss to some extent. And that standard last night was set based on very similar stories. You can watch the video probably, and basically hearing the same thing, and those board members said because of what they saw, friendly students at the school, kids who looked happy at the school, they didn't talk about statistics and data and test scores. So I'm hearing a family, and I'm hearing a support for children who've been hurt by teachers, permanently harmed by teachers, and hopefully never again, because I'm hearing the complete exact story I heard last night about a charter school called Epic, a middle school. Isn't that a strange analogy that tonight we're doing the same thing? So, personally, this is a learning experience for me that I can learn from the Alameda County Board of Education and Karen Monroe, the superintendent of this county. How they vote is how I'm going to vote, and I vote for Roots to stay open.
Hello, my name is Jody London. I have two daughters who went all the way through Oakland Public Schools. The younger one is a senior right now at Oakland Technical High School. That's our neighborhood school. And I had the experience when I was in 9th grade. At that time in California, middle school was 7, 8, 9. High school was 10, 11, 12. And I had the experience in the San Jose Unified School District of the district telling us that that they were changing the boundary, and we were not going to go to the high school that we thought we were going to go to. And we ended up going to a different school, and I didn't know very many people there. And it actually ended up being, for me, a great experience. It was a smaller school than the school I would have gone to, and it allowed me to have opportunities for leadership that I would not have had at the high school that I was supposed to go to. You all asked for stories. I heard the students asking for stories. I want to go back to where our facilitator was, and I want to thank you for your offer around working together to fight the state, because I believe that is working with the state to convince them that it is not right for California to be 41st in the nation in terms of how much money we spend per student. This is the 5th largest economy in the world, and we are spending much less than other states. So I'm not going to say my vote here because we have not.
When you're done, send it back to Kenai,
Wait, let the student speak, please. She's been waiting this whole time.
If I don't say this, then it needs to be said either by the facilitator. But can I? No. I'll have a seat. But let me stand next to the facilitator. No. So you can yell. I absolutely will let the kids speak. But is this the restorative circle that we desire? This is not the circle. And so what I'm trying to say is,
I'm with you. The board is with you. They're not talking about you. They're talking about all this other stuff. Okay? So just start. If you feel comfortable, you can go. He's ready. He's ready.
How many of the board members have? All right. How many of the board members have came to watch Roots?
She's a 6th grader. She's been at this school since August. She's wondering how many of you have come and stepped into her classroom. Since August. We don't want to look at the last. Actually, I'm her teacher, and I've seen none of you in her classes. So I want to clarify that. So put your hands down. Thank you. Is that all you had to say? Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to say that y'all over, I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but y'all over here wanting to talk, but y'all had the chance to talk when we was asking y'all questions. Y'all didn't even answer. And y'all over here trying to close our school down when we're over here being nice to CCPA, sharing our school, and they're being disrespectful to us. Are you guys closing them down? No, you're giving them the rest of our school.
We already shared the lunch room with them already.
We exactly. We
So I'm trying to say to you, because you were disrespecting the kids. And I don't like that. No, I'm not gonna sit. I'm not gonna sit down. I'm gonna stay right here. And that's not how you treat the kids. And you said we were gonna be peace right here, and you're not having peace. Okay? And y'all closing schools, and y'all about to close 26 schools. That's not fair. That's taking like 1,000 kids, our education. And it's just not like Oakland. It's San Jose, Sacramento, and a lot of people in Los Angeles, they had to not go to school. Some kids, because they closed some schools. You think that's right? And then telling them that it's not justice stuff that we talking? You said that. So you're supposed to respect us. If you want to respect you, you're going to respect us.
So there are some brilliant questions being asked and by students, and we want all those student questions to be heard. And we also want to give board members the opportunity to all answer. So if you're a student and you have a question in mind, make sure you remember it, let the board members answer, and then we'll give you the mic, okay? Does that sound all right? Yes, so Anaya, what was your question?
Which one of you are voting for our school to get closed? And I want to answer because y'all not about to make us wait.
Okay.
We haven't even had a chance to be able to get the information, so I don't know if it makes sense to the Q&A now, because we haven't even heard the presentation, and we haven't been able to.
Do you want to say that?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Y'all can do whatever you want, but this is not restorative justice. So if you're doing this in the name of restorative justice, you're wrong. You're wrong. And anybody that want to challenge me, we can have a conversation outside, but this is not restorative justice. And I'm not defending y'all. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, we protest for an opportunity to sit down and have a conversation. If we disagree, we still have to listen. And it's not the kids, it's the adults. We've never had a kid problem. We have an adult problem. And the reason why we're not having a good conversation right now is not because of the kids. It's because of the adults. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And if y'all don't feel that,
We are in a place that these kids created a container so we can have a peaceful conversation, and we, as the adults, are interrupting that conversation. Word. Well, then let's not call it a restorative conversation.
I guess, let me answer. This is really uncomfortable for me. I literally had no plan of this. I come from the pedagogy of bell hooks and Audre Lorde, and all I know is from the margins to the center, and I'm just doing, and I don't even know how to facilitate this. I don't even know the right thing to do. I just wanted their voices heard in a way that made them feel dignified, that's all. And I'm not trying to offend anybody. I just want them to feel comfortable and not feel like they have to yell, and I want their stories heard. That's all, and I would like for them to have an opportunity to engage in a conversation that's not at, that's with, and that's all. And so I'll be honest, I don't know what they probably will know better to do with facilitation than I know, because I don't know.
They do know better. If y'all put y'all hands down and shut up and let the kids talk.
Bet. Oh, you already know who I am and everything.
You don't have to shut up forever, but for this space, allow the kids to speak. That's it.
I'm kind of getting distracted, but anyways, so I'm gonna share a personal positive experience about Roots. So my sister died December 3rd, but the day that she died, I found out at school. I found out in the morning. So I found out, I went to her first, and I went to him next. I went to both of them crying, saying my sister died, because I already knew that she was going to die. She died of lung cancer, she died that morning. So I got a text message. That shocked me, that shook me to my core. But Miss Karen actually saw me. She saw me, and she was like, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" And I told her, she was like, "Do you want to go home?" And I was like, "No, I stayed the day." The first class, class haven't even started yet, mind you. And then my first period was Miss Renahan. And then she was saying, "Do you want to go home?" I stayed the whole day. It was so hard. But everyone at that school checked in on me. Everyone, each and every single teacher. Now, if you close down this school, if you do you think if your son or daughter, if their sister or brother died, would you want, how do I say it? Would you want them not to have the support that I did in school? Would you want them to? Because I had so much support that day. If your sibling died and your son or daughter did not have the support that I did, how would you think they feel? Not supported. Exactly, not supported. So I just want to say that I didn't get to say some stuff, but thank you for listening. Anybody else?
My name is Adriana. I'm a 7th grader, and I have a question for you guys. How would you guys feel oh, never mind. I'm a 7th grader, and I feel bad because you guys are trying to close down our schools. How am I going to graduate? I might have to go to another school, and I need to meet new people. And yeah, if you guys have kids, how will you feel? You wouldn't like them to be treated like this. How are these people going to graduate in the school that they basically grew up?
So I'm Gary Yee. I'm a school board member. I was born in East Oakland. I went to Markham Elementary School. I went to Frick, and I graduated from Castlemont. My own kids went to Oakland Public Schools, and my grandkids go to Oakland Public Schools. And I taught in Oakland Public Schools, and I was a principal in Oakland Public Schools, and I've been on the board for quite some time. But I didn't have a chance to meet so many of the kids, and I appreciate the fact to do this. I was actually invited by Mr. Fong to come to Roots because he was very proud of the work that the teachers and especially the principal and the kids were doing at Roots. So I wanted to come and see for myself, and I did go last week, and I spent about, how long, Mr. Fong? Maybe 2 hours, 3 hours at Roots, going to visit classes, standing in the hallway, breaking up a couple disruptions, meeting with different people. And so I don't say that I know Roots like you do. I don't know Roots like your parents do. I don't know Roots like your teachers do. I don't know Roots like your principal does. But I take all that very seriously, and I appreciate the fact of coming into this circle because its first circle was a safe place. And you saw me step out for a moment, and that was because that wasn't the circle talking. When the circle talks, I'm here. And so that was my commitment to you, and I wanted to explain that part. Now, there is a deliberative process called the school board, and each of us are voted in by a few thousand people to make tough decisions. And a lot of times we don't agree, but this is what public education is about. This is what many people said why they like public education, a district school and not charters, because you guys get to come, and you guys get to voice your opinions. Now I'm looking around in this room, and there's people that I can feel the love from who maybe don't love me and maybe don't know who I am. And I see some people in the room who don't love me, and I can respect it because they come from their own point of view. So you ask me what my vote is, and that to me is not a question I can answer in a restorative practice room. What you can do is you can stay, and when we're ready to get back in the meeting, I believe that's like our first item on the agenda, and you can hear what the board members are going to say. So I want you to know that it's not that I don't know the feelings that you have about closing schools. Listen, I was there when Havens Court closed and it became Roots and it became CCPA. I was there during that time, so I know the pain of it. I also know the pain when the Oakland Public Schools got taken over by the state in 2002, before most of you who are in this circle were born. I know that pain, and that's what I bring to the decision-making process. My own history, my own love for the schools and the people who work there, my location here in Oakland, and my responsibility to make the decision. So I'm looking around in my circle. I'm looking at the facilitator or the RJ person. I'm looking at the kids and the stories. I hear the stories. I listen to it, but I have the responsibility to make that decision. When you add another 10 or 15 years into your own life, you may decide that you want to be the school board member, and then you get to be here and make those decisions. But thank you so much for listening to me. I really appreciate it, and I hope you hear my vote. I hope you stay and hear my vote and each of the other people's vote. Oh, I'm sorry, hear the discussion that we're having. But I thank you for being patient enough to listen to my story. I really appreciated listening to yours.
So in the interest of closing out something that was started, in the interest of closing the circle, I'm feeling a lot of different pressure from different places. And I'm going to say again, I don't know the right thing to do. I think their voices are most important. But I would like to bring in the statistic that in America, there is not social mobility anymore. And so by Mr. Yee, with all due respect, by grade 4, we're almost 3 years behind. We speak at least 30 million fewer words by age 3. We're talking about like the stratification of people by race and class. So it's much more complicated than them growing up and coming into our seats. It is the role of adults to take a step back and find new revolutionary ways to manipulate the system for the people who did that for us. Because all of us are here because people made sacrifices for us. They made sacrifices. And so all I think my young people are asking is for you to make a sacrifice, and make a sacrifice by closing the schools that no one wants to close and busing them to our schools. Make those kinds of sacrifices. Make the kind of sacrifices that provide us real opportunity, not a fake opportunity ticket. When the 2015 surveys, they showed that people aren't for integration in Oakland. You know the surveys show that people don't care about that. So in the interest of the youth and like it not derailing, is there any other voice that doesn't feel heard? Do you feel like we should close out young people? Like, I want to defer to you, and because
You got a kid here that wants to talk, and I have a solution to this. Total plan.
Yota wants to, oh, because I was, he wants to, we're gonna, well, you're in circle, you should.
So I want to say that there's two problems in unified school. One of them is that y'all trying to close schools. Another them is that we need more support on schools, little class, and we need to teachers get paid more. Because they come since 7 in the morning, do what they have to do, and then 7 hours. They have to pay a little bit more. Actually, there's 3 problems. One of them is y'all. And everybody knows that it's y'all the problem. It's not us. But part of it could be probably us, but more y'all. And I just want to tell you that all these students be speaking, and I feel like y'all not going to hear them. Like, y'all don't hear the teachers. And I think y'all supporting Trump.
Okay. Okay, so when I was in 6th grade, I was out. I was officially out. Everybody knew. I was bullied for this piece of plastic on my wrist that happened to be rainbow colored and said the words Pride on it. I got it for $1 at Target. Now, I was bullied throughout the entire year of 6th grade. I got depressed because of it. But my teachers helped me and my friends get through it. My problem is, I know some of these students at Roots are like me. How are you going to help them if they're going through something and you're ripping out their roots? How are they going to get better like I did? How are they going to find teachers and students that know them and understand? How are you going to help them be better people? How are you going to do that? Can someone please answer that? Because I really need that.
I'll answer and then offer that I do think we should close. I do want to say I've heard almost to the 7 board members, each one of them say we need to work on what you talked about earlier, a structure that's not this, because this is not conducive to where we need to go. And I appreciate, those in the audience that know me, know my heart, and I appreciate this level of advocacy, this level of showing up, particularly in a community that does not show up. My connection to Roots, my grandmother still lives on 66, right before Flora. I grew up right across the street from Havens Court. So I walked the streets. I'm you, but a whole lot of years later. So I understand you and hear you, but I want to lift up something that Mr. Yee said. We have to talk about this. This is a recommendation that has come forward from staff, and we have to hear the merits of that recommendation. And so what you're talking about, the questions you ask, are the questions that we plan on asking. Because there has to be an answer for what we're going, so if we close, then what? It can't be if we close and we'll figure it out. And so that's what we're trying to understand. It's, as your facilitator has said, this process is bad from the start because it only creates fights and conflict. What you have done here is created a space. Even in the midst of some chaos, you have created a safe space. And that's what I believe every one of my colleagues is trying to provide. There's a whole lot of bureaucracy between that desire and what you need and how we get it to you. So I just want to say thank you for providing this space. Thank you for being vulnerable in this space. And I just am appreciating that. But the process and the deliberation, the conversation that we have to have is one that you should, yes, hold us accountable to, and one that you should tune into and tell your families and parents about. Because this is the very conversation that has to resonate again in Oakland. I'm going to leave you with one last thing. We every day say we value the flatlands of Oakland. We value, but every one of our actions places value on the hills, places value on anywhere but the flats. So what this circle, the power of this is to flip that on its head. This level of vulnerability cannot die here. It has to become the fuel that says, board members, you need to invest in the flats. You need to, and how that happens, there's a whole lot of conversation about that, but I'm saying overall, that's where I think things need to go. So just thank you. Student.
I have a question. Why should you guys be able to take away a child and other children's education?
That's a question.
We should not, right? The state constitution provides that every child must get a free and quality education. How that happens, the politics that we live with every day, the rules that we reinforce influence how that happens. What we have to do, I'm telling you, your restorative justice facilitator has a good sense of this. How we have been influenced to make decisions simply reinforces the old ways that we were taught. So our actions are a reflect, so we have to do something different. And that's what, believe it or not, what we're trying to do. So that's what I would say. I'm not dominating the mic, but I want to pass it to a student.
Should I go to a student next? Because I wanted to say something. Because I just want to really appreciate. I just really want to appreciate Cece. I know you really, like, you've been in a vulnerable space to say, I don't really know what to do, and people have been speaking to you around what to do. And so I just want to appreciate the fact that you showed up in this space. And to all of the students that are present in this circle and have, like, really pushed us to sit and stand in this circle, I'm okay with it. So, you know, people can kind of say I'm not listening, or I don't care. You don't know what's in my heart. You don't know how I'm listening. You don't know how I'm impacted. But I have absolutely no reason to lie to you. I have absolutely no reason to be in this space where I dishonor who you are, because you showed up. You showed up angry. You showed up determined. And now you've even shown up in this space with a sense of, like, love and respect, and a sense of listening, and a sense of, yeah, being angry and being upset. And that's what we walk with as humans. And so I'm okay with that. I really, really appreciate this. I wish we could have board meetings in circle all the time, right? Where there is a respect for what is happening, that there's an acknowledgement that, like, we live in a culture and a society of whiteness, of white supremacy, of a place that does not value black lives and black bodies. I walk with that. And so we will make difficult decisions. I agree and appreciate the elder of Mr. Yee, of Dr. Yee, and what he spoke to and what Director Harris spoke to. We got voted in to do the deliberative process on that stage, and we have to do that work. And what I feel like I'm ready for closure, I'm ready to move forward because in addition to this decision, there are decisions about people's contracts. There are decisions about what we do around school sites. There are decisions about whether or not kids are going to actually go on a trip with their sports team, right? That's the degree of the business that we have to manage and handle. And some of it is really, really difficult and hard. So I do want to appreciate you again for this because I am going to bring this energy of the circle, the baby that we fed to, I am going to bring that on stage with me as I go on and continue to deliberate. And the other thing that I know, that this circle continues and continues, and so I would love to be in circle at Roots. I would love to be in circle in your community. If you live in Lionsgate, wherever it is, I'm open and willing to be in circle with you.
All right, hello. My name is Aaron. And this time I am talking. And, you know, you guys should have never voted for our schools to close it down. I mean, you guys shouldn't even have a choice to vote for it in the first place. Did this guy say that he used to go to Roots? I mean, if you voted for this, you should have voted for no, bro. No. You should have been voted. That's my school. Did you have good dreams? No, wait, what am I looking for? Did you have a good time there? There you go. Didn't you have a good time there? Can you answer my question? Did you have a good time there? Are you just looking at me like, yeah?
You said whether I ate at Roots or did I have a good time?
Did you have a good time, basically?
You know, to be honest with you, to be honest with you, I appreciated the opportunity to go back through Roots when I was at Frick. I used to, you know, Havens Court, I could have gone either to Havens Court or to Frick, and so I did end up going to Frick, and I didn't know much about Havens Court at the time. But when you say, did I have a good time, it wasn't, when I go to a school, it's not whether I believe that I'm gonna have a good time or not. It's whether the school is gonna provide the chances and the opportunities for the kids who are going to the school. So I hear from you as kids that Roots is a very important school to you. So I have to weigh that against all the other constraints that I as an adult have about schools. So my answer to you is no, I didn't have a good time at the school because I knew, listen, I've forgotten what your name is?
It's Aaron.
Aaron? You know why, Aaron? Because I knew that I would have to make a difficult decision about Roots, and I knew that it was going to be painful no matter which way it went. So I didn't go into Roots because I wanted a good time. I wanted to be informed about the difficult decision that I had to make. Thank you for asking me, Aaron.
Wait, I wasn't finished. I'm sorry. Let me finish. I'm sorry. Okay, so you guys all heard the truth. So he said, yes, he does want the school to close down. So that's all the truth. All right, now we know that it's the truth. Hold on, give me a minute. I'm sorry. Let me finish. Please. Okay, so I know that you guys do want the school to close down. There's not really good things for it, but I mean, I love that school. That was meant for me. I got a heck of good friends around here to support me. I mean, I had good teachers to support me. I'm mostly struggling at the school. Thank you. I mostly struggle, but you know, teachers came to help me. They were asking me, do you need help with this? I was like, yes, please. I mean, I was glad that I was blessed with a good amount of schools, but I had to move from them because I was mostly being a more playing kid. And then when I got to Roots, they told me, you need support. So I was like, thank you, because I wasn't really good at reading, math, mostly other stuff. And I had good support from teachers who I know. My friends mostly helped me sometimes. And, you know, people just started to show a lot of love. And I was glad that I went to that school. I'm sorry that if you didn't have a good time, I told you last week that wasn't my fault. That wasn't on me. And, you know, I bet other people can have a good time if they do have the school open. And then, you know, I want everybody to have a good time in that school. Dang, you guys are being haters? Everybody, you guys are being haters. Not everybody, but these peeps. I'm sorry. Who am I? Yes? Hi, hi. I'm Quan. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John A. Maybe next time. Bye, peeps.
So I know this person is not in the circle, but he's been waiting very patiently to talk, so I'm going to give it to this man right here. So here you go.
Thank you. I'm Jack Nelson. I am a retired San Leandro school teacher, and there's no reason that this school should be closed. None. I have a possible financial solution. Is Chris here still? Oh, he's not. Okay. There's a bucket back there. I was going to bring tonight, and I filled out a card. I live near East Bay Innovative Academy. They leave their equipment out all the time. I was throwing it over the fence to give it back to them, and I got tired of it. I have a bunch of their stuff. It's 80% white. That is not reflective of our community. It is over 80% white. That's right. It should be integrated. Coach Tapscott knows me. My father ran the OAL when he was a coach, and I played, and Tapscott's teams beat the hell out of my Skyline teams. Yeah. Anyway, getting to the point. How do you need to generate money. Keep this open because you guys have a budget. You sell East Bay Innovative Academy Marshall School. You don't need it anymore because we have 37,000 kids for 65,000 total schools. Close King Estates. I went to King Estates. Close it. Send Roosdale to a new place. You could just send the kids to a new place. It's only several hundred kids. Send them there. Sell the two sites, their prime location. That's $11 million.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to respect the circle process, and this is for people who are, particularly our students. I do also want to recognize that people have been standing, that our students need to go home and rest. So one thing that I want to do is give students a last opportunity to ask their questions. And unfortunately, I don't think we have enough time right now to get a response from all board members, but we can pass the mic around. We have some students behind us as well who we'd like to allow to speak. But now, if we could respect the student speakers and give an opportunity to ask their questions or share their piece, okay? We're going to just go around this. To Johnny? You and Silas?
Hey, yo, step up, step back. If you talked a lot, take a step back. If you don't talk a lot, take a step up. Let's honor, let's do what the adults don't do, okay? Step up, step back.
I have a question for you guys. Why do you guys keep on nodding your head, pretending that you guys agree with us that we should have a place where we can actually learn and where we can actually feel respected and safe? But when we are in here, you guys want to close down our schools. Like, I don't get it. Why can't you guys just say your opinions? If you guys do want to close our schools, why don't you just say it right now? Not pretending that you actually don't, because you keep on doing that. You keep on saying, I don't get it. To everyone, to all the people that are the board meeting people, yes.
I'm trying to step back.
Right. Is there a way that board members can write down these questions to actually have a conversation about them and then let students? So, Adriana, do you want to say your question? Yeah, we're just going to go around in a circle.
Yeah, that was my question. And how would you guys feel if you guys had kids? How would you guys feel if one of them were in our place? That they won't have the opportunity to go to the school that they want to go to. That's it.
This is for Shanti. I got a question. How you going to shut down our school, but you supposed to be our representative?
Yeah, because she haven't said nothing. I didn't.
So I'm interested to have that conversation with the full board. But, the bottom line for me is that we lose over 10,000 students a year to charter schools. So what I'm really interested in is expanding the access to the high-quality options that OUSD has, and we have many. So that's what this is really about for me, is all of our students lose because we lose revenue to charter schools.
I'll go after you.
Even though I talked a lot already, but you came to school and you smiled in our faces, acting like you were gonna not vote for our school to get closed, and then you just gonna turn your back on us, and that's messed up. You're supposed to be our representative, and you're over here agreeing with other people. So
I got a question for you. So you said you went through some of your schools shutting down, but you don't realize that there's hundreds of students that love this school and help them. I want to know, you said I felt what it's like to my school get shut down, and now you're doing it to us, which doesn't seem right. So I want to tell you.
I didn't say that I know how it felt for my school to sit down, to be shut down. I said that I'm hearing how it feels for you to have to fear your school being shut down. So that's why I'm in the circle, not to share to you about that experience from me, but to listen to that experience from you. And so that's when I say I'm listening to it, it doesn't mean that that's all the things that I take into consideration. I take a lot of things into consideration, and that's one piece of it. As I said, I went to your school to see your school and to experience it. Yeah, he asked me the question, and so I'm answering him as fully as I can. Okay?
Briefly, actually.
Well, he didn't say briefly. I'm explaining to him why. So I'm happy to relinquish the mic, but I wanted to respect the fact that he asked me.
So student speakers, please. And we're going to close it.
Well, I just wanted to say that I thought that OUSD was supposed to be for our education to be provided and supported, but now our education is being taken and thrown away when it should really be supported and given and provided for us so we can have a future like y'all up here having jobs. But if y'all keep closing down our schools, we won't have an education to be able to get a job.
So like, hold on, what was I gonna say? Here's Gemma from Life Academy. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I don't want to. Go ahead, Emma. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Hema Quetzal. I'm a senior at Life Academy. And some of the board members can't tell you how it feels to be in the school that's been closed, but I have. In 2012, I was in the exact same position where I was speaking up. And I want to give y'all props because I've never seen this before. In 2012, when they were closing down my school along with 4 other schools, we didn't do nothing like this, but we did try to speak up, and they didn't listen. Some of them in this room voted yes to close down my school. I don't want to say names, but you could. But I want to say this, right? Like, I'm giving y'all a lot of props, and I want to thank y'all for that. But aside from that, I want to say this. After my school got closed down, it turned into a charter, okay? And this is a circle, right? This is like a constant circle. And I'm on the State Board of Education right now. And what's sad is that Oakland's not the only one going through this. Throughout the state, they pay $62,000 per prisoner compared to more than $9,000 per student. That ain't right. So as much as we want to talk to the school board, this is much bigger. Much, much bigger. And so I want to give props to y'all because after this school board meeting happens and after you guys keep fighting, it doesn't stop. Because 10 years from now, we don't want another school that our little siblings or our kids are in and they're having the same conversation. So are we going to be going to the state and telling them we need to change how funding works, we need to stop privatizing our schools, and we actually need to make us be life ready, not only college and career, but life ready? So I want to thank, and I'm going to pass it to there because it's your space.
I have a question. Why do you guys like charters more?
You want to? I'm wondering if we can move forward with students who have not spoken. Moses? Yes?
I've been sitting here listening to y'all fight your arguments, but like some of y'all school board people are fake. How y'all gonna tell us to be respectful, but y'all just go look at the people outside the circle and say you guys don't have a voice to speak in this circle because you're not sitting over here? How y'all gonna tell them how y'all gonna tell them something that's not true about them, but you don't even know the real them? How y'all gonna say that y'all came to our school, but you guys didn't even come into our classes? You guys didn't even come, and you didn't see our learning. When I came to Roots, I didn't learn anything at my other schools. I already knew that. I know I'm a smart kid, but I didn't really learn anything. So when I came to their school, they pushed me, and I learned more than anything that I've learned in my past schools. Y'all saying that we only talking about love. Nah, I'm talking about the education. They teaching me, and they're giving me a family that they're giving me another family that I don't have at my house.
Are there any student speakers who haven't had a chance?
My name is Jonah. I didn't even know about Roots till today, but like I'm looking at y'all right now, and like I'm wondering, what do you guys, like the school board members, gaining by shutting this school down? Like, do you really care about the money that you're gonna gain more than these kids' educations? Like, seriously, like, it just doesn't make that much sense to me.
Okay, at this point, I think all student speakers have spoken, and maybe we can have one more opportunity. But we do want to, you want to speak? Okay.
My name is Talia, and I go to Bret Hart, and I understand how you guys feel because they shut down my elementary school and made it into a charter school, and it was really hard for me because I didn't fit in at my new school. And teachers work really hard and they're getting underpaid, and like I want to understand, like, how do you expect us to meet your expectations when they're not meeting ours, and the teachers and the students?
Okay, so I've listened to y'all speak and like speak from the heart and share your experiences, but I just want to acknowledge and name that on the budget proposal for this, like the information about the budget, the school closures are only going to save $81,000. So is all this emotion worth $81,000? Like, do we really have to deal with all this anger and frustration from our community? Is this really necessary? Because I don't see why we're choosing to invest in things that our communities are telling us that we don't need. They're telling us that we need this school, and if you're choosing to close it, then you're saying, I don't care about what you need, but I care about saving this money. So is $81,000 really worth all this?
I know he said that he didn't like the school, but Haven School got shut down and turned into a different school. And it's really different than the school that you didn't like. Most of the people that go to the school like the school. Just because you didn't like it don't mean that you have to shut it down and ruin other people's life for taking a good school away from them and making it into a dirty school. Yeah, and you know.
Hi, my name is Elian, and I am a current ninth grader from Oakland High School and graduated from Roots. And I did not want to grab the mic because this scenario makes me feel really, really sad because I just see all these teachers I know they are tired. They just got here from schools. They were teaching students. They shouldn't be here. They should be at their houses, resting, and it's not fair. These teachers are everything for me. I still working on my English and getting into the American culture, but now, because of these teachers, I want to be a teacher now. They inspire me. Because they might not be here for the money, or they are not getting enough payment, and this is not fair. Education is the base of everything. Yeah.
Give me the last one. Okay. Last one.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so basically you guys are trying to shut down our schools so we can go to a better school to get more education, but we already have the education that we need. We have good education. We have great education.
Okay, we have one question for the board, which is kind of the reason for this circle is if we close this circle, will you all continue to follow or continue on with proposing the closure for Roots? Or can we continue on in a transformative way so that, because part of our fear is that, you know, these people who have been standing on their feet for a very long time, we will go home and then you'll still carry on with as business as usual, give the proposal and then vote how you will on Monday. So some final questions is we are demanding some sort of action from you all about what is going to be done differently between now and Monday so that we can continue to interact with the community instead of just listening here and then having your thoughts or whatever conversations are going to happen and then voting on Monday. So we'd like to hear what your plans are.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy. I sit on the board as well. Just want to thank you for just spending the last couple hours just really being vulnerable and speaking your truth. It's been incredibly, I started the circle with the word humility and I end in the same place. It has been very humbling to be able to just be here and to just be able to experience the boardroom in a different way. As some of the board members alluded to, we will, I'll get back to the interim, I'd be curious to hear if there's proposals, but we are going to, after the circle, once we close, we will, because we have sort of formal board process, we will go back to the dais and continue the meeting. This Roots discussion and CCPA discussion will be the first item that we will be discussing. We will get a presentation and have the opportunity to really ask our staff many of the questions that you're hearing today. This is the first time the item is formally coming before the board, so we haven't had the opportunity to ask the questions ourselves. And so that's why if we're looking like we haven't formulated all of our answers yet. It's because we also want to be able to have access to the information, to be able to deliberate, and so that we can be more informed to make a vote on Monday. What I'm hearing that you're asking is an opportunity to have a space like this to be able to pick up this conversation. I don't know, I know that there was offers around sitting in a circle. I'm not sure if there's specific proposals of what that looks like between now and Monday. I'm looking at others for ideas, but I do feel like we should, I do feel like I want to transition back to the new space, but I don't want to leave the offer off the table. I just am not sure what feels good in terms of what a next step would be. If folks have offers of opportunities, I know that staff have been holding office hours and have been at school. I'm not sure if the ask is specifically of board members, if you want to invite board members to come. Yes, do you have a suggestion?
I mean, it's what she said. I mean, we do have to deliberate on it. The superintendent and her staff, they manage this process. We're responsible for the governance piece of this, and so we do have to make a vote. We have to make a decision. And so, yes, we're going to pursue with business. If there's things in between, again, like offering a circle or whatever, I think I keep getting hit with the fact that, like, we're talking to you, you're engaged because we're looking at the closure of your school, but you're also on a larger campus. And so, and also, like, I don't see the principal in this circle. I don't see the assistant principal in this circle. Okay. So, have you been here the whole time? Okay. I don't know you. Sorry. I apologize. It'd be great to hear from you. So, the problem is I didn't know who he was? Is that the problem? So I apologize that I didn't know, and I didn't know you were in a circle, and it'd be great to hear from you. So I would say, in terms of, again, like, some next pieces for me are around some broader conversations and more stakeholders in it. CCPA, I think, is also an important player in the community as well. I know Mr. Goins. I've been in relationship with him and talking. So those are things that I think would be important for me between now and Monday.
Ms. Lee, I am meeting with parents tomorrow and some teachers on Friday. So those are my next steps.
So at this time, unless is there, I'm feeling like it feels unsettled. Are you trying to close out in another way? Yeah. No, thank you. Jenny.
Hemleta. My dad, Oscar Hinton, who was an educator for over 40 years.
Anna May.
My grandma.
Really, anyone that's tried.
I stand on my father's shoulders.
My uncles.
My grandmother's.
My mama.
My mom.
Caroline Yee.
Sylvia.
My mom.
My grandma, Alejandrina.
My school.
My mom.
My mama.
All my ancestors.
Brandy.
My mom. My grandpa.
My mom.
My parents. Oh.
My brother.
Grandma Almita.
My grandma Juanita.
Hey, man, my brother Josh Segundo.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
So now we are going to transition back to our formal session. Thank you. Thank you all again.
All right. We are ready to reconvene for public session. Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the second roll call for attendance, Student Director Chavez.
Here.
Student Director Amasoho.
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, present.
Director Harris. Director Yee. Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Torres.
Present.
Vice President London. President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. There was no reportable actions taken in closed session. So we're actually starting the agenda from the top after having a great opportunity to sit in circle.
So
it's going to feel like an awkward transition.
Reportable action, there needs to be public comment on it. We went through this at the last meeting. There was discussions in closed session about property negotiations, about 1000 Broadway. Those are reportable actions. And you're not going to deny the community the opportunity to speak for the first 3 items for I, for the superintendent's report, for the president's report, for the student's report, and then you're going to let us speak? Why were the measures in I moved up to I instead of in new business where they should be? This is illegal, and a first reading requires public comment per the Brown Act before you move on to the next item. This agenda is illegal, it is a violation, and why did you intentionally change it to not let us even comment on these clearly important issues of closure and budget cuts? So let's change the agenda now to be in compliance at the start, and why don't we go back to allowing the community to speak like it's always happened for the other 45 years of my life I've been coming to these meetings.
Thank you. So I will be taking public comment after each item in special orders of the day. That is in our bylaws that when they're listed in the special orders of the day, we'll be taking public comment.
No one could sign up for that online, and that's not what your agenda says. So we need an adjustment to the budget, to the agenda. People need to be told they can sign up for that, and that's not what your agenda said. And so also we should start by reportable action. Then we need the superintendent's report and all these other things. You can't make it up as you go along. You can't. So how is this meeting going to operate? What can people sign up to speak on? And what is the agenda
So I will
order?
go over all of that as we just transition right now. So we are on page 6, item H. This is the review oath of office meeting norms for the board. The oath of office is written in page 6. I don't need to read it all to you right now, and I'll review the meeting norms for the Board of Education, which is honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate successes in each other's contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. So as I stated before, we do have 3 items under special orders of the day. Each of them are very meaty, and each of them will have a public comment coming after them. We do have a lot of folks here that are likely wanting to speak, so we will have to limit the public comment to 1 minute per speaker. But we did just have an opportunity to really hear from students themselves for the first item. So in terms of public comment, Ms. Floyd is there right there to be able to collect items, comment cards for I1, 2, and 3. If there was not an opportunity to sign up earlier, you can be able to put a speaker. Okay. So just denote on the card, or once I call for the item, we'll call for public comment afterwards, and then you can come up. So we are on item I1, page 7. This is Coliseum College Preparatory Academy expansion and Roots International Academy closure for academic year 2019-2020. This is a first reading. There is no vote here tonight. This is an opportunity for us to hear from staff what the proposal on the floor is, and for us to be able to ask questions and get more information before we have a final vote. So with that, I'll turn us over to our superintendent, Johnson Trammell, who will take us through the item and turn it to additional staff.
So good evening, community. Good evening, board. First, I just want to thank all of the Roots community, the students, teachers, parents, everyone who came to support and having the opportunity for us to be in circle and really just being able to listen to the concerns, the emotions, this is a democratic process. We are, as staff, going to present the recommendation and give the board an opportunity to ask hard questions before the final vote next week. So again, I appreciate you all for being here, taking the time to organize and let your voices be heard. That is ultimately the purpose of having a board meeting. So I've taken on the role of superintendent of Oakland during a very challenging time. But I signed up to serve Oakland because I deeply love this community and want better for our kids growing up in this city. I also took on this immense challenge because I deeply believe it's truly possible to transform our school system to serve all students and want to play a key role in the transformation process, even though it can be controversial and complex. I recognize that we are going through some really challenging times right now with all the tough choices ahead of us. But I remain confident and hopeful that we can all pull through together despite our disagreements and diverse perspectives, so our students ultimately win. We all know a quality education is essential for life success, and our greatest desire as a city is to create a public school system where all students are truly prepared for this rapidly changing world. We want students to develop a strong academic foundation, become creative and critical thinkers and effective communicators, and develop a strong sense of self. The development of these collective qualities will ultimately ensure that our students are prepared to become future global citizens, poised to be socially conscious participants in society. To create these conditions in all of our schools for such learning to happen, we know all schools need high-quality teachers and principals, and schools also need resources, clean and modernized facilities, instructional materials, technology, literacy and math supports, mental health services, art and music programs, libraries, after-school programs, sports, student leadership opportunities, work-based learning opportunities, and counseling, just to name a few. Finally, schools must have critical staffing positions, such as instructional coaches, librarians, community liaisons, counselors, so that there is sufficient capacity at the school site level to support teachers and leaders in the design of quality learning experiences for all students. We also know that more and more of our families are actively seeking out diverse and innovative school programs for their children. K-8 schools, 612 schools, performing arts schools, dual language schools, Montessori schools, apprentice programs for high school students. If parents are not finding these diverse school options within our school system, they are voting with their feet and looking outside the Oakland public school system, private schools, and public schools in nearby cities. We all want well-resourced, high-quality schools in every neighborhood where all our families want to send their children. We also want to meet the growing demand for more innovative school programs across our entire city. To invest more in all schools so that they are properly resourced and staffed, and to reimagine our school programming options requires us to engage in the tough and painful work of both right-sizing our school districts, getting to fewer schools of a sustainable size with more resources, while reimagining the type of school programs we offer. By making difficult and painful decisions now, we will help to create the right conditions to create a high-quality public school system that will better serve our families and attract more families in the future. Tonight, we will discuss 2 recommendations. Every recommendation has been vetted by the set of guiding principles to ensure that we are making recommendations that will result in fewer schools of a sustainable size with more resources that offer innovative programming options for families. So you see the 7 principles that are listed here. I will carefully read them, and I just want to state that some of the research that folks were mentioning about closing schools, not saving money, that there is truth to that. The piece around trying to get to less schools is about being able to take resources and put them back into our schools so that our schools have more money. Public district schools. So these 7 principles are: concentrate OUSD resources in fewer schools, develop high quality and sustainable school programs in all neighborhoods. Every school change decision is informed by the needs of the school community. Protect successful programs, especially those that serve our historically underserved students. Create feeder patterns across the city to increase neighborhood access to quality programs. Any school change that results in a reduction is met with an investment in the school program or community. I'd like to pause there to say some of the reason there's the projected 81,000 is that initially with any change, we're taking any savings and reinvesting it back into the school because we know whatever changes are going to cost money. So we know this process is not going to immediately save any money because we have to take some of those savings initially to invest in making sure that any changes are of quality. And 7, prioritize the use of our facilities that are optimally located and in quality condition to enhance the student learning environment. So again, we're holding ourselves accountable to kind of peer through any recommendation through these 7 principles. So at this point, I'm going to pass the presentation on to our Deputy Chief of Innovation, Yvette Renteria.
Good evening. My name is Yvette Renteria, the Deputy Chief of Innovation. I, too, want to thank our students for allowing me to listen in and to learn. I appreciate that. I also want to take some time to thank all of the teachers that I've had a chance to meet with in the past couple of weeks. I've really valued their hard work, not only in the classroom, but as this is going on. They've been investing their time thinking about ways to best support students. And I also want to thank the families that I've met with as we continue to engage them. And I'll talk a little bit more about, from those conversations, how we're looking at this proposal and what we've been doing to make sure that we're really listening and learning from those processes. So, first, we're proposing to close routes 6th through 8th grade at the end of the 2018-19 school year and expand CCPA by doubling their 6th grade from 64 students to 128 students. In the short term, we will increase quality seats and we'll work towards diversifying the school community at CCPA. In the long term, we will create a quality TK through 12 education center with a Futures Q's redesign that's currently going on, as well as a CCPA expansion. So, why this proposal? I want to take some time to just talk through the rationale in this proposal as it relates to our 4 principles: quality, equity, fiscal sustainability, and access. This proposal would increase the quality seats in the neighborhood starting in 6th grade by adding 64 more seats to the CCPA community. When we look at the CCPA school, just to share some data, we see that 96% graduation rate, and with that 3.1% still enrolled and 0 dropouts. We see 77.3 A through G completion, 90% of our students in linked learning pathway participation, and 74.6 of 2018 graduates enrolled in college in fall of 2018. We want to be able to provide more seats so that our students have access to this opportunity. When we talk about equity, so I've had an opportunity, we shared this information with the community on December 18th. Since then, there has been a lot of conversation specifically centered around how are we serving our African American students. We currently know that at CCPA, there is 11.6 African American students enrolled in CCPA. We also know that there's 33.8 students, African American students enrolled in Roots. And when we are thinking through this, we need to do a better job of ensuring that we are inviting and welcoming our African American students to the CCPA. And in this short term, a couple of the actions that have been taken so far, our CCPA staff has been calling all families who have not yet enrolled, who are moving into the 6th grade, and making sure that they are a part of the enrollment process, because we know that within the enrollment process, siblings comes first and neighborhood comes second. So as we're continually encouraging our families to enroll and supporting them in that process, our whole goal and intention is to ensure that our neighborhood students are getting to that school and are being able to be accepted to that school through the enrollment process. We also know that CCPA is outperforming many of our other schools when it comes to the success of our African American students. We know as a district we still need to focus on this, and we want to continue doing that. And when we think about the performance at CCPA, we're going to continue to focus on that by not only serving those that are there, but in bringing in more African American students. Fiscal sustainability. We were focusing on bringing 2 schools into, within that area, we have 4 schools now and merging them into 2 schools. We've also, since we've announced this recommendation, we've heard a lot about the phase-out process. So we started modeling what that looked like if we had a phase-out process. And happy to share that as we started modeling that, because of teachers really suggesting that and wanting to dig into that and listening to families and teachers, we then started finding out, well, what would it take to phase out? What we recognized is that we have given a phase-out process that would mean that there would be no 6th grade enrolled into Roots. We are challenged with having based on the budget, we are challenged with having 4.25 teachers for a phase-out process. 1 administrator. We are going with Title I funds from $70,000 to $30,000. Discretionary funds from $35,000 to $23,000, and supplemental funds from $175,000 to $114,000. So when we were thinking through this, and the reason this is not in the PowerPoint is because as we were continuing this conversation, these were a lot of the proposals putting forth, and I know that Ms. Lee in the circle said, let's continue to have this conversation. So as we continue, we're starting to get this information and working on finding out more and being able to provide this information to the board. And then in terms of access, again, we want to increase the student population at CCPA from 482 students to 561 in year 1, and then up to 973 students by year 7. Again, as we continue to engage with the community, why now? We know that this proposal has come before many of the cohort 2 proposals. So I want to just spend some time talking about the why now. We know that there is a 34% demand rate with 24 students choosing Roots. We also know that at CCPA there's a 181% demand rate with 116 families choosing CCPA. We will also, as I personally have had conversations with families, we have had families that said, I chose Roots, but I ended up going I chose CCPA, but I ended up going to Roots. I want to take a time out to say, as I was talking to teachers, I know this is hard, and I'm giving facts, and I don't want to dismiss the hard work and the energy and all the work that you saw with the teachers and all the love that there is there. And so I'm sharing that also in the context that these are the facts, and I recognize the hard work teachers are putting in at Roots. And so as we move forward in thinking through this recommendation, we're like, how are we supporting the Roots families, and specifically the rising 7th and 8th grade families? Our enrollment team has called every single family member to inform them. They have invited them to a series of meetings. We've met with a couple of them, and we, for the beginning, provided them with information on schools around them.
Excuse us, please.
To give them what the options are for our schools. In addition to that, as we move forward, we're going to continue to have these meetings. We've had also conversations because some families have not been able to attend these meetings. As we move forward, we're going to have transportation support. We want to be able to case manage families as they're going into another school, so that if they are going to another school, there is support systems in place for them to be able to be a part of that school in the short time that they're going to feel welcomed and feel like they have an extra support system there. And then we also want to offer personalized transitional support for our staff. And here you'll see a quote from the principal from Roots, Jeff, who's shared, and you can read it for yourself here, who has shared with us as we go through this process. It's been a challenging task, I know, for the students and the staff. And as we think about what next year could be, as people are starting to suggest phase out, I want to be really clear that the leader has shared that he will not be part of the phase out. In addition to that, we know that there's an attrition where we're looking at, if there is a phase out, 141 students we're looking to enroll. That doesn't make it feasibly possible to create a school off of those with the resources that they currently have and need. And we heard today how many more resources they need. And so we would be limited and challenged with those. And that's it.
Do you want to take? Okay. We're going to transition. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure there's a lot of questions, so it would be great if you can come back up afterwards. But we're going to take public comment on this item first. I know that there was some confusion about submitting a card, so if you're interested in speaking on this item, please line up. If you could make way to the podium so folks from the public can be able to speak public comment. I'm talking to the folks in the front. If you could please move to the side so that there's a clear pathway for people accessing the podium. We do allow students to come first once we see how many people we are. Okay. Should I give them 2 minutes?
So, I'll be reading the letter that I wrote to Kyla while we were writing letters in our class. My name is Silas. I'm a student at Roots. I'm in the 8th grade. I don't think it's right for you to be closing down Roots. You, out of all people, should understand where we're coming from I don't know if you were raised in Oakland, but if you were, you should understand where we're coming from, why we don't want the schools being shut down. I feel like y'all saying it's about equality isn't true. It's about the money that you guys are supposed to provide, but you aren't providing it like you're providing for CCPA and the other schools in the Oakland Hills. If you provided the money for Roots and other schools that you guys are shutting down, like you provided for CCPA and schools in the Hills, then any of this wouldn't be happening. Are you really having fun destroying and interfering with our education and our relationship with our teachers and peers? Our teachers and Root staff shouldn't have to fight for a job that they are attached to and love. They deserve to have a job just like you. They are trying to give students education and a right to be successful in life, and all you're doing is ruining it and disturbing people's education and rights to succeed in life.
Please come forward. Just introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Kinaya. My sister Makaya Cole graduated from Roots last year. My sister Kumari Cole will graduate from Roots this year. If your proposal to close Roots passes, sadly as a 7th grader, I will not be able to graduate from Roots next year. I am here today to express my disappointment in a system that is trying to keep me from completing a sibling custom and denying me the opportunity to graduate from Roots. Uprooting me from Roots will disrupt my ability to finish what I started last year with an amazing team of teachers and staff guiding my growth. I am also here today to ask you on behalf of my sisters in the promoting class of 2020 to allow Roots an additional year to prepare for this closure, and more importantly, to allow next year's 8th graders promote with the community we know. We are Roots and we are still growing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'm a substitute teacher who's been with the district since 2010. I'm going to direct my comments to you all, actually. I don't think that trying to change the board's mind is going to work. I think that we need to look into legal options and protest. I don't think that this is going to work. And that's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Divya Farias, and I'm a resource specialist at CCPA, and I'm going to read from a letter that was written by a group of CCPA teachers. We, a group of concerned Coliseum College Prep Academy teachers and members of the Oakland Education Association, write to express our solidarity with Roots teachers fighting for their school. Roots is our neighbor at East Oakland's Havens Court campus, and the process to close this school was top-down, short-sighted, and deeply disrespectful of Roots teachers and community, students and parents. This decision will significantly disrupt the lives of Roots families and staff. Given that reality, there are many ways that this process could have been more inclusive of the people most impacted, students, families, and staff. We believe that the timeline and method of the announcement of these plans was unjust. Staff and community members alike were not consulted in big decision-making, and their voices have not been heard. It has been made clear that OUSD is leveraging the proposed expansion of CCPA as a justification for the closure of Roots. This information was presented by the superintendent at the Roots Town Hall in December and is evidenced by the fact that this meeting's agenda lists the proposal for the closure and the expansion as a single item. This is unacceptable. We are not in support of a CCPA expansion plan that rests on the backs of current 6th and 7th grade Roots students who are being displaced. Similarly to the potential Roots closure, the CCPA expansion plan has been pushed to a school board vote without thoughtful, informed, critical engagement from teachers, students, and parents over a very short, and has been carried out over a very short period of time. The expansion plan as such cannot be considered representative of what the Havens Court community wants nor needs. The incredibly fast timeline on which the district has attempted to roll out and approve this proposal demonstrates a lack of interest in building schools that center students and families, particularly Black and brown working class families.
Thank you.
Adequate time to hear all voices should be prioritized during large campus changes like these being proposed. And this is signed by myself, Becca Rozo, Chayla Delgado, Edgar Sanchez, Jerica Coffey, and Jonathan Lau.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Keene. I teach at Oakland International High School. I taught in Baltimore City for 6 years before coming here 3 years ago. I just want to say I was around the circle standing, and I have a hard time looking at all of y'all right now. I taught all day. I listened to students all day. I heard their concerns. I offered love, and I was truly there for them, because being a teacher is loving and listening. But when I look at y'all, I'm really excited that you guys aren't teachers. You just said you heard these students, Judy and Gary, but I'm positive you did not listen, because you said you care more about ignoring the wishes of Roots, Oakland students, teachers, and communities than listening. You heard Judy and Gary, but I listened to you, and I will remember during elections. Shanti, you heard students, but you're propagating the closure of Roots, leading to an increase in charters in Oakland. You heard, but you did a bad job of listening. And James, you took a mic from a student. You weren't close to listening or hearing. I'm going to dedicate my time and energy, and I have a lot of energy. I'm going to dedicate my time and energy to getting you out of this official elected office. Roseanne, thank you for listening, and thank you for hearing. This is why I and Oakland teachers, students, parents, families, and communities are strike ready.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Quinn Ranahan, and I am a 7th and 8th grade math teacher at Roots International Academy at International and 66th Avenue. To be honest, right now, my anxiety has been really bad. I'm sick, and if you've seen me in the past couple days, you can also know that. So I don't have a lot to say because I think my students spoke for me. But I do want to remind you of why we are here. We are here because of the injustice that is happening to our school community. We are here because the district has not asked us what we think or heard us. We are here because they are calling us low quality. They don't even know us. By calling the schools around us high quality, you are calling us low quality. I am a teacher. You are telling me that I am not good enough. That is what you are telling me. And my coworkers who work tirelessly. We are here because we represent, not me, but we represent the historical Havens Court campus. We demand that you listen to us, you hear us, and take a deep breath and realize that we are humans. We studied the pedagogy of the oppressed this year so that we could learn what it means to humanize, what it also means to dehumanize. We are Roots, and we will not close.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jane Lee. I'm the instructional coach at Roots International Academy. I want to share a little bit about what I have learned through this process and share some data with you all. First of all, there will be 101 students who live across the street and in the Roots Havens Court community who will be displaced. So my question for you all to consider is, what is the cost or what is the worth of displacing a black or brown student's life by disallowing them from walking across the street to go to their neighborhood school? The other thing that I've learned through this process and calling several parents is that they wanted their student to go to Roots. The two reasons are because they like Roots, they feel safe, they think it's a good school. That's all one. And the second one was convenience. The other thing I learned was that we have a student at our school, this is one of many. The mother's husband has Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, and her full-time job is to watch him and take care of him all day. So she cannot afford, through any resources, to get her child to UPA, to Life Academy, to Met West, to Roosevelt. Roots is across the street from her, and it is her civil right to be able to go to the school across the street from her. I look at you all today, and I want to say, Jamoke, I was very moved by your engagement in the circle and the things that you had to say. This has become a moral decision, and I find it very immoral to even propose, let alone vote, to close down a school when we haven't engaged with the 101 families to decide where they are going to go. That is immoral and it's unconscionable. Finally, Shanti, I'm very confused in your presence in our community. You say that you were going to have office hours with families tomorrow. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday. You have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before the Monday vote. What was your engagement plan? Did you reach out to the families? In fact, we know that we emailed you several times, but you were not around during these conversations to hear what our community wanted. We need more engagement. Last year you came to our school one time, and I know that because you came into my classroom. And I was very saddened, confused, and offended that you sat in the corner with your computer open and didn't ask a single kid a single question. You didn't engage with them and ask them questions about what they were learning or why they liked Roots. What kind of district representative does that? I'm inviting you, please, to re-engage. I know you all might have learned that this process has been flawed from the beginning. Our principal gave you misinformation. One thing that I want everyone here and all you all to know is that I am the instructional coach of 8 teachers at our school. We have just about 12 core teachers, and 100% of the teachers wanted to come back to Roots, minus one who was interested in a career change.
Thank you.
What kind of district or community closes down a school where nearly 100% of the school teachers wanted to return, including the counselors, the restorative justice coordinators, and the administrators? So that is a fact that I want you to just think about. And finally, I know that we're talking about, this is a thing about equity and equality, and that we want our students to go to a better school. Through what metric? I apologize that I don't have a data sheet for you, but I can give you this one data. At the beginning of the school year, in the first 2 weeks, we had 7 fights happen between our black girls. In the last 2 months, we have had 0 fights. 0. You have to understand what equity is and who our students are, who they are when they come in, and who they are when they come out. And we are preparing them to go to the high schools that are not in their neighborhood as well. So please, my final ask is, if I saw your faces today in the circle, if we can truly dialogue, you can email me at jane.lee@ousd.org. I appreciate Amy and Kyla for taking the time to have these conversations, Yvette as well, but there needs to be conversations with the community before you destroy and displace and marginalize and continue to oppress the most marginalized community in East Oakland, which is Havens Court.
Thank you. Two minutes.
My name is Jessie. I'm a mental health clinician. I work for Catholic Charities of the East Bay, and I'm placed at Roots International Middle School. I don't do this. I hate attention, and so I have my student here supporting me to get through this. And I just want to point out the fact that y'all had quotes from our leader, but y'all didn't even know who our leader was when sitting in the circle. That's not a leader to me. Some other people might not have either. I don't think you were the only one. And another thing is we have people outside of our community coming in and deciding what's best for our students. Our principal is not from the Oakland community, and he's deciding what should be best. It's not his story to write. I was talking to a student yesterday who's in 8th grade, and she went through the whole process of Sankofa closing. So this is the second school that she's placed at that's closing. So I think that's all we have to say. Please don't close Roots. It's a family, and it's important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I actually really have no interest in talking to anyone at the school board. My name is Joya Branson. I'm a former teacher at Roots. I taught at Roots for 3 years. I unfortunately had to leave because I was tired of working 3 and 4 jobs to get ready for my son to go to college and just to live in the Bay. But just because I physically left the building of Roots doesn't mean that I'm still not there. My heart is still there. I am now currently teaching in San Leandro, and I just wanted to let the community know we got an army of kids and teachers from San Leandro who are ready to stand up for Roots.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools, and unfortunately a veteran of the school closures of 2012. And if it was warm enough, I'd go down to my bottom t-shirt, which I wore today, my Maxwell Park Elementary t-shirt. That's how I got into this, because I will never forget that 3 of the board members sitting up there now voted to close our schools in 2012. So I've been through this with y'all before. We've heard this before: structural deficit, low performing, this, that. None of it's been true. So let's just have a couple of facts to put on the table. According to the California Department of Education, Roots enrollment in 14-15 was 308 students. Roots enrollment in 17-18, 309 students. They actually increased enrollment by 1. If you look at your Prop 39 offer report, in your consent report, it lists only 1 underutilized classroom at Roots. Actually, CCPA has 2 underutilized classrooms. So we don't have declining enrollment at Roots, and there's not all this available space. So the question becomes, why are you deciding to do this to Roots? So if you say it's because of quality and expanding access to quality, and you're trying to claim that CCPA has a better program, then why are you denying the Roots students the opportunity to benefit from that? There's 2 real easy solutions. One solution, it should be obvious to you by now that there's no way you should have a final vote for this on Monday. You haven't done anything. That circle you were forced into is the first engagement you've even done with the community. The second solution is even easier. You can pass a resolution right now declaring that no student will be displaced from the Roots campus unless they want to leave and go to another school. And if you made the promise to the community now that you would not have the final vote on Monday and guarantee a spot to the Roots students to stay on their campus, there is no fight. The issue is you're allowing Futures and Qs to merge. But on Roots, you're going to close it, displace them, and expand CCPA. Why is Roots being treated differently than every other school community in Oakland? And you have the power to do this right now. So make a choice. Are you going to displace Roots and continue this fight? Because this is just the start.
Thank you.
Or are you going to do the right thing and allow the Roots families to stay on their school campus, in their neighborhood, and actually benefit from the changes you say you're trying to do for them?
My name is Jeff Rector. I'm a teacher at Skyline High School. From what I've heard in the discussion tonight, I've heard that you're making a decision that you believe will benefit these students, ignoring the fact that the students and the teachers and the parents themselves say it won't. You have information that gives you knowledge of what will improve their lives more than they do, and that by closing this school and sending them to a school, it'll be better for them. I was a high school student when No Child Left Behind came into effect, and that system punished underperforming schools and benefited schools that had, based on often neighborhood, based on tax base, better, higher scoring systems. That system didn't work, and it sounds like this is the same thing.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Andy McCasey, and I had the pleasure of working with two schools that are currently facing closure. I was able to work with Roots last year as well as Alliance Middle School, and I was present at both of the board's presentations to those communities when you made those communities aware of the merger at Alliance and the closure for Roots. And I was working with Alliance and Roots through a Department of Ed grant that was a 3-year grant called the STARTS, School Transformation Through the Arts. So we spent a lot of time and investment in these two schools, which unfortunately also meant the closure of those schools. Some of that investment has led to, OUSD teachers to be present at Project Zero Classroom at Harvard and to lead discussions there. I want to just point out a contradiction that you have in that with Alliance, you said in this instance that the leader, Jeff, not being willing to join the school during a merger process is part of the decision to close it, but you actually had the Alliance principal leave her position as the principal, and the school was able to still continue on with the assistant principal and the committed teachers who were there. And I just want to give Roots that opportunity as well, and just to point out that by closing this school, you're essentially in a district that's already losing $56 million because of charter schools. You're essentially giving up $1 million by having 100 students very likely choose the school down the street that is a charter school. So really just hoping that a lot of your work ahead can be about transparency and building trust, and that a vote to close Roots will be a vote of distrust for the community, and that will be like a huge huge hurdle to come back from. So I hope that you will delay your vote or choose a merger process for Roots.
Thank you.
Pablo Pitcher de Proto, or as my students know me, Mr. Pablo. I'm a proud teacher at Community United Elementary, which was part of the first cohort. I'm a proud teacher of many of the students who were in that circle and stood up and spoke, and that was a pretty amazing experience to me. I'm only here not only to be in solidarity with Roots, because we're all on the same campus, but also to ask that you come and have a conversation with Qs about what has happened with the first cohort. And I'd like to invite Ms. Renteria as well to come as the Director of Innovation. I would also like to thank Director Torres, who already has reached out to me and asked if she could come to talk, and I would like to extend that invitation to the entire board and the superintendent to find out whether that's working. Because that was one where the community was not consulted, where the teachers were not consulted, where the parents were not consulted, and to see the solidarity in the parents and the students that were here today, for someone who's now been in the district 11 years and has seen so many different things that have happened for our students there on the Havens Court campus, I would just love to continue the conversation. And as I asked last year, in the same way when you were considering voting on merging Qs and Futures, I would like you just to have more information and more time to make this decision so that it is the decision that will provide the best experience for the students, because in my humble opinion, from what I've seen with the merger with Q's and Futures, it's not providing a better educational experience for our students, and it's definitely not providing a better working environment for our teachers, who will then end up leaving even after many of them have served this community for so long. And I don't want to see that happen to Roots as well, because those are my kids as well. We're all one family on that campus, and that's just something that's been so important to me and why I've continued to be in this district for so long and at that school. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, good evening. Kim Davis. I'm a parent of a middle school student who does not attend Roots, but I stand in full solidarity with the Roots families and parents and students and teachers. I actually wrote you all a letter about why I was standing behind Roots. And part of that was my role on the Blueprint Advisory Group. We had a lot of discussions and fears that exactly what is happening right now would be what the result of that blueprint process would be. And in my letter, I said, as a member of the Blueprint Advisory Group, we worked long and hard to define values and safeguards that would prevent exactly what is happening here, that some students, usually black and brown students, students with disabilities, low-income students, are shuffled around rather than centered in your decision-making. You promised that students and families would have input into the decision-making. You promised a multi-year process to make it work. You have broken your promises to this community over and over again. It's time for you to say, not again. I fully support the Roots families. The other thing I wanted to say is Justice for Oakland Students has done a study on school closures in Oakland. 18 schools have closed since 2004 in OUSD. Shockingly, maybe not so shockingly, they are almost all exclusively schools that serve black and brown students in percentages of 60, 70, 80%. It has decimated communities. 14 of those 18 schools now house a charter school. So not only are you not serving the students that are most in need of our help and our support, you are not saving money because they become charter schools. And those students do not do better as a result. We know that from every study. I have copies of this for you, and I would like to share them.
Thank you.
This is Craig Gordon, longtime teacher in Oakland, and was at Paul Robeson High School, one of the small schools at Fremont that was closed down in 2010. And as Mike Hutchinson said, there are members of the board, particularly Gary Yee, who was on the board at that time. I was reminded of that by one of the students who made reference to Director Gonzalez and said, you came out there and you said you were going to support us, or you act like you're going to support us. Same thing happened to us with Director Yee and Noel Gallo at the time, both supposedly representing Fremont and our schools. And then, of course, we were stabbed in the back, and they completely turned and closed our school and closed Best at McClymonds. Also schools that were being underfunded, under-supported by this district, and then closed down with the excuse alternately underperforming, not enough money. And this situation was created. This is not going to be this is not a process of listening. If anybody's under the illusion that having members of the board listen and empathizing and changing their mind, that's not likely to happen. It's going to happen. You got them to sit down in a circle. We got the students, amazingly, forced a concession from the board to sit down in a circle. Now that, unfortunately, is not going to lead to anything by itself, but it shows the power of concerted action and grassroots, militancy by students and community. And that's what's going to change this board's mind, if it does change, if anything gets changed, because this is not about caring about students. This is about a board that largely is bought and paid for. At least several of the members were put in here by privatizers, by outside money that sees this as a district as a portfolio of investments. It's called a portfolio district, and one school is an investment that can be interchanged with another. That's how it works. The only thing that is going to force a change is going to be continue to come back and militant action, sit-ins, and a strike by our teachers demanding that no schools, none of these schools, the 24 schools, Roots or any of the others, be closed.
Thank you.
Megan Bumpus, science teacher at Reach Academy. This process, or the lack thereof, makes no sense. How can you announce that a school is being closed to families by robocall before the board actually votes on it? What is the point of coming up with a blueprint process that you're not actually going to follow? So Roots is part of cohort 2, but they would be closing with the schools from cohort 1. Is this even legal for you to have a policy like that that you just completely ignore? Why is this not a merger or consolidation like Hughes and Futures, although it sounds like that may not be the way either? Why do the students need to leave and be displaced? Can someone please speak to the discrepancy in funding between the two schools, Roots and CCPA, in the past or present? Because some of us have heard things and would like some clarity on that. I've been looking at the slide. Slide 21 says next steps for cohort 2, which obviously does not include Roots. Sounds like y'all have decided on that already. But these next steps illustrate beautifully how top-down and community disengaging this process is. December to January. Let me just skip to my favorite ones. February to April. Staff will meet with school communities to present initial thinking on the proposals and get feedback. Where'd my other favorite one go? December, January was one. Staff is currently meeting with principals, staff, et cetera, to share initial proposals. So I present to you what we're going to do to your school, and I'm going to share with you our proposal for what we're going to do to your school. Why didn't it start with listening, which the community actually had to force you to do? So this is all backwards. You're here to serve the community. Behind you it says community schools, thriving students. Community.
Thank you.
That's the first part, right? That's the first word. Okay? This is backwards. It does not make any sense, and y'all need to reverse it quick.
Hi, my name is Jamie Gardner. My family lives in District 3. We have all watched in the news over the last few weeks where the LA Public School District insisted for about 2 years that they didn't have any money for teachers, they didn't have any money for nurses, they didn't have any money for counselors. The Oakland School District also, for the last several years, has insisted that they don't have money for teacher raises, they don't have money for student services. The best way to save $81,000 is to close a school that serves black and brown students rather than lay off one consultant. And then we saw in this week, LA teachers went out on strike for 6 days, and all of a sudden the money was there after all. And I suspect that we're going to see the same thing in Oakland, that when push comes to shove, the money could be found if you choose to find it. And if the community and our teachers make you find it, it'll happen, and all of this will have been shown to be more of a show. Thank you.
Over the past years, the Oakland School Board has closed a total of 14 public schools. 6 of these public schools are located in West Oakland. What we're looking at here is keeping black and brown students on the plantation, getting the ADA but not giving anything back. And now here we go again, 2012. I don't see 4 votes up there. You guys need to get ready because they're going to vote no. Boycott, watch the way they vote, start a recall for every one of them up there that votes no. And this is even worse when you look at the fact now they're attacking Latinos. Before it was Lazier, before it was all black. This district is about 24% black. So we need to come back and talk about the money. Before we close any schools, $4.6 million for 1000 Broadway. Reduce district staff by 50%, more money. Stop all these contracts that we can't afford and move some of that money over improving low-performing schools. I see three votes for sure and 4 votes probably. We need to do what LA did, shut the district down, close the schools, make them ante up, and fight for your children.
Alan Purcell, I'm an OUSD parent that lives in District 6, but my son goes to school in District 1 because of IEP needs. I just want to understand the math that you are displacing around 160 students to increase the student population at CCPA by about 50 students next year. Why aren't these being merged? And is the reason they're not being merged so you can protect the graduation rates at CCPA?
Kathy Leonard, Oakland Neighborhoods for Equity. Good evening. I'm really distressed at what I'm hearing today. Sankofa Elementary School in North Oakland, where I live, was closed to the 6th and 8th graders. My mentee went to that school. It was a host of African American professionals who were tutoring those students, but they closed that school anyway. And now some of those kids go all the way to East Oakland to Bret Harte. This is inconveniencing their parents. It's inconveniencing them. They have to get up early in the morning to go all the way out to East Oakland on a bus. This is ridiculous. Now you're proposing to displace maybe 100 to 200 students at Roots. Where do you suppose those kids are going to go? Apparently, I'm hearing there's 10 slots at CCPA, and they're saying they don't want those students. There's 10 to 12 slots at Frick. I can't imagine having to send a kid to Frick when they live on 69th and East 14th, and you're going to send them all the way over to Bancroft Avenue. There's prostitution. Girls are being prostituted around that school, but you're going to send these minor black and brown girls to Frick. Think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. How do you propose to get those kids to another school? If you're saying that the school has low test scores, put some resources in the schools. This is the exact same argument that you made at Sankofa. And I asked OUSD at that time, if you're sending these kids at Sankofa to Bret Harte, what are you going to do to bring them up to the grade level of the Bret Harte students? And they just looked at me. So those kids are floundering at Bret Harte. So you're going to do the same thing to these kids at Roots. You're doing them a huge disservice. OUSD is top heavy. It's time to get rid of some of these administrators and put that money towards these kids who live in a traumatized neighborhood who are probably suffering from PTSD. Get counselors in the schools like they had when I was in school. The answer is not to close that school.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Lauren Cherry, president of UAOS. My UAOS members, fellow labor partners, and colleagues did not join this prestigious profession of education, both direct services and indirect services, to be at this point in our discussion. I recall 6 years ago, the Chicago Board of Education approved the closing of schools, one of the largest mass closing of schools in the United States history. That too, like now, drew tremendous protest from community members, staff, low-income families affected with the undelivered promises. Multiple credible researchers continue to report that students struggle academically, socially, and emotionally after their schools are closed. It is truly unfortunate that OUSD finds itself in continual financial deficit. It is clear that school closures disproportionately impact low-income communities and communities of color. As you make your decisions to define costs, determine cost-cutting strategies, and examine economies of scale, remember that your cuts affect every and the very outcomes that we seek in this district, that is, to build a first-class educational institution that every Oakland child deserves. Your cuts must be based on legitimate differences in costs and student needs across this district. The distribution, one that advances rather than erodes equity, one that optimizes the distribution of enrollments across this district, one that takes into consideration the needs of our students, communities that are affected by adverse childhood experiences. Our collective goal is to figure out how to spend less but not compromise our outcomes, our children. Our students and their needs for early childhood services, site therapists, both social and mental services, after-school programming, health services, community school managers, police services, RJ and PBIS, healthcare education, teaching and instruction, facility maintenance, and our equity work. And of course, our district-wide system of efficiencies. We have to have intentional supports that both support our sites and our central offices. That must and remain the center of our decision and your focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adriana. I am a seventh grade student that goes to Roots International Academy. I am not happy that you are trying to close down my school. It is not fair to me and other students that you are trying to close down our school. And I have a question for you. What is going to happen to me and all the other 6th and 7th graders? Where are we gonna go? Think about this. What if it was your kid's school closing down? Put yourself in our position. And do you guys even have a heart? I don't think so, because if you did, you guys will not be trying to close down our school. So please don't close down our school and keep it open.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual, and I just want to add what the superintendent left out when she listed her 8 principles, and that is segregation. Now, I'm against segregation. I don't think it's a good idea. But you're sitting there, and the Supreme Court in 1954 said that separate is not equal. And it's not. Our society is suffering for the isolation, people living in their own lanes. That starts with the housing segregation, and then when I had no links to Oakland, started teaching in Oakland, I integrated my classes for year after year after year. Now that's changing, but it's not changing in terms of white people. There aren't any white people if I was in those classes today. So economically and racially, we are a segregated school district whose responsibility is to have policies. There's 7 things listed. You're listing these things, and there's nothing about what exists. It is not easy to deal with, but you'll never deal with it. You were asked to deal with it with all deliberate speed in 1950, what did I lost track of there? Was 54? Okay, 1950, no, it was 54 was the Brown 1, Brown 2 was 1956, no, 54, 55, there it goes. 55 was when, since 1955, you're supposed to be dealing with segregation, so it's not part of your principles. Well, then you're asked to have you be our representatives to close schools without a principal. Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Ms. Bumpus, you've already had an opportunity to speak on this
well,
item.
since y'all aren't following your policies, I thought I would step up here for number 2. Megan Bumpus, I'm speaking this time as the newest member of the Oakland Education Association Executive Board.
Excuse me, we're not at that item on the agenda yet.
I'm speaking on the same item. I just want to say that OEA officially opposes all the school closures, all 24 that you have planned. Go ahead, turn my mic off. That the E-Board has signed a letter that states that we firmly oppose all of the 24 racist school closures. It doesn't say that. That was me speaking as an individual. But I just wanted to say that on behalf of OEA, that The union does not support this, and we are firmly against this.
Ms. Bumpus, for the future, there's a specific item on the agenda where the union can designate one leader who will come up and speak. We have one more public speaker, and then we'll move to board discussion. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Johanna Langelo. I'm a teacher at Tech. Honestly, I'm not as qualified as all the other people who already spoke about all the effects that's happening on them. I just have one question. I was waiting to see if anybody brought this up. I think what has been said already is even more important about the impact on kids and the cost of this destabilization. But I am wondering why this rushed timeline, because to me it seems really suspicious. I know that we're in negotiations. We've been in negotiations for a long time. We're coming up on a strike vote and all that sort of stuff about this refusal to deal with the teacher retention crisis. And it feels like an echo of something that's happening on a national level of manufacturing crisis in order to gain leverage. And that feels like it's happening regardless of the costs and the trauma that this causes to the kids in the schools. So I'm just wondering why this is having to be rushed in this weird way now, and I'm suspicious of why that's happening. And I also am wondering why you're operating from the premise that we have to close schools, just closing schools for the sake of schools. Why is that number one on the list? Donald Trump wants a wall. Who cares? Why is that actually going to fix something? You want to close schools. Why exactly should we even accept that that's a good?
Gene Hazard. I'd like to ask the board a question, please. Was there any engagement with the parents of the students at Roots when you came up with manufactured this plan? And if there hadn't been any engagement with the parents to hear their concerns, they're going to have to be responsible for getting those students from point A to wherever you're sending them to. So has there been any engagement with the parents? Is that yes or no? And all those other schools that have been closed, most of them, all in the flatlands, but most of them were black schools, where black students were. And so you continue to have the same pattern with displacing black children. So if you haven't had any engagement with the parents, you should put any action on this until you do, because they need to be part of this dialogue, because it's their families that are going to be disrupted. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to turn back to the board to be able to ask questions and provide further discussion and comments. I'm going to first turn to Director Shante Gonzalez. She is the director for District 6, where Roots is located. I want to make sure you have an opportunity to speak first.
I hope we can do a couple rounds, because first I have some questions. Can you talk more about the supports that have been committed to families? So, for example, this question about case management, can you talk more about what that will look like when students are placed in another school?
So right now what we have done is call every parent, rising 7th and 8th grade parent. We have invited them over to a series. Our enrollment team has met with them. We have confirmed where they live. We've also been able to ask them, what is important to you when we think about what's next? And many of them, most of them, have shared that location matters to them. And that was their number one priority. From there, we also share with them the supports around providing clipper cards for our rising 7th grade students for 2 years and rising 8th grade students for 1 year. We recognize we're talking about 7th and 8th grade students who are, as a public commenter said, are sometimes walking these dangerous areas. So we do have our enrollment team that will be going back out to go support these families as we talk about what is the best option for their family. In addition to that, once they do choose where they want to go, the enrollment team will be prioritize placing them before the general lottery. So the enrollment team currently right now has all the available seats for our 7th grade and 8th grade students. They'll be able to prioritize putting our root students in those positions. And once that happens, we'll find out where the numbers of students are going, and then we'll be able to provide case management. If you look at
So Ms. Rentre, just to be clear, I'm
Yep.
talking about after. I'm talking about once the school year has begun next year.
Yes.
What are the commitments that we're making to support families? For example, can we do anything to help families arrange carpools? Can we help students?
Excuse us,
if they
please.
go in cohorts to a school, for example, how do we support them in the new school environment? And then the other question is, as slots open up at CCPA, what is the process for ensuring that root students have access to those slots? And then the other piece is about what are the commitments that we're going to get as a board, that we're going to be getting progress updates, because there has been a lot of concern about the engagement process, and I'm just wondering, like, how do we make sure, like, what learnings do you have about how we do this differently in the future?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So initially, we had sent a robocall to our families. Since then, we have been calling them individually, so our enrollment team has called that. So in terms of moving forward, what we've recognized is the best way to reach our families is to individually and personally call our families. And when we talk about case management, we are talking about a potential counselor, depending on the number of students there, whether they're sitting in that site of their welcoming site, or a traveling counselor who is providing advisory opportunities. We also talked about that person following them for 2 years and being able to give you all reports out on how they're doing in their time between that time.
We'll do another round. So why don't we go down this way? Director Hinton Hodge.
Thank you. Thanks for your report. So, my timing issues are how this got moved out of cohort 2, and I think, and so, and it's hard. It's, we're in public, and people gaslight all the time. So I just want to be really clear around like what I believe to be like kind of my truth, but I don't want it to. I don't want it to be misrepresentative, right? So what I think I understand around the shift happening was around allowing CCPA to be able to be in place to do hiring, et cetera, et cetera. So technically, superintendent and to the staff, I'm like, for the sake of more authentic engagement, I don't understand how that privilege got given when it. And I know I'm not in your shoes, but I'm just saying, like, really? Like 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Like, the difference that perhaps would have made in, like, the hearts and minds of people, or the sense of, like, engagement, right? Like, we do have a teacher shortage. It is hard to get people, but I'm just, like, I'm not convinced that a 2-week rushing up on a deadline makes it any better. So I hope I don't have misinformation around that, but I'm kind of holding on to why this kind of got pushed in a different space, because it felt a little off balance. The case management thing that I think is like really relevant right now, and I feel like I've talked to like Reach and some other folks that are really like being mindful of, and the principal I know is really talking about like how to, and you're saying deeply engage with families, call them and talk to them directly around what they need. And so I want to know real numbers, like how many 7th graders, how many 8th graders. I know that there's some conversations about that there's a high number of students that are, that technically it's not really DHP'd, but if they got suspended from other schools or they've been transferred, so that there's a high need population that often comes like just a couple weeks ago, right? And so thinking about the transition of some of those students, and then also a high level of special needs students as well. So again, just kind of thinking about like who is that population and how much do we have to hold them? So I'll do that. Lions Creek is in that is that community. Kinship, Oakland Housing Authority. There are people that we should be on the ground with, talking with, like finding where Ms. Ship is like, you know what I mean, tomorrow or Monday or whatever, so that again there can be real connections. I'm sorry. Can I just get like 30 seconds to drive through? Because you don't even have to answer my stuff so much now. Sped, I did it. I just have this one more, and this is probably the hardest and the most controversial. I actually don't want to support this unless you show me 7th and 8th graders being held by CCPA. Like, I read something that came from a young person. There was a community career person, staff member who's sitting right behind you, Miss Ayana Moody, who sent me some of the posters and things that are happening inside the school, right? And in the fine print, you know, it was a young person who said, why are they taking our space but won't take our students? They shouldn't get to take our space if they don't take us as students. And so that has stuck in me. And so I know it's like, I watched Kip Bridge like blow it by doing a TK4 all at once. It's not smart. It's not the best practice. But you know, and there's a couple people on the board that are like, it's all about the charters and that's why this is happening. The charter schools will figure out how to support those students and how to bring them into their system. So if we want to, it's not even about competition. It's about what can we do? What can CCPA do? Like, work harder. Help her work harder. Let me help her work harder. And then I just want to be really clear, the race thing, like, I am tired of this school district, like, not engaging deeply and honestly and building the skills to talk about race and to talk about how it gets in the way of children learning. And there's some people clapping that need to be going through processes and looking at bias and looking at the ways in which they are not serving our children, because that's kind of why we're here. So I just want to be clear that, and you know that I've already kind of engaged, like said that out loud and named it. Yeah. So it's just like, it's just really important. I'm way over my time, but those are all the things that I just want to contribute to it and want to support that. Thank you. 7th and 8th graders, I think that's the most important thing to me.
Director Yee, I have some similar questions, so we'll allow some time for responses afterwards, because I think there is some important clarification. Director Yee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity of the presentation. A couple of figures that I'm interested in. Roots had a 32% first choice, and so 68% of the kids who are in the area are choosing or gave some of the schools as their first option. Can you give me some examples of the schools that they applied to? Maybe Mr. Wilson, could you come up and, because I know you have quite a bit of live-go data.
So the vast majority of those students who were assigned to Roots listed CCPA as their first choice.
So CCPA, because I saw the data that CCPA has something like 180%, it's a high demand school.
Right.
So the challenge is the parents' first choice was CCPA. And what is the second choice for them?
Well, sometimes it's root because people aren't looking past their neighborhood. A lot of the families we found that live there, especially our newly immigrated families, are A, not familiar with the area, B, not familiar with transportation, and often use their older child to take care of a younger child who may be attending futures or Qs. So there are other cases. I mean, people right now, we are automatically creating applications. Before we got to this phase of potentially closing Roots, when we started the enrollment season for this year, so far we've collected about 154 applications for Roots, but vast majority of those applications are ranked 7. So what that means is you automatically get an application to your neighborhood school just because we need some place for you to go. So they automatically get a CCPA application if they're neighbors and a Roots application. But then they get to choose where to place those applications in a series. So Many of them are placing CCP at the top and Roots at the bottom, which is
So
another
what are
signal.
some of the schools that are in between? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, some of them are schools like Bret Harte, Claremont, Montera. There's a lot of schools, and they may get into some of those schools as well. So,
Excuse me.
Just keep going,
Mr.
Mr.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Right.
I'm listening to you.
okay. It's challenged me because I'm hearing impaired to have that voice back. So yes, I mean, we can do a more complete analysis of the reports. It's kind of a changing situation day by day because we haven't closed down the applications.
Okay.
It is
So
difficult
then-
to hear the speaker when
Yeah,
folks
so
are
then,
shouting, so-
where, with the follow-up question of this, and this is, the end of my section, was in terms of the opportunities then
Yeah.
for students to be placed in other places, if we prioritize in the lottery system, which you manage, the Roots students, what are some of the choices that become options for them?
So we are not planning on putting the current 6th and 7th graders, who will be 7th and 8th graders, into the lottery. What we're doing is we're doing outreach. I've spent the last 3 days at Roots meeting with families. What we see is that every year we have what we call attrition space. Every school loses kids from 6th to 7th grade. Sometimes it's a small number, sometimes it's a large number. So we've calculated over the last 4 years, we've done some linear regression on that to see what we think the projected attrition will be. We have about 200 to 240 attrition spaces at 7th and 8th grade across the district. There's about 67 current 6th graders and 90 current 7th graders. There's space for them across the city.
Okay, and what would their ranking be?
So they wouldn't be getting a ranking because what we'd be doing is, let's just say they chose, if they chose life. So life may have, I'm just going to pick a number, but it's like 5 attrition spots. So what we would do is we would then take all the families that indicated to us that life was their first choice, and we would say, okay, this person actually lives in the Life neighborhood, or actually Life doesn't have a neighborhood, so that we wouldn't apply that. We would randomize all the people who selected it first, and then place them into those spots. What that means is those 5 spots normally would have gone into lottery. Those 5 spots are not going to go into lottery, so other people who would have been applying for those grades aren't going to get into those schools. The Roots kids will get to those schools first and foremost.
So then you are essentially prioritizing the option for Roots parents to choose
Absolutely.
Life Academy, to choose other schools that would be on their choice,
Right.
on their list.
Exactly.
Okay, and one of the reasons you need to be the spirit of time, or the time constraint, is because you're holding those spaces because otherwise they will be released to the lottery.
Exactly. So I need to be able to make the offers of these spaces to the families before March 1st, because on March 1st we need to begin our what we call sandbox lotteries, our practice lotteries, so that we're ready for our results of our lottery on March 14th.
So that's essentially the time pressure, is
Yes.
to essentially guarantee that those students from Roots who are displaced would have the priority over everyone else for those spots.
So far, we've reached out to every family. We've collected their choices from about 20 families at this point. I'll be back out there on Friday afternoon, and I plan more engagements at the sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Thank you for those questions. You covered a number of mine. The first 4 questions I have are clarifying, so if you have the data points, that would be great. And I'll pause to hear your responses. The total number, so you have 73 6th graders, 89 7th graders, and how many 8th graders?
We have a total of, sorry, let me pull my notes.
And then the total question is like my third question, so if you have all of that.
So we have 73 6th graders, 90 7th graders, 103 8th graders. And that's a total of 266 students.
266, so 73 6.
73 6th graders, 90 7th graders, 103 8th graders.
Okay, so we get some sense of the size of the school. And you said a total of 266 attend. Do you have the demographic breakdown in terms of the kinds of students, the ethnicities of students that attend?
Yeah, I'll give you that. So 33.8 African American students at Roots, 42% Latino. Those are the two major groups.
Okay, thank you. And SBAC data is what I'm looking for. If you have the data there, the question for special education service rate, how many students do they serve in terms of special education?
We have currently, about 15% special education students.
Okay, and our district average is about 14%. And so now I want
They had a larger percentage of special education students, and they had their, one of their programs actually transitioned to CCPA.
Okay, thank you. And academic data, if we could look at math and literacy rates for each grade level, if whatever data is available for each grade level, you probably don't have SBAC actually. What indication do you have of how students are performing academically at Roots?
I could give you, so I'll give you the actual numbers, but we do know at this moment that Roots has the lowest ELA SBAC scores in middle school and the lowest math SBAC scores in middle school in Oakland.
Okay. And we don't have the data on how many students, roughly does that translate, are reading on grade level? How many students are doing math on grade level?
No, I'll get that for you.
Okay. So those questions.
Miss Aguilera has it.
Oh, you have more. As she transitions, the reason I'm asking those questions is we have to ground ourselves in some kind of academic data. That is my interest, and so that's why I'm asking these questions.
So for, we look at the SBAC scores in language arts and math. Our district average, and remember we talk about the distance from the average score. So our district average is 49.9 points in language arts away from standard. And for math, it's 74.3 points away from the standard. But when you look at Roots, that's a district average. So when you look at Roots, we are 112.4 points away in language arts and 173.8 points away in math. And the SRI data is 17.5% of students reading on grade level.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my clarifying questions.
Thank you. Director London?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Did you want to go, Director Torres?
No, you're going to go next.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions because my colleagues have covered most of them. But can you talk a little bit more about academic supports if we were to vote to close the school that would be provided to the students? I hear that concern, and we've heard that before in other situations. So they're going to be very anxious that, how are we going to make sure they're ready to enter their new schools academically? And obviously we've talked about the social piece.
We heard that from a public commenter today, as well as I heard it from some teachers when I met with them individually as well. I want to direct you to slide 21. When we look at the fiscal impact of the CCP and Roots, and what we see is in the first year, $295,161 of savings. And I bring that up because our superintendent shared, this is going to...
Could you switch to the slide too? That would be helpful.
There we go. This is what we're looking to reinvest as we think about reinvesting into our students. So at this moment, we're thinking $30,000 for the transportation supports that we'll need to support our rising 7th and 8th graders. And when we talk about case management, we're talking about majority of that money going to the case management. So as we think about where students are going, special education students that attend Roots, as well as our students in general education, and finding out where we could provide them that case management supports, and that could be in the form of academics. And I think that's something we want to engage families and the school around.
Great. So I'll be interested if we come around again to get a little more detail on if you have any ideas of what specifically those supports will look like. But I want to go back to something that you were talking about with Director Harris, which is that I think I heard you say there's a special ed program of some sort at Roots that is going to move to CCPA or has already moved?
That has already moved to CCPA.
And how many students does that involve? Do you know?
I don't know the exact number, but I could get that for you.
Okay. But to be clear, what I'm hearing from you and the staff is that there will be a seat. While we may not continue to operate this school, the students will still be going to school. There's a seat in schools in Oakland for all of these students, and there's a spot for the teachers to keep teaching, right? There will continue to be jobs and there will continue to be educational opportunities, and I understand people are not happy about that, but I just really want to emphasize that. Thanks for your time.
Director Torres.
So, a lot of the questions that I had been asked, but then some of your answers, some of the questions give me some more reasons to ask different questions. And one of the things that's kind of troublesome for me to understand, and I'm going to ask a few other questions just so you know, but I'll start with a comment, which is something that comes from having sat with the students and also just going into any of my schools in District 5 or any schools in general when I read and go to a special event. We're talking about other better schools that we're going to send these kids to, which seems to be somewhat of maybe a white privileged place that kids of color are going to have their family broken up, but we're going to give you this other family. We're just going to trade. I'm not sure how your family works or your guys' family works, staff, but my family is very important to me just as they are. They're not all perfect. They're not all easy to get along with. We're not always happy, hunky-dory, but they are my family. And I think one of the things that's really hard is this judgment of, we're going to send you to better schools, meaning your neighborhood isn't even good enough for you because we're going to send you to other parts of town. I mean, that's really hard because it's happening with other schools in my district where kids walk to school, but now we're talking about let's bring this school and that school and let's make them cross a dangerous street that a young girl was killed on called Fruitvale. It's always full of cars speeding. And so in any event, that's a bit difficult for me to hear and not know what schools specifically. And I know you guys have a lot of work, but that part alone is very hard for me to understand who's making that judgment call about what's better for these kids. Because it's not just the education and the school, it's everything their life encompasses that we heard tonight. Bullying by their teachers from prior grades, and then they recover, and then they build trust. We're just shattering that trust. So in regard to enrollment, I have been here for 6 years, but I've been in the district for a long time because my daughter started kindergarten and graduated in the district. And enrollment office is a place where people tell you, oh, not that school, oh, maybe not that school. And they give you this crazy, like, look in your, as far as where you're trying to go, and you hear it all the time. So why is CCPA so imbalanced at 181? Why aren't families being told, here are the options, and kind of counseled so you don't have these lovely statistics to then give us a reason to close routes? I personally feel like a lot of manipulation happens and not a lot of work in that office to try to balance things out, but it's a real pretty number, 181%, so we can use it to disenfranchise a family. So that's problematic to me that our enrollment office has always had that reputation, and I even asked a board member, a student tonight, it's true, families are counseled out of Fremont and other East Oakland schools. So how can we do this better? And then lastly, in regard to, and so that affects this whole thing about declining enrollment. What has our enrollment office been doing lately for families to balance it out so that people aren't going to have to continually move and go across the city? It's just not feasible for some people. Transportation is an issue. That's a huge part of our budget that if we didn't have that problem, we could probably give those teachers a raise weeks ago. Weeks ago. But we're doing this backwards, and so in closing schools, what about dealing with land, excess property, things that are very, very valuable, like Lakeshore that's next to a freeway and causes asthma? We can sell that. We can do something with the 7-Eleven committee, but we're just going right for the black and brown children as always. It's really frustrating.
I want to clarify. Yeah, you mentioned talking about better quality schools. As we speak to our parents and all of our notification to our families, we've been talking about choice.
Okay.
Because we recognize it's a matter of choice, and we want to provide that choice. So as Mr. Wilson was sharing.
And that includes charters too, right? So we're just diminishing Oakland's enrollment.
When we have shared school information, we've only shared district school information with our families.
And then you had a slide where you started talking about how you engaged families, somebody screamed robocalls, and then you switched the slide really quickly to something else that had some statistics. So how many families had been reached? 10%? 20%, 30% personally, not just a robocall? Because I know you reached some, but not everybody's going to be available.
On January 16th, I took my staff off of all other work, and we contacted every single 6th and 7th grade family at Roots by person in their home language, including Arabic, Mom, Spanish, and English. We left messages if there was no answer. We spoke to a significant number. We recorded the outcome of those calls. Since then, I have not been able to take my staff off the work because it's very time consuming to make those number of calls. So we've now moved to making robocalls and emails and texts in their appropriate language. So far to date, I've had 4 sessions where I've been at the school both in the morning, midday, and into the evening for a total so far of about 12 hours. I've worked with 20 families. I have another session planned for Friday. I have more sessions planned for the coming week. And if that doesn't result in getting families, we will then take my staff and start making home-to-home visits so that we can reach out to families.
And I appreciate that response that's very specific, because I think that one of the things that I would have wanted to see tonight was some families who said, I appreciate the district for reaching out to me personally, and I appreciate the district telling me how this is coming about, and about my child being put in a better quality school. And that, you'd think, would be some balance, right? That not just students coming here with negative requests for us not to do this closure. You would think there would have been also some families who would have said, you know what, district, we're glad that you're reaching out to us and telling us what's behind closed door number 1 and 2 and 3.
Well, they've expressed that to us. I want to clarify, we have not made any placements. We've collected their desires in terms of choice, and then we will figure out how to prioritize them.
Okay.
Great.
Thank
you. I had a few questions before we go back. I know Director Gonzalez, I would ask the folks that went over in time to yield to folks that did not the first time. So I find the data around thinking about the expansion of CCPA very compelling. I'm most concerned about the 168 current students and what the plan around transition is, as are many of the questions that were centered, and particularly with the 101 students that are living in the area. And so I just wonder about, if we've only reached about 20 of them, I wonder about, and it sounds like there's been considerable, that there was personal calls and I think 12 hours of open hours, which is significant. I know it's a lot of time, but there's still a number of families that may or may not have been engaged or understand what their options are. And so I guess my concern or my questions just center around, well, first of all, just access to 200 slots across the city. That it doesn't seem like a lot when it comes down to, maybe I'm misunderstanding that. If there's 168 and there's only 200 across the city. Oh, at each grade level. Okay, so there is a bit more choice than, okay, otherwise I was gonna say that didn't sound like a lot. Okay, and so for those that really are prioritizing location where they have a sibling at Q's or Futures, and really the neighborhood is highest priority. What are we looking at in terms of options for those students, and how are we working with what are some options that they have, and how are we looking at working with families to make sure that because not all families we know can travel across town, and for some of the families, it does seem like the neighborhood is really critical. Can we talk about the types of supports around, or what are the options in the neighborhood, and what will we be able to provide for them nearby? I'm not sure who's best to answer. Yeah.
We'll both answer this. So one of the things as we are engaging with CCPA in their expansion is as soon as day 3 hits and a student is not going to their school, we want to put a rising 7th and 8th grade student into Roots. So being really close to it when we're looking at the first day, second day, third day of school, all the way up until that reporting day. CCPA, I did say Roots. CCPA, thanks for the correction. In addition to that, we have Soul. We do know that when we've been speaking to families, they've been talking about how they have younger siblings that are going to the Futures and Qs, and they drop off their sibling, and they said, what's the next closest school? We have shared with them that that's a school, and many of them within the 20 that we've had have found interest in those schools as well.
And how many openings? Oh, I'm cutting myself off. But okay, so and are there, how many available slots do we have at Soul to be able to accept students?
Right now, I believe the number is 10 at each grade level, but we'd have to look at that. So it's between, I can pull it up right here.
Okay, and then for my understanding is with the 6th grade, there's a high percentage of special individuals with special needs, and so are we making extra accommodations to make sure that within their IEPs that there's transition plans and that the schools that they may be choosing can accommodate their needs?
Yes, we'll absolutely need to do that.
And what does that look like in terms of that level of support?
Yeah, we want to make sure that where they're going to a program, somewhere where there is a program, and be able to support them in that. I mean, it really depends on what their IEP is asking for and what programs are available. So that is really like a personal case-by-case situation, but we definitely need to put attention to who those are and make sure we put them in those places. Ideally, if they're at CCPA, we want to put them in that place.
The number of seats available at Soul is 8 for each. 8 in each grade. The number of seats is 8 at each grade that we anticipate being available.
Okay. Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, I do have more questions, but I want to let the students go first.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation. I'm about to leave, but I just want to say this, that I think this entire conversation is ridiculous because we just heard from students and they told us what they want to protect, and the duty of the school board is to represent students, and one of our values is students first. And if students are telling you that this is what they need to be successful, and if this is what they need to feel safe and accepted at their school, is to keep their school open, then I don't understand why we're having this conversation, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Mr. Chavez, no, nothing?
I mean, yeah, of course, and so like we just heard it from the public, right? And it is a very hard situation, and I see both sides. That's why I'm mostly kind of quiet. I want to hear both sides and then just get as much information as possible. But there's a lot of moral and ethical things like taking in place here, and so I highly suggest to not close down that school, because I've known folks that have attended that school. And I've seen the connections that they have with the teachers, with the students themselves, and it's just very crucial to have those connections, right? And it's hard to build, to keep them once you go to a new place. You feel alone, and so folks don't deserve this, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you.
So, I don't think I have more questions for you both right now. What I want to share is why this is happening from my perspective, and I'm speaking for myself. So a lot of the challenges that we're facing right now are things that we don't have very much control over. We don't get to control what the state charges us that we have to pay into the pension fund for the state. We don't get to control the statewide rising increase in special education students, students with diagnoses. And every year that is taking up, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. We don't control the state charter law, although many of us are involved. Director London and I are both on our district's legislative committee. And we certainly, we're going to be talking later on tonight about our legislative platform and some changes that we would like to see in the state charter law. But as of right now, even when our district turns down a charter school, we can be overturned at the county or the state level, and that happens to us very frequently. over the last 20 years, our district's enrollment has declined from 52,000 students to 37,000 students today. And we have more schools now than we did 20 years ago. And so that math just doesn't work. We can't have the 86 schools when we have 15 or 17,000 fewer students. And so the one thing that we can try and control is the quality of our schools. And for me, that's what this is about. This is about an opportunity to expand the size of CCPA so that we can serve more students. We are expanding the size of Met West, which is our most high-demand high school, our highest, I believe, graduation rate in the city. We know that students that go to Met West are going to graduate and they're going to go to college, and that same thing is true of CCPA. So for me, there is moral, you're right, Mr. Chavez, Director Chavez, there is moral questions at stake here. But there's also a moral question about our obligation to expand access to the quality schools that we have. Both things have to be considered, in my opinion. And I am personally tired of losing our students to charter schools because it undermines our ability to support all of our students. The students that don't get into CCPA, a lot of them end up in the charter sector, or we lose them to other districts, or we lose them to private schools, or families are forced to stay home and homeschool their children. So I'm tired of charter schools eating our lunch, and I want to fight for the enrollment of our district because I believe in public education. And so that for me is what this is about. This is about our opportunity to dramatically expand opportunity in East Oakland by expanding the size of CCPA, and I wish that didn't have consequences for other students, but it does.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Who else? Director Hinton-Hodge.
Excuse me.
Please respect the process. So I have a request. So this is a comparison piece. So remember, in my mind, I need as many 7th and 8th graders to experience CCPA that is not like racist, that is, embracing of them, right? And so SPED students, I want it, because you drill a little bit more for me, maybe on the CCPA side, like how many students do they actually serve? And I want to know a little bit about the success rate of their special ed students. And we know, right, we live in a space where disproportionate number of SPED students are African American students. Disproportionate number of students, African American, get over-identified as being SPED, right? So that needs to be kind of worked a little bit more for me around CCPA. So again, I'm advocating for them to go there, but I want it to be a safe, healthy, quality special ed program if they're taken in that way. So I think that there needs to be more investigation for me, board members, about CCPA. Again, like, is it the right landing place for some of these students? Or all of these students? That is really, really critical. Let me just make sure I'm getting support from a special needs parent who is amazing and makes sure that we say these things and we speak, up about the SPED needs. So yeah, it's really important to understand what the outcomes are for these students. I think that's it. So that is super important.
So when it comes to our special ed population at CCPA, they do have a higher than average special ed population that they serve. And when I talk about higher than average, they're at 22%, and I believe our district average.
And how many of them are African American? Do you know?
I don't know. I'll get that information for you. What I did is recently, like I said, the special ed one of the special ed classes from Roots transitioned into CCPA because CCPA was able to support them.
Why?
CCPA had the supports to be able to support them.
Okay. Are you done, Director Hinton-Hodge? Yes. Okay, Director Yee.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. The first is I'm curious with the number of 250 students at Roots or so. Do we have a rough idea? And you said there were like 4 or 5. I really don't know how many staff there are. Do you have an idea of what the average class size is? And I wonder how has Roots been able to be sustained at low enrollment over these years. Even at the rate of 350, it's very small for a middle school to sustain it, given the ADA that the school's given. 266. Right, at 266. So how is it that they're able to sustain it? Is their class sizes exceptionally small because they're under-enrolled, or how does that happen?
So they have 12.5 teachers according to their budget. They have an RJ coordinator who you saw today. They have an AP and a counselor, and they also have their principal. You heard it today from the teachers. They're working above and beyond to be able to provide their resources. But it does become really challenging as the enrollment declines. So as we talk about the declining enrollment, we see that Roots in 2013, they were at 327. The following year, they went to 292.
Yeah,
the following year, 315, 314, and now they're currently at 267.
Okay, thank you. The second question I had is, I think somewhere in the presentation, we noted, and I thank Mr. Mordecai, if he's still here, for mentioning the Brown versus Board of Education and so forth. So is it actually the case that we have significant racial disparities between the two schools?
Yeah, so there's two things here that I want to point out. One is at its inception, when both schools were created, there was Brandy Stewart, who founded Roots, and Aaron Townsend, who founded CCPA. And we did see from its inception there was that divide. There currently is that divide of disparity, excuse me, not divide, disparity between the two. We also know that CCPA at this point has 40% siblings coming into the program. So when we look at the enrollment process, we know that siblings comes first. So with 40% siblings, we're seeing the majority of those siblings are Latino families. And as we increase those numbers, then we're talking about 20% siblings. So we see that hopefully we can have more diversity.
So do you attest to CCPA's commitment to bring a heterogeneously diverse population at its school? Because that's what this is based upon, and maybe some of the earlier, instinctive worries are that we feel more comfortable in the school because of its mix. So do you attest to the fact that CCPA is prepared to make that commitment?
Yes, and I think, so I've been talking to the principal of CCPA. She has seen this as a challenge for a few years already. She has seen this as a challenge for a few years, and she started acting on it by working with the future CUES families to ensure they enroll, and then also, like I said, her and her team calling families who haven't enrolled. Now, part of the lottery process, the enrollment process, as we know, can't handpick people, but we know that if we could get neighborhood schools in there, we'll have a more diverse population.
Right, and then the third piece is, when the 7th or 8th grader gets, selects Life Academy, for example, if they select Life Academy, then does that prioritize their younger siblings to also be able to go to Life Academy?
Yes.
So, in other words, this is potentially advantageous in terms of bringing the families together in the school that the family ultimately chooses. And that was our initial intention about elevating siblings beyond. And then my last little piece.
Yeah, because you're over time, Director.
Okay. Well, I was very under it on the other side.
Okay.
And plus the staff, I give the staff plenty of time. But Director Torres, when we were in the circle, one of my concerns was you pointed out that that we voted against EPIC. You voted against EPIC as a board because of low performance. And then when it got to the county appeal process let it go through. So that's why you said your intention was to reconsider. And I would just say, I would look at the opposite. You made a just decision in the beginning, and you should honor that process that you did in terms of looking at the right thing for the kids. And so that's my my comment to you on that, because I took it very seriously. This is not to duplicate the county's bad behavior. This is to affirm the good behavior of the board.
The county also said because the last year they were doing better, and therefore they were going to put hope that the next 5 years they would continue to do better, as opposed to looking at the first 4 years.
Right, you all made
which is
your
odd.
decision based upon the low performance of EPIC.
Of the total 5 years,
Yes.
correct. And the size of this district being right-sized.
Yeah.
So obviously, right-sizing the district, which the superintendent of the county has said we're supposed to do, but now they've gone against what they have said we're supposed to do.
Okay.
So they're
thank
just
you.
letting us expand.
Who else wants the opportunity to ask questions? Director Harris.
No questions. You covered me. I really just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you, Director Gonzalez. I appreciate your perspective. I've been doing this long enough to know when it's happening in your district, it feels different than everybody else here. So I share your perspective, and I just appreciate you lifting it up and the vulnerability it took to actually say what you said. So I don't want that to be missed. I appreciate that you're keeping both things present as you make your considerations, and I just wanted to lift that up. I know this is difficult. So thank you for leading through that.
Is there any other questions? Director Torres.
I guess one of my questions is that you've been answering between yourself and Mr. Wilson the question around principals being told, for instance, like CCPA principal, talking to the feeder school, that would be the elementary school, and so on and so forth. And that was actually one of the questions that I had typed up earlier and didn't get to, which is, I feel like we do that in an ad hoc way when there's an issue, there's a problem, and so on. And I'm meeting with staff on Friday about the fact that there is no system. Our superintendent hasn't put in place a system to where we don't get this 181%, but then 32% as far as choice. And we only got to see first choice. We didn't get to see second, but later he told us Roots was second. But I feel like there needs to be a seventh. Roots was their seventh? Okay. So ultimately, it's like the fact that our principals are not connected from elementary to middle to high school. And actually, there's a lot of elementary school principals that completely engage in the process of telling kids not to go to our middle schools. We said goodbye to about 7 families that left Montclair and then hightailed it over to Orinda. And we thought, we'll see you at Montera, which is where my daughter was going. And they said, no, we're leaving. And I thought, why are all these people leaving? So I mean, that was years ago because my daughter's in college. But why aren't we doing something systematically to connect the principals across the district when it comes to we lose most of our kids in middle school, and then the big drop off after that is from middle school to high school, we have another big drop off. Where's the system then to get our principals to do this connection, to balance our city out so we're not having to do this massive shuffle? It's really difficult to understand why by now we're not doing something about it. I'm meeting with staff to talk about it Friday. That's great, but it's been years like this. So I'm hearing a little bit tonight, but I feel like this has got to be systematic.
Great. So I'm sorry I had to step out for a little bit, so I'm sorry if this was already answered, but I'm wondering if when we come back on Monday, I'd like to just have a bit more information just about next steps, because also there was that closeout around engagement with community and what, I'm not sure, I guess that's, sorry, let me just stop. So that was a question. Is there planned engagement with staff and the community? And then that's one question. And then my comment or request for information would be that just really better understanding for the 100, especially for the 101 students that are in the neighborhood. What is the plan for them going to be? What do the schools look like in terms of the number of slots that are in the neighboring areas? How can we make sure that there's a plan in place for these students in this, if we're not offering a transition year, what that will look like? And I understand some of it, obviously you have to talk to families and know what their preference is, but even understanding where the available slots are and what we're going to be doing about families who highly prefer the neighborhood because of different sibling factors, how we're going to be able to serve those students would be, I'd like to see that plan before voting on this. And if you could talk about any planned engagements that staff is planning to do between now and when this item's coming for a final vote.
So I've been having office hours with the staff every Wednesday. I believe I've met with a total of 9 staff members, counselor, AP, and teachers. And I've been really appreciative, and I said this in the beginning, but I've been really appreciative of the solutions-oriented thinking around this and really providing ways to, like, let's figure this out. That's where some of the new data came around when we talked about potential phase-out. What makes that challenging when it comes to the budget? I'll continue to do that. I'll continue to have these office hours where I go to Roots and engage with staff members.
Great. And will there be another opportunity for that before Monday? Because when Monday is the final
No.
decision.
No, but I'm happy to make that happen. I know they do have a PD on Friday.
Okay. Great. Anything else? Okay, so thank you for this. This item will come back on Monday. We're going to have a special meeting on Monday, January 28th, I believe, 28th, and that is when a schedule for a vote will be. Thank you very much for all the work and all the effort. So we need a motion to extend the meeting, and I also am looking to poll board members. We have a number of items. Of course, this is the first item, and we're past 10. So I'm wondering, there are some items that do need to go tonight, but I'm wondering if folks are willing to also extend the meeting till tomorrow as well, come back tomorrow when we were supposed to have a fiscal vitality committee meeting, and instead of trying to plow through everything tonight, it would allow a bit more opportunity. I also don't feel, just given the magnitude of the budget reduction conversation, I'm not sure if we're well equipped to have that conversation at 10:30 p.m. tonight. So
move.
Okay, so what I would suggest is that tonight we get through, let's go till, do you want to go till 11 p.m. tonight?
11:30.
12.
12, midnight.
Okay, 11:30.
Okay, we can go till 11:30 tonight. There are some items, like I said, that we should get to, and then we can pick it back up tomorrow. And I would suggest that we take up the budget reduction item tomorrow if everyone is okay with that, so that we have more fresh, we can be more fresh for that lengthy conversation.
So there's no meeting agendized on the district website for tomorrow? So you can't just add it into something that's not agendized?
Can we do some reordering now? Like, in terms of, like, can we move through, like, maybe consent agendas or something like that?
Mr. Hutchinson,
Excuse me, Madam President, I am on the dais, and I have a question for you around the order.
Thank
Please.
you.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank
So on the order, I do think we could go, so let's just continue through for I-2, then we will table the I-3. Do you have a request to move something earlier?
Well, I was even thinking, just could the general consent, since they're bundled, could we go ahead and, I don't know if people are pulling, or could they not pull tonight, and
Yeah.
you know.
We have to do the consent tonight, and also we'd
Right.
like to do the audit report tonight. I know that there is also a first or second
The
read.
opportunity to get that pushed last time, so that's also important.
As did the legislative platform, so
And the
I mean,
legislative got pushed.
So let's see how far we can get. We can definitely do the consent agenda after we do the first two items, once we get to the special orders of the day.
What about the student?
Madam President, Madam
Are you
President,
here for the student director's report?
Madam President, can you explain as to what time the recessed meeting from tonight will resume on tomorrow?
So the recessed meeting, what time was the Fiscal Vitality Committee supposed to be? 5:30? So this would be a recessed meeting tomorrow because we're not able to get through the whole agenda today. We have, I believe, 36 hours to be able to continue the meeting if we're not able to continue it and finish it in one night.
So what time tomorrow?
Tomorrow's meeting would be at, I want to make sure that the key staff will be able to make 5:30, but I will confirm that within the next 10 minutes. Do I have to say it right now?
Okay, confirm it 10 minutes.
I don't believe you need to say that until the point at which you're recessing.
Thank you. 5:30 or 6 p.m. I think would probably be most ideal. Okay, so we are on item I-2. Is there a motion to adopt item I-2, 2019 OUSD Principles and State Legislative Priorities?
Yes, I would like to move adoption of this item. Director, President Ng, we talked about this at our last meeting. We have an...
Second.
Thank you, Director Torres. We have an annual process by which we establish the policy guidance for our legislative platform. We've been doing this every year now for several years. At our last meeting, there was a request from one of our members to have more discussion with folks in the charter community, which has occurred. And you see before you actually an amended version of the platform. There's several amendments in red in the charter section, so that is the document on which we will be voting tonight. I just want to emphasize that this is like a big picture policy document. This does not mean that we are automatically out, you know, before, like, individual bills get introduced in Sacramento, and our legislative advocates then bring those back to us and say, okay, board, do you want to support this bill? Do you want to recommend amendments to this bill? Do you want to oppose this bill? So this is not, you know, the end all and be all. This just helps our legislative advocates know where to go for us. And I also want to recognize our former director, Nina Sen, who's here. She worked very hard on this platform with me, as did our Deputy Chief of Communications, Ms. Good. Do you want to add anything, either of you? Ms. Good?
The only other thing I would add is...
Come closer to the mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm Valerie Good, Deputy Chief of Communications and Public Affairs. Good evening. The only other thing I would add is that this is the third year we have approved a document similar to this one, that all of the legislative priorities and bills that we support, we do post online. And so that we're very transparent around what is supported by the board. And that
Yeah, this, good evening, board.
Good evening.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate what happened earlier tonight between yourselves and also the community and staff. That was unprecedented and it was difficult, but I think it was really meaningful in a certain level to be able to hear each other, so I appreciate that. On the legislative platform, I want to emphasize that this has been something that is not new, that we've been building on it over the years, and we've been receiving briefings from our lobbyists from Sacramento School Services. So this is what you see before you is a documented version of where we've evolved to. And I appreciate the additional work that was done with some of our community members since it was presented a couple of weeks ago. I also just have some other things I want to just emphasize, that this platform is meant to be a holistic approach that fits into the work that was done around the citywide plan and supporting a sustainable number of schools. And what I would like to recall is, and unfortunately the superintendent had to leave, but she's referred to the school district as a garden. And to expand on her analogy, I would add that when a tree or a plant is traumatized by the elements, like this district has been in the past in many ways, that it's time for it to be temporarily sheltered. And we've talked about the concept of a pause. And so what I'm encouraging the board to do is to kind of look at this as creating a greenhouse or some kind of a shelter for the district to recover, to give it more nutrients, room to grow, water, sufficient light. In other words, really to create a pause for the next several years so that we can get stronger and be sustainable. So I think that the main aspects that have been highlighted in the priorities are mainly around attracting, retaining great educators, supporting students, health and wellness needs through restorative justice and ACEs and trauma-informed practices, early childhood, and creating safe and inspiring learning facilities, and expanding our career technical education. That in conjunction with some other things that I think draw on the citywide plan and Board Policy 6006 are really important, because we need all of our stakeholders in the community to come together and for the board to really facilitate and be a guardian to that process. So that's pretty much what I wanted to add, but just appreciate the hard work and your thought and consideration.
One final comment. I just wanted to remind the board that we did have a 3-hour study session on the legislative platform that is before you. What will be voted on tonight actually has some edits to it, so I don't know if you're going to go through
Yeah, that's
those.
right. The version that's been moved forward is the version with the amendments.
Okay.
Great, thank you, and thank you. Wonderful to see our recently former director, Nina Sen. Thank you for the work on this. So let's do public comment first, and then do board. You want to do board? Okay. Okay. Let's do comments first then.
Okay,
Director
so-
Hinhaj.
So this amendment that's here, when did these red lines come in to place?
Excuse me, these were amendments that were suggested to us by a recently retired leader in the charter community yesterday, and we,
A recently retired charter leader?
Miss Louise Waters.
Okay, so Louise Waters provided these amendments, and you emailed this to us, or I'm just seeing this for the first time? I missed my email, or I'm just getting this for the first time on the desk?
We determined this, I believe, late yesterday, that we were going to, that we thought that these were amendments that would be helpful in the platform, and we released it today, this afternoon. It was,
Okay,
I believe.
so I didn't have a opportunity to review this.
No, I apologize.
Thank you. So I also sent amendments or ideas, some to just that are real concerns for me, where I looked at this and I thought about it from a perspective of practice, but also what was really law. And so in some cases, I feel like you guys approached things that were like local issues that like bothered you, and tried to turn that into like some law change that needed to happen. So for example, we went through charter schools asking for a waiver recently, and I think that some people didn't like the idea of the waiver and the changing the time. So then that gets inserted into this agenda to be some kind of law that you want to be legislated around the time frame. The other practice is around SELPA. So this is a kind of a request and an ask that, again, at the legislative level, that, you know, everyone should participate in SELPA locally. It's a local issue. And we've done some research, and I don't think that research has come out. And so to the sitting superintendent right in the moment, I know that you in particular have had conversations about how folks can come back to the SELPA. And my understanding is that there's been some financial assessment done around that. We've looked and talked about capacity. And so I would ask that you get that information back to the board, because I feel like we're talking about it, SELPA's, we're going to maybe make that change. And so, again, for it to be slipped into a legislative agenda, to be in Sacramento to have a conversation when it's a local issue, just doesn't even feel appropriate to me. It's about our practice here. The fiscal piece, I think I can probably go with the idea that we need to really define what the fiscal distress is inside the organization, if you're going to do a denial based on that. Some of the language, again, for me around the fact that you want to eliminate appeals processes, especially since I've witnessed this be a space where people don't really abide by the law, nor do they abide by staff recommendations. If this was a much more fair space, I think I could go with that, but it doesn't operate in that particular kind of way. The material vision number 8 seems a bit confusing to me, in that someone can't ask for a material revision around where they're going to move to until they have an address. And so this notion that you want them to do the material revision and then go, say, to the county to get, or the city to get jurisdiction to move, is just backwards. Like, I can't give you an address if I have not necessarily, in this particular case, we're talking, again, about ERIS, a very local issue that came up. So again, kind of manipulating a law and a rule so that it fits the direction that you want. I'm just going to finish, because after that we can just vote or whatever.
I just have one clarification.
I think the prohibiting authorization of charter schools outside the boundaries of the authorizers, I think that's law. You can look up Anderson versus Shasta, It might be in relationship just to non-classrooms, but I think that there's been some stuff on the books and talked about in that way. And so and then I totally didn't understand number 6. Like, that was too many words for me. That went way over my head. I didn't know if you were asking for integration. I don't know if you were asking for segregation. I'm not really sure what you're implying here about the student population needs to reflect the neighborhood when we live in neighborhoods that are incredibly segregated. So that one confuses me. I don't know what you're talking about. Then I find it interesting in this analogy of the garden, a little bit taken aback and a little bit offended because I always find the folks that show up, right, to kind of push back against charters and have a hard time are some of the most privileged people in this city, right? Like, and I talked to my lovely board members before. Every single one of them had the opportunity to choose where their kids got to go to school. They live in neighborhoods where they have top quality schools. They made choices to buy homes in those neighborhoods to go to those schools. And then a couple people do not have children, so they don't even have the experience of what it feels like to look for and think about and have to go through that process. And so it continues to be very offensive to me that someone can talk about sheltering or greenhousing. Yeah, you've had the privilege of a greenhouse. You've had the privilege of being able to move around and get the things that you want inside of this school district. And these are all Oakland kids. And so I am very tired of the separation that's going on. So I will clearly not support, I support everything else on this agenda, but I'm gonna have to make a decision unless we divide this up and you take the time to really talk to your colleagues. It's an insult to 606. You don't say you're partnering with someone and then all of a sudden come up with an agenda that absolutely ignores them. And then act as if you talked to them when you didn't talk to them. You talk to like an advocate and never talk to the leaders inside the school district around schools. So so my addition would be that if we're talking about charters, why don't we talk about accountability of authorizers? Why don't you get some legislation that says the state of California is going to look at authorizers and how well they do their job? Because we have never done our job very well as an authorizer. We've never been held accountable. We've never even created a standard within our own organization about how we do authorization. It's not in there. You would probably want to do that. The second piece is the idea about renewals. And so where do we go with renewals? Are we doing renewals based on some old standards? How are we really measuring in order to kind of think about, like, is it progress or what have you? So those are my two additions that are actually about, like, the betterment of, like, children and the betterment of the system itself.
Do you have a specific language change?
I did, and I emailed it to you.
I didn't see a specific language change. I saw question.
Emailed to you. I emailed it to Ms. Good, Ms. Sonali, the vice president, and the president.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge, I thank you for your comments and for your eloquence. In the version that's been provided in red line, somehow that second to last point about the material revision was not included. So that should be included. I don't know how that got dropped, but your comments made me realize that somehow that point got missed. So that is something that we are including.
I haven't read it. I didn't have time to read all the red lines in any real way.
I understand.
And just to lastly say that because of the time frame of this, there were many, many charter leaders that were ready to speak out on this. So if it turns out that they're in Sacramento to do this, or they lobby you in other ways, it will happen. But communication is really vital. Thanks.
To your point about accountability of authorizers, we could certainly add language in if you would like to propose something.
Okay, thank you.
Director Yee.
I want to congratulate the people who did the agenda for the following reason. But I did need to, I asked to have it postponed to this meeting so that I could get more clarity on it. And what it actually did, I think for both Director Hodge and myself, is we reached out to people and it helped us begin a dialogue with the rest of the communities of schools, which are some of the charter operators. Frankly, they couldn't get themselves organized well enough to speak with one voice. And so that was one of the problems. And so it is going to be a longer discussion. Much of it is going to be local, but I think the legislative agenda could be actually created to be the starting point for a variety of charter school discussions. And I believe the superintendent has some sort of a roundtable that, is that correct, Ms. Aguilera? So she does have some roundtable with charter leaders. So this could actually provide the starting point for that, even as we are looking at a legislative agenda for the state. So I actually do appreciate and want to respect the work of former Director San and Director London and all the rest of you for creating this.
Okay. Is there any other board members that want to speak? Otherwise, we'll turn to public comment.
Call a question.
We have to do public comment first. Thank you, Director Yee. Thank you. Public comment on this item. We're just going to do 1 minute on this item.
Do we want Ms. Floyd to call the names?
Do you want me to call the names?
Yes, please.
Katima Ballantyne, Maya Woods Cadiz, Latalia Parrish, Aaliyah Perry, Annie Chu, Samantha Lai, Mary Rose Martinez, Kaya Beth Barbola, Janet Chavez, Isaiah Thomas, Heavenly Simpson, Carla Barizna, Winnie Ho, James Miller, Christian Rodriguez, Jermisha Hall, Kaylin Seychow, Ahmed Hajajai, Gabriel Falero, Nadia Flores, Ishmael Armandiz, Dejan Jackson, Kathy Leonard.
I think some of these folks aren't necessarily here, so would it be helpful to just have folks who are still here to come forward and say their name?
Yeah, that probably would be better.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you, if you're here to speak on this item, just come forward and please introduce yourself. Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Mordecai, before you begin, can I just as a point of order, because I'm going to reverse what I just said, and I don't before people leave, is that it's come to my attention that there's some key staff that won't be available tomorrow night for a budget reduction conversation. So it is my recommendation we do continue on with that item tonight, although it is late and obviously not ideal to have such a hearty meaty discussion at that hour, but it is the recommendation. We'll just move on to that item, and we'll see how far we can get in the agenda tonight before 11:30.
Okay.
Mr. Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So as I was not a parent in Oakland. I was a parent in Berkeley, California. So for the interests of at least one board member, I experienced integration, something that Oakland has never experienced. So my white privilege did not allow my children to go to the same segregated schools that are so copiously provided in the Oakland public schools. Now on the charter sort of thing, I appreciate the analogy or metaphor of a garden, because charters are the weeds that are strangling this district. The language here, I mean, I could go through it. And one thing was that I tried to follow, and it seemed that there was a different copy that you guys had that didn't get to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Yeah. So but I'd like an answer on that. Were there two copies? Is this the same copy the board was using?
The one that was uploaded to the...
There should have been copies made available to the public of the red line that we're considering today. They're probably over on the table over there. Okay, maybe they were all picked up.
I'm just pointing out that I make mistakes constantly. People make mistakes. That was a mistake I want to call to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Next speaker, please.
Wow. So again, another meeting where I think I've seen everything here at the school board, and we're back to making it up as we go along. And you know, I'll wait till we get to that item next, but the fact that you're going to handle budget reductions of $20 to $30 million in this fashion is again shocking, and it shows the problem and the dysfunction that we have here on this board. I'm tired of hearing board members who haven't read the presentations and aren't prepared for meetings. You know, we should clearly have two legislative priorities for Sacramento from this school district. You've been telling us for over a year that the district is going to take a financial hit because of increased STRS and PERS payments. We saw that the governor's budget just addressed 1% of that and gave us some relief. So why aren't you pushing in Sacramento for total relief from that to free up money? You've said that's the problem, so why don't you address that problem with your legislative strategy? And what many of us in the community are working on is an end to the charter school appeal process, so our local school board has final decision. Something else that you've mentioned, but why aren't you working on those issues instead of these? This is a waste of our legislative dollars in Sacramento, and it'd be nice if you actually partnered with the community and maybe even listened to our ideas instead of running us into the ground like you've been doing. You should be ashamed, but I know you feel no shame.
Good evening. Max Day, apparently the weed in the garden from CCSA. I know that was not your words, but honestly it's kind of apt. These priorities were developed without consulting the chartered sector. That is not a way that we build community. You had a letter sent to this board last week from 10 charter leaders asking for an in-person conversation about this, about legislative priorities that could drastically affect 30% of the students and families in Oakland. And instead we got an offer of a 30-minute phone call. Again, not the way that we build community moving into the community of schools era. So I would ask you guys, please postpone until you can meaningfully engage. But if not, we will continue having these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ishmael Armendariz, first vice president of the Oakland Education Association. So I'm going to read you something. The board is acutely aware of the legal constraints that limit its formal authority. Current state law does not currently allow the board comprehensive authority on location, authorization, oversight, and management of charter schools in Oakland. However, the board is committed to establishing more high-quality school programs and understands that this vision will not come without fiscal, legislative, and political challenges. The board is prepared for the journey ahead and is committed for advocating for legislative changes that will result in greater and more effective control of the regulatory environment in which the school district operates. Now, I stood up here and opposed BP 606, but this is the one change that we got into this policy. And for people to say that this is out of line with that is inaccurate. The policy calls for state changes. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I wanted to say really quickly is on the previous item around roots. So we put in a demand to bargain, and we have not heard. And so I believe, I'm not sure, but in that process, our next step is to go to PERB. And so I would ask that you would have Janine Lindsay, labor manager, respond to our demand to bargain around the school closures.
Thank
and
you.
so I'm not sure how that's going to affect your
We can have someone follow up. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nelson.
I brought some props. Jack Nelson, Oakland taxpayer, retired San Leandro teacher, Oakland resident, Skyline High graduate, and I own Jackson Ladder, an Oakland company. I raised approximately $300,000 in my 29 years in San Leandro, including giving Castlemont $4,000 for their homeless football players back 2.5 years ago, and helped develop Burrell Field by Nordstrom in San Leandro. I strongly urge you to get rid of 3400 Malcolm Avenue, a charter school, sell the property, reuse the property, work with a developer to put teacher housing in there. And I'm sure you'll make anywhere between 3 to 5 million, and another 3 to 5 million if you get rid of King Estates. And that would be less demanding and troublesome to flatland schools. Keep roots. It was great tonight to hear them.
Thank you.
Please, keep roots.
Thank you very much.
Stick with public schools.
Love Life. The first bullet point on what you would recommend related to the chartered schools has to do with suspending new chartered schools based on the fact that you're dealing with fiscal distress. I would hope that you never talk about Proposition 1D. And Proposition 1D mandates that when a new chartered school is being built, that the district has to provide 50% of that payment. In the case of remodeling, 40% payment has to come from the district. So I hope you would look, everybody looks like they don't know what 1D is, but it's there. And I hope you would ask for a rescinding of 1D when you have fiscal distress as well. Lastly, I would hope that you would have a mandate that chartered schools cannot be neighborhood schools. It's always supposed to be that way, but here in Oakland, chartered schools are, in many cases, neighborhood schools where they take kids only in the neighborhood. And I went to the Oakland Middle School, and I asked why there weren't any black kids there in such low numbers, and they told me because they don't live in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And so the neighborhood schools are the reason why chartered schools want, and we are pushing the neighborhood schools that are our traditional schools, we're pushing our kids out of. So stop this practice of chartered schools making themselves neighborhood schools.
Thank you, Nina Sen, speaking as an individual and also as a former chair of the Legislative Task Force. I just want to emphasize something that on November 20th, Director London and I convened a meeting of people who were interested in talking about the amendments for the bylaws. And there were leaders from a variety of different organizations, which was really a powerful thing. And I would just encourage that there be continued dialogue. Those that came, I invited specifically to join us for the 3-hour study session. And those that were present represented Educate 78, EDS, REACH, Parents United, Californians for Justice, OCO, Equity Allies. And there was someone from GO, but they weren't able to stay for the whole session. But I thought that was an amazing meeting, and I just want to encourage that kind of community dialogue to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote on the item unless anyone has any further comments. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
Let me just clarify, Director, President Ng, we are also included in here should be the following language. Require charter schools to request a material revision for new or expanded facilities prior to the time the charter school requests permitting authority from the city or jurisdiction that must approve land use and zoning. With that, I move the item.
Ms. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
We already did that, actually.
On the motion to adopt item I2 as stated, Student Director Chavez?
Yes.
Student Director Amasoho? Director Hinton Hodge?
No.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. Thank you all for your work on that. So as I said, we are going to move on now to I3, 2019-2020 fiscal year district budget reductions. I recognize this is an unideal time to start this presentation, but we also felt it was really important to take the time earlier this meeting to be able to sit in a circle and be in dialogue. So here we are. I believe we're going to turn it to our superintendent had a family emergency, and so we have our Deputy Chief of Continuous Improvement, Senior Deputy Chief of Continuous Improvement, Sandra Aguilera, who's joining us, and I will turn it over to her.
All right, good evening, everyone. I will be walking us through our budget reduction plan for 2019-2020. Our staff is here to help answer questions as we dig into our presentation. So for today, we'll take you through the background, an updated reduction scenario, and our recommendation. We will also provide an update on the governor's budget and what this means for Oakland Unified, and then provide next steps. So as we think around the background, we take into consideration our vision and our mission, and we ask the question, where are we going and why? So we need to make sure that as we're building our district priorities, they are grounded in our vision and mission. Coupled with our vision and mission, there are important priorities and a theory of action that we are following, and this is greatly informed by our board policies. So within organizational resilience, we have teacher retention, the school governance policy, and the equity policy. Within quality community schools, we have board policy 6006, which has been brought up extensively this evening, our creating community of schools, our LCAP, and then quality school development, which includes our quality school standards. For our fiscal vitality, we have board policy 3150, and much of our presentation will be framed using a lot of the language coming from board policy 3150. And then we have our fiscal vitality plan that was presented and passed recently. We also want to consider the input that we have been considering as we're digging into the details in how to best make thoughtful priorities and also our reductions. So we have our stakeholders' input. We have the report that I'm sure everyone has seen from the All City Council. We also have our PAC survey. We're about a little bit over half of our principals participated, and they do range from the different grade spans K-12. And then we also have a community survey where it was posted online, and community was able to respond to that, and we were using that information to see interesting information, especially around what do you prioritize in terms of investments, and then what are our trade-offs. So we also used information, and this has been discussed a lot in our district, around other districts and how we compare to other districts that are similar size and serving similar students. And then, of course, we have our FICMAT report. So within that, as we are digging through to think of our priorities, we do need to think about the overall budget and what we're actually speaking about. So we have unrestricted budget of about $416 million, and this includes general purpose funds and supplemental funds. Because we are limited in making reductions from only this part of our budget, we are limited in how we make recommendations on these reductions. So just to provide the community some reference points as to where we have been and how we've come to this point. So in June 2018, there was a projected deficit that we were spending beyond our revenue. In August, the board passed a fiscal vitality resolution to reduce $30 million. In September, when we closed the books, we showed a greater than expected savings from our budget reductions and fiscal restraints. In November, the board passed the updated fiscal vitality resolution, again with the $30 million reduction. And that we want to name specifically was in order to fund priorities, including compensation and making sure that we have a healthy reserve. In December, the first interim report projected minimal deficit in 2019 and 2020, but no funds for investment or the 3% above for the reserve. In January, and this was just recently, January 9th, and tonight, there will be this presentation to review reductions and the savings plan that have been prepared by staff. And then future, January 30th, the board is scheduled to adopt a revised reductions or savings plan after the second review, which is tonight, January 23rd. Okay, specifically, the staff presented on January 9th the 3 reduction scenarios which aligned with Board Policy 3150. It demonstrated substantial reductions to our central administration. It also limited reductions to central services and sites. We also wanted to limit the reductions that we were making and proposing to school sites. We also showed and had options with varying reduction totals, which there was one option around the $30 million in total reductions. So from the January 9th board presentation, the board directed staff to return with scenarios that identify a full $30 million in reduction, establish a 3% reserve, expand the range of options to consider both central services to sites which we were protecting under 3150 in our previous scenarios, explore reallocating supplemental funds, minimize negative impact on school sites, and investigate reductions to contracts and classified management. So now we're going to walk through the updated scenarios and recommendation. So this slide begins the process we took to get to our reductions. In addition to grounding in our mission and vision, we took time to listen to many different stakeholders. We know that we will need to make very difficult trade-offs to get to where we need to be in providing quality to our students. We also recognize that the trade-offs we need to make will affect people and programs we deeply care about. We are doing our best to make the reductions in a way that least impacts school site budgets. However, we know that reductions, even to central office, will have an impact on school sites. We have also heard from our stakeholders, and we are examining how we can specifically reduce contracts and the number of classified administrators we have in our district. All right, in terms of our process to recommend our reductions, in order to get to our recommendation, we explored many scenarios and considered the following parameters. The reductions need to be in unrestricted funds, which includes general purpose and supplemental and concentration funds. The reallocation of supplemental funds needs to comply with the purpose and the use of the funds and be approved by our county. Reductions need to be guided within the framework of Board Policy 3150 with some flexibility to get to the desired reduction target. Reductions to school site budgets should be as minimal as possible. And again, looking at consultant contracts and central office management. So these are the steps that we took to get to the recommendation. So given the parameters for step 1, we examined the impact of only reducing central staff funded by unrestricted general purpose dollars. So there is more detail in the appendix with the step 1. Then for step 2, we examine the impact of reducing central staff and staff hired to perform central services at school sites, funded by unrestricted general purpose dollars, and reduce school site discretionary funds. Again, we have further details in the appendix. And step 3, examine the impact of reducing central staff and staff hired to perform central services at school sites funded by unrestricted general purpose dollars and supplemental funds, and reduce school site discretionary funds. Okay, for step 3, we examined the reallocation of supplemental funds. And for this one, I wanted to specifically provide some context about our LCAP and the use of supplemental funds. So a lot of times when we speak about our funding, there's this notion of, we have plenty of funds and you can use them as we'd like because they are unrestricted funds. And that is partially true, but there is a portion of our revenue that is worked through what's called the LCFF calculator, and that provides us the target for the amount of funds that we are to specifically set aside for supplemental and concentration. Last year it was roughly 77 million. This year it's looking like it would be roughly around 79 million. And that means that you must use these funds to provide academic interventions for specific groups of students. So no matter where the money sits, if it sits centrally or if it sits at school sites, we have to serve specific groups of students, specifically English learners, low income, and foster youth. Now, the supplemental funds must be used to support the academic outcomes for these specific students based on our LCAP goals. And they need to be measured by our student outcomes. So some of the buzzwords that are out there are academic return on investment. So it's basically telling us that we set goals, you have to measure the progress towards those goals and report out on our outcomes. And then you do an analysis of if that investment is yielding the return that you want. And if not, what are the changes that need to be made? We also need to make sure that, and this is a point that our county has been stressing with us, is that any repurposing of supplemental be properly taken through the steps with our parent and student advisory committee, that they are consulted, and of course, as always, we provide them the space to provide us with recommendations, and then we respond to all of those recommendations. So in the past, and last year, you may have noticed that there was a lot of rewritten parts of our LCAP because under the county's guidance, they explained to us that we had too many actions and activities, and we needed to narrow in on specific items and not list every single thing that we were planning to do in our district. Also, certain items like clerical staff was removed from the LCAP because they did not deem clerical staff as being a viable intervention for student achievement, which we agreed with, and of course then we worked with our staff to remove an item like clerical staff in our LCAP because that was not a justifiable use of supplemental and concentration funds, just as an example. So just a reminder that we do have our student-centered LCAP goals. We do have 6 of them. We have provided so far one special meeting on our elementary progress so far, and that was a deep dive into each of the areas to describe what we're doing in terms of our actions and services, and showing the progress that we've made so far with the data that we had available at the time of that presentation. And then, of course, when we come back for the LCAP first draft, we'll be providing more outcome data. So this, again, is a resemblance to the steps that you take to ask the important questions. Are your investments yielding the results that we need? So I wanted to take an opportunity because sometimes when you look at our services that are considered central services, we also have to consider that our school sites that receive funding, they have the opportunity to purchase services from the district. And we often refer to these as the 5700s. And we wanted to break down for you the different types of positions that our schools can purchase, and then also provide the total full-time employee, how much our central office funds, and then how much our school sites fund. So just to take you through the top item, restorative justice facilitators. These are people that work with our students on campus. We have a total of 21 in our district. 8.75 is funded by the central office allocation, while 12.25 is funded by our school sites. So it's just to give you an example of, while this all looks like a central service, there are ways to multi-fund this work. One large area that is about $11 million, which is considered a central service, are our custodians. We have about 210 custodians, and this may only be paid for using general purpose dollars. This could not be an item that we shift into supplemental, because that would not be considered a viable use of the funds to provide academic interventions. So I wanted to set that up so that way there's some clarity about what central services consist of. So as we considered making priorities, we again considered the stakeholder input, student survey, principal survey, community survey, and then we prioritized certain investments. So you will see none or no to very little reductions in the following areas. So none to special education, none to nurses, counselors, teacher retention, teacher recruitment, teacher compensation, nutritional services, and custodians. So these are areas that we are continuing our investment. You will not see very much of a reduction in these areas, and many of these items will be held the same. But in order to take you through the other steps that we were talking about, we do have to make changes about how we are implementing services within community schools, student services, within linked learning, within the academics and instructional innovation department, procurement, financial services, police services, and technology. So that's signaling that we are making reductions in these areas. Doesn't mean the work goes away completely, but it does signal to everyone that we are needing to make some changes on how we're implementing this work. I can just kind of describe specifically for community schools, student services, linked learning, academic and instructional innovation, and other departments. We have that sit within the academics overall umbrella. We have 3 different renditions of what we could do in sort of this redesign work. And once our board provides us final direction, we're pulling from this, these plans in order to make this overall recommendation. So there has been some extensive planning going into what could be based on different scenarios that we are bringing forward. All right, so this is where Board Policy 3150 comes back into play. Again, in that policy, it names specific areas. So the first is making sure to allocate funds to our legally obligated expenses. And you can see that that is about $29 million, and there's some specifics within the table. And that is remaining the same because, again, these are legally obligated expenses that we're not able and we're not going to reduce. The second area in Board Policy 3150 is the administrative costs. This is your district office staff, finance, human resources, performance management, our instructional services, our legal services, and our district leadership. So that was this year at $59 million. And so the recommendation that you will see before you is projecting this amount to be a reduction of $11 million at $48 million. Again, the new direction on January 9th said, please examine central services to school sites. So currently, special education, custodial, and buildings and grounds, school police and school security officers, school nurses, school counselors, and specified enrichment resources. So we do offer summer school. That's our hub model that we offer. We do offer a music program, an art program. We have nutritional services, and we do offer athletics. So within this area, the scenario you are about to see goes from $98.6 million to $94.2 million. And for our school site budget, you can see that schools receive funding based on their grade span, their free and reduced lunch percentage, English learners, foster care, and high-stress neighborhoods. So that was to the tune of $230 million, and we are recommending a $3 million reduction at $227 million. So more specifically, going into our recommendation is to reduce the central administration and the central services using general purpose funds and by reallocating supplemental funds. And then lastly, reduce school site budgets in their discretionary fund by $3 million. So for central administration, it's a $11.2 million reduction, and it's reducing 84 employees. For central services, it's a $4.4 million reduction, and it's reducing our FTE, or full-time employees, by 68.4 employees. For school sites, it's a $3 million reduction to their discretionary fund, and then operational savings is $2 million. So our final recommendation is a $20.6 million reduction. Okay, so now just to provide a little bit of context for our governor's budget, we did see an examination of what the governor has in his plan. And while I need to just make sure that people understand that this is a projected plan, there's still some steps before it is finally approved. And the governor's budget is revised and updated in May, so I'm sure we'll be getting more information. But as you can see, that there is a LCFF COLA adjustment, which means that my reference earlier to the LCFF calculator, the revenue amount will be increased, and that is the reason for the increase in our supplemental and concentration amount. So I referenced that. Here it's referenced to be about $3 million. So that is projected to go up because of the COLA adjustment, and then therefore your amount would go up. So the STRS adjustment also, there's a proposal to help out with the rising costs for our STRS retirement, and the governor has proposed a $1.7 million, or this would mean $1.7 million for us specifically, beginning next year and into continuous years. There's also no specifics for Oakland in particular, but the governor has named for early childhood that there would be an investment in about $2.4 billion. And you can also see our multi-year estimated adjustment at second interim of $4.7 million beginning in 2019, 2020, and then going on for 2020-21. So our plan for addressing the impacts of reductions. So we do, to make these types of changes in 1 year, we're expecting considerable impact for our school sites and our central office personnel, especially around our programming. So the loss of people, as we know, when we talk about a central office decrease, it is will impact many people that live in Oakland, that live in the community. And so we want to make sure that we are creating respectful transitions for those who may lose their position in this process. And so the steps that we're going to take would be a central office redesign, to continue to redesign our district and make sure that we are reaching our board policies 3150 and looping in 6006, because all of this is very interconnected. A lot of what we are discussing between 3150, 6006, and then with our represented unions and our represented employees, all of the way that we need to look at this is very connected. So we want to make sure that we're doing all of these reductions respectfully, acknowledging the work that people have been doing over the last few years, and make sure that we are still able to reach our LCAP goals, because that is a non-negotiable. We can't go backwards in our academic achievement. There's also transition planning that we'll be offering to our employees through personalized support for job transitions. We'll be creating alternative plans to address the reductions in central services to sites, and continue to seek grant funding. And this is a big item that we need to acknowledge, that we have great partnerships with foundations and with organizations that have been funding our work. And so as we seek continued grant funding, we will likely have to make some decisions prior to getting the notifications for renewal of those grants. But we are going after considerable funding in many of the areas that we named before in order to sustain our programming. And with that, we will pause for comments or questions.
All right, let's go to public comment first, and then we will go to board questions and discussions. We also have other members of the senior leadership team here that could answer questions on the fiscal side as well. Public comment on this item. Please come forward. 2 minutes. It's a big item.
Love Life. I'm sure you all know that President Obama will be here in February
1 minute.
to speak to the Brotherhood program that he has. And he's kickstarting it in Oakland. And when you go online to see how it's being implemented in Oakland, it's the African Male Achievement program that's seen as your brother's keeper. And I saw a lot of young black boys at a meeting here stepping up to say, don't cut our program. So are you going to be telling President Obama that you're going to be cutting the program that gives African Americans and Latinos the opportunity to close the gap that exists for them? And so in any way, are you putting on the plate that you're going to be cutting that program? Yes or no? Yes or no?
We're not in a position to respond to that.
Well,
right now.
I hope that President Obama is aware that that's under consideration in this school district, because those boys wouldn't have been here if they had full support for their program. It wasn't necessary to come here to beg you to keep it in place. So don't play around with Obama when he gets here to act like you're supporting African American males when you're not doing it.
Thank you. Please come forward. Just introduce yourself as you come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Shamar Toos. I came here with about a dozen other folks from the Black Organizing Project. Unfortunately, I'm the only one that didn't have work or school in the morning, so I was able to stay pretty late tonight. I wanted to, just in regards to the budget conversation, really want to urge the board to really seriously consider some really drastic reductions to police services and potentially the elimination of the Oakland School Police Department for a few reasons that I'll get into, but I think it's really important that that is a conversation that can be opened to the board for discussion and also to the larger community. I think if a school district can discuss closing schools and have that much discussion around how important that is, I think closing or phasing out other aspects of the district to find and to balance those fiscal priorities is something that's worth considering and really taking some serious time, putting some staff energy to it, coming up with a report. From what we've looked at, the Oakland School Police disproportionately targets and negatively impacts students of color, specifically African American male students. They're a disproportionate use of resources. These aren't academic programs. This isn't something, it's really hard to make an argument that these folks have any real impact on student academic achievement. And it's a security, if there's security concerns, which are real, I think there's agreement, even with the city, that the Oakland City Police Department is just as capable of responding to the schools as the school police, which is a multi-million-dollar line item on the budget. I think like closing schools, these are kind of experiences that really alienate students and really push students out of the schools. Losing families is really a bad thing for this district, and I think the families are what are going to justify the continuing success of Oakland schools, and we need to keep those families here, and there's one way to potentially do it. Thank
Please
you.
extend our apologies to those who had to go home early.
Hi, Alan Purcell, parent of an OSD student and chairman of the SSC at my son's site. We just approved our Title I funds in our budget for next year, and we did not approve the rest of the budget because you guys haven't decided on the budget. But one of the line items in there was that our discretionary funds had gone down $117 per student so far. And I see that the $3 million cut to school sites is still being recommended, which is another $58 million. Concerning the change to Measure G, that pretty much means that even if we are getting $20,000 for our library, we will not be able to have a library. The other question I have is books and supplies is still listed as about $49 million in your budget that you sent to Sacramento, with only 19.2 of it allocated. Where's the rest?
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. This whole budget process this year has been even more disappointing than the last 2 years when you cut our budgets over and over during the years. It's actually shocking at this point. We closed last year, when the books closed, the official numbers, $29.3 million surplus. When we approved this year's budget, we were projected this year for a $22.4 million surplus. That was 6 months ago, June 27th, 2018. Then the first interim report comes out, and all of a sudden this year we're projected for a $23 million deficit, and next year's projection was changed to a $19 million deficit. So what happened in 6 months for our numbers to change by $60 million? We didn't have a natural disaster. Nothing happened. We had this presentation last week, and the recommended amount was $17.3 million. Now, in the last week, we've had the governor's budget come out. And I actually disagree with the numbers. We're going to see a windfall of $10 to $15 million at least from the state next year. But instead, the amount of reductions went up, even though we're in a better situation than we were a week ago. How does that happen? You've been telling us for a year that we have a looming deficit because of increased contributions to STRS and PERS. I took some time to read through the budgets, and you know what was written into the multi-year projections for the last 2 years? Is the increase in those payments. They've already been built into the multi-year projections. This budget has no money set aside for a teacher's contract at all. We didn't even have a discussion about a police force or cutting consultants or anything. $3 million cut from our school sites is on lower per pupil spending when we know we're getting even more money from the state next year, on top of the 46% increase in state funding that we've received over 5 years. So why, when we get more money, does the next budget plan show bigger cuts? This is your mismanagement, and the dollars don't add up. We're not going to accept this. I'm sorry you don't want to listen to us who go to the meetings and actually produce our own reports. You guys are so wrong, and these are numbers. Thankfully, my Oakland education taught me how to do a balance sheet, but you all should be ashamed and embarrassed. And if you pass this budget, it guarantees a teacher strike, it guarantees per pupil spending is cut next year, and it guarantees you're bringing austerity measures to our district when you know we're getting more funding from the state.
Thank you.
Something doesn't add up, and I'm not the crazy one. And hopefully you're seeing what's happening behind me, meeting after meeting after meeting. People aren't accepting this anymore because other people know how to do math too. So can we have a real report and not do this at 11:30 at night when you've had a year to come up with this budget reduction plan? And let's be honest with the community and say the only reason you're trying to shove this down our throats is because of a March 1st deadline for Assembly Bill 1840, which
Thank
the
you,
new
Mr.
governor's budget
Hutchinson.
means we don't even have to take because we have a surplus again this year.
Board members, who would like to kick us off? We're going to be out of compliance. So what we'll do is we are going to go until 12:30. Yes. Director Harris.
Okay, I shared some questions, and I still seek answers to those questions as we consider this budget, so I'll just name them here. Looking for an impact analysis that shows the impact of the proposed and recommended reductions on each one of our school sites so that we can know exactly which staff will be unavailable to every school in the district. I'm also looking for clarity on the numbers. If someone could state plainly what is our total budget in 2018, that's this year, the total number, and the total proposed number for next year. Something doesn't make sense about the $3 million COLA increase because it's the same as the COLA increase we saw before the governor's proposed budget. So if someone could make some sense of that, that would be great. Overall, I want to share that I do not support the reallocation of supplemental and concentration funds. Supplemental in this case, that is a direct hit to just about every school in my district that has a super high free and reduced lunch population. So while it may appear that it's only staff and central services, it is also a direct hit to any discretionary funds they would have available to buy the things they need to support their students. So categorically, I don't support the reallocation of those funds without a clear plan that shows that the very schools and students those funds are there to help, are available to those students that they're there to help. So really, my ask again, and we have been making this ask for some time, but just so that it is again plain, is that we have about $11 million of contracted services that are not being considered as a part of these reductions. I would like to see those contracts scrubbed. It would be my recommendation that we aim to reduce those contracts in the $11 million, not the transportation money, by $5 million, that we aggressively try to reduce the amount of contracts that we're doing before we look into these other buckets. The main thing I'm saving my 40 seconds for, if somebody can stand here and tell me the total budget, $400 million, roughly last year, what is the total number projected for this year? Not how much the COLA is, how much is the total budget for this year and the total budget for next year?
Do we have an estimation of that?
So for this upcoming year, we're estimated to have $416 million for next year.
What is this fiscal year?
410 million, but we'll call up Marcus Battle to answer that question and verify my numbers.
Yeah, I don't have those total numbers that you have, Sandra, but in terms of the local control funding that we get, at first interim, we were at $389 million. With the increase in the COLA, which is a little less than 1%, because there was in the adopted budget, there was, with the governor's proposed budget, it's less than a 1% increase over what was in the adopted budget. So the difference between what was at first interim and what we have now is about $3 million. So it's just that variance over what was in the adopted budget.
So are you saying our total budget for this year is then 392?
Yes, for the local control funding formula.
Okay, so there's inconsistencies in the numbers that you have and the number that the county has. So some reconciliation or confirmation from Superintendent Monroe and her team, the numbers aren't matching.
Yeah, we're working very closely with the county.
Right. So right now, you know, as Mr. Rakestraw always says, time is truly of the essence in this case because we have pending decisions. And so not only do we need that information to be confirmed by the county, we also need to have that information for our pleasure as well as for the public's pleasure. And
Yeah.
time is of the essence.
Yeah,
One other item that, one other item that I wanted to address in your questions is the details for a school-by-school reduction. So I did compile a preliminary list and provided that to board members. I do need to add the school security officer information, so I will come back to you by tomorrow to provide that information. And I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the supplemental and concentration funds, that we are not impacting the supplemental funds that are given out to school sites. So that is still under their discretion. There's still some guidelines that they have to abide by to spend those funds. I am speaking about the supplemental funds in the central services and then the supplemental funds that are for central admin. So just wanted to make that distinction because I don't want it to seem like another reduction to school sites in their allocations,
right.
But then you're absolutely correct that this does make reductions to the services and some of the staff that help at the school site
Right,
when we're
and-
reducing central admin and the central services.
And,
Yes.
and yet to clarify, and I'm probably mixing things when I talk about the $3 million reduction to school sites, that's what I'm referring to.
That's
in
the
terms
discretionary
of
funds.
discretionary
Yes.
cash. So I misspoke,
Okay.
but that's what I was referring to.
Thank you.
Director Yee. Did you want to speak next? No, okay. Let me know if you do. Director Hinton Hodge.
I'm intrigued by the conversation around the contracts always, because for me it always reminds for me it always goes back to you know, our policies around school sites having discretion and making those particular decisions. So if we continue to kind of push on the contractual piece, I feel like we should be doing some policy review, because perhaps we're talking about moving away from the decentralization piece, because that is a direct impact. I mean, those are principals that are making those particular kinds of decisions. I'm assuming that they have supervisors that are guiding that or thinking about how they use those funds, and even to a parent showing, you know, from the SSC, you know, they make, at McClymonds right now, the SSC is making a decision to use dollars in a contract for a social worker, because that's what they say they want to spend their resources on. So, but it'll show up in that list, and so you know, we might ask them to do that, but I feel like they're going to go back to a principle that's saying what happened to my own discretion or what happened to my own authority over how I utilize contractors in the system. So that's something, again, we constantly talk about, but I feel like it's in direct contradiction to our policies. I am concerned about also the $3 million cut across school sites. And then overall, I just feel like we're still kind of like skirting around the edges of real things that we have to do to right-size this district. And so I just continually say that I think that we're going to have to be a lot bolder, and you know, we had the experience tonight around what that looks like to really be closing schools and thinking about what's the actual savings projected. So I still feel like that's important. And then I think it's in 3150, where we talk about the reserves. And I think I've struggled with the reserves being where they are. I mean, I was here during that coming out of state receivership, and so I know how important it was for us to make sure that we leveled. But I remember when we took some money out and we paid, gave that to raises for teachers. So I think, again, I'm feeling like the reserves, I know you guys probably will not agree with me, but I'd actually like to see the possibility of the reserves being less than the 3%, that we could go down to what is at least minimally required by the state.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aguilera, for the presentation. So for me, I'm comfortable with the reallocation of supplemental funds. For me, what I really need to see, we sent an information request last week. I still haven't seen this data. So what I really want to understand is, so I don't support across the board reductions, and I think I've said that many times to my board colleagues and the superintendent, because schools are differently situated in terms of their ability to raise money to backfill. And so it just doesn't make sense for all schools, all middle schools, to get a $100 cut or whatever it is. And then I've already shared with you my concerns about how Measure G has been reallocated. I support the move toward moving those funds to school sites rather than holding them centrally, but I don't support every school site getting the same amount, because we know that some schools were able to keep their libraries open and operational even when we were providing $0 for libraries during the recession, because some school sites had the ability to fundraise to keep their libraries open and pay a full-time librarian. And so what I really want to see is a more equitable distribution. So yes, moving money to sites, yes, but a more equitable distribution of funds that reflects sites' capacity to backfill. Because we know there are sites that raise $500,000 a year, and that's great for those sites. But we also have sites that raise $500 a year on a good year, and they don't have the same ability to absorb those kind of cuts. So that is one thing that I really want to see in the final budget proposal that you all bring. And I know that's going to mean revisions to the school site one-pagers, and it has to be done, because it's not okay that some sites are losing so much. The other things that we asked for in the information request was a list of schools that received centrally funded staff this year, because before we approve a budget, we need to be able to see the different ways that sites are being impacted by the changes that are being proposed. So for example, let's say that Garfield had a teacher, instructional teacher leader, wanting to see that site and wanting to see those positions, or whether they had centrally funded librarians, for example. Also, if schools their Title I funds are being cut, and then the impact of the changes in Measure G, just so that we can really understand in detail how different sites are being impacted by the proposed changes. Because without that, we are really sort of trying to fly blind and make really, really important decisions without adequate information. So I know you've provided some information. It hasn't been the level of detail, and so I really would like to see that level of detail. And again, there has to be an equity formula to how we're allocating. Yes, we need to move more money to sites, and I really appreciate the direction, but there has to be some sort of equity formula to that.
Director Torres. Director London. Vice President London.
Thank you. I'm still absorbing this information. The one thing I do want to mention, I know we're very focused here on how we're going to be making reductions, but we are, and I really want to make sure that Mr. Nelson hears what I'm saying right now. We are in the process, as many of you know, of we have an RFP on the street for someone to facilitate the process of a 7-Eleven committee that would look at how to dispose of surplus properties. We have a policy in place around how we use our physical assets. So we are looking on the other side at revenue generation. However, I understand making these adjustments. I'm just continuing to grapple with what's the best way to do this, because it seems like no matter what we do, there are impacts on our students that are really hard. And I'm looking forward to the collective work to come to some solutions that will hopefully be the least detrimental. I really do want to say that I feel like the work that we're also doing around the citywide plan is very important, because one of the reasons we have so many people in the central office is we're providing services to a large number of sites, right? And I know we've talked about this privately, but I think it bears a little bit of pulling out in the public that, you know, we're trying to manage all these different budget, like custodial. This came up in the facilities committee last month. We have schools that don't have a lot of students in them, and yet they still need to be cleaned. And so we're spending, you know, our custodians are covering more square footage than custodians in districts that operate fewer schools, that have the same number of students but fewer schools. So those are some of the types of things that are in my mind as we're thinking about this. Thank you.
Director Yee.
Compose my thoughts. So one of the things, I guess, with the proposed cuts of 20.6 million, is it the superintendent's belief that that would be the appropriate amount of money to simply balance the budget, to provide a balanceable and approved budget by the county, or is that create any kind of additional surplus opportunities because of significant cuts?
So when we talked through some of the priorities, it is making sure that we're able to balance, and then provide additional compensation was another goal that we wanted to work towards.
Okay, so then there is money in the budget to allow for staff improvements in staff compensation. You know, built into that. So it's not actually a zero budget. It's not actually simply a balanced budget.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second question I had is, you know, several months ago, to a great fanfare, there was the AB 1840 discussion and you know, concern, and I just wondered if it is the superintendent's understanding that that's essentially not in play in this budget in any way, and we should not look forward to any significant support from that, you know, other than the kinds of things we talked about, selling surplus property and so forth. But in terms of the budget that we've moved forward, because it has no deficit, is not necessarily impacted in any significant way in our favor by 1840. Is that your understanding?
We will be bringing the plan for the Assembly Bill 1840 before the board by the March 1st deadline. So you will be seeing a plan of how we will be making the improvements as specified in that legislation. So there is still a plan that will come before the board.
Okay, but in terms of what we need to adopt for the county, I mean, there's two pieces. The county is both supervising our budget presentation and supervising our request for 1840.
And academic growth. That's
And
another
academic
area
growth.
that's specified within the legislation.
So those are your three constraints?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I had just a few questions I wanted to raise, or at least state, because I'm not sure if there'll be time. In terms of the staffing, additional staffing, I know that was a point Dr. Yu was bringing up earlier, and I had been talking about in the fall, the 405 additional people we had last year from 2013-14. I noticed in the employee growth that we only have, I think from last year to this year, I think it's 15 or 17 less employees. So that seemed, just given the reductions of the last, just the difficult reductions of the last few years, I didn't quite understand why we weren't seeing that. It looks like 17 between last year and this year. So that's, I guess that doesn't make sense to me. And so I just wanted to better understand with the reductions we've had to make over the last couple of years, why we're not, the discrepancy in terms of the staffing reductions and additions. But I'm sure that's a longer
This is a
conversation that we'll
total,
take.
this is total staffing. This is not broken down into probably the areas that you're referring to. So it's our total amount of staffing. There's a
So it could be
difference of
restricted.
17. Right. So
I guess
if you're asking more around central office reductions that were made over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I guess my bigger point overall is that what has become clear over the process of the fall and the committees and so forth is that it's just clear that we, with 405 minus 17, I can't do that math at this hour, that we have many more individuals across the system, and we've had flat and are projecting declining enrollment. And so we still, even with the difficult reductions and decisions, we still have almost 400 employees more than we did in 13-14. And so just continuing to raise that as we're looking at what's going to be some really difficult and significant layoffs, both at school sites and at Central, that are going to be impacted, is that if we recognize that even with this number of employees, we are not compensating at the level that we want to be. And so if we want to increase compensation across the board, we are going to have to get smaller as a system, particularly if we are going to be projecting declining enrollment going forward. So that just stuck out to me in terms of that I understand it's not unrestricted and it's combined, but it just struck me that we're still much larger than we were. And better understanding that, because it does put into perspective, I think that we want to be confident that as we're doing this very difficult decisions, that we are not in this position next year, that we're just doing this one time. This is very painful, and so I just wanted to raise that. I did not mean to take up all my time. I'm just going to quickly run through a couple other things. The target number at 20 million, 20.6 million, I don't have a sense of if that's conservative or not, given the governor's budget. I don't understand the assumptions enough around what's shifted from the $30 million to the $20 million. So I need to better understand that and how much room we really have in terms of what assumptions are being built in and how conservative or not conservative we're being around that target. So that's a question. I also, for me, the discretionary dollars, the $3 million discretionary dollars, I know that has continued. It's been very consistent no matter how high or low the target numbers are. We've continued to budget for $3 million of discretionary cuts at the school sites. For me, when I talk to school sites, I have school sites that even now with some of the reductions have employees that I would have liked to see a scenario if there was ways that we could look at staffing, but retain the discretionary funding at the school site and flexibility, because what I'm hearing from school sites is even if they have less funding, the ability to flex those dollars and be able to purchase the services that they need was more beneficial than some of the staffing allocations, even if they were granted staffing allocations in this last round. So I would have liked to see if that's if that is possible, to look at additional staffing that is at school sites that would retain this discretionary, if at all possible. The balancing, I think that's the other reason why I'm questioning the $20 million number, is also just once we see the site by site, I'm sure staff has done this too, but looking at how the compounded impact of reductions with staffing and discretionary dollars in other shifts the school may have experienced, that it may be that some schools it's just a bit too significant and there needs to be some type of balancing. So that's why if we're cutting too close and not allowing for some room for that, then that makes me nervous that maybe we should be having a slightly higher target to be sure that we allow room for that. And I guess overall, just as we're going through this difficult process and just reflecting back to this the circle that we had earlier and the experience of the students, just wanting us to be mindful of just the real relationships that students hold every day and the importance of those relationships and folks that are directly at school sites, and so that we're continuing to prioritize that in our decision making.
President Eng, I also have questions about the assumptions around the 20.6 million, and I wonder, Mr. Battle, if you could come up and talk about some of the assumptions behind that number, and whether you see that as a conservative number, and I know it doesn't get us to 3% in one of the multi-year projection years, but I think it gets us above in another year. So how does that help with our goal of building the reserve over time?
So as the board knows, we started with 30 million in June based on a projected almost $60 million deficit going into 2021. And as we know, the budget has improved at first interim, but we have also entertained other priorities by the board, which we've incorporated based on the resolution that the board passed in November, taking into account future investments in employees and retention. We also had the goal of maintaining at least a 3% reserve beginning in 2021. So the 20.6 was based on that scenario, which the board passed. We have received more information about the 1.7 million in the STIRS, which it is recommended that we not count that right now in our budget projection. So we are going to not count that. So that will bring us a little under the 3%, probably around 2.7, 2.6 for 2019, 20, and 2021. So that's where we are with that.
So when this comes back to us, it's going to have that backed out, and the multi-year projections are going to reflect
Yes.
that we're not at 3%?
Yes, right. Right, it'll be slightly under 3%.
Other questions? Director Torres.
So under central administration 11.2, I personally don't know that that's big enough, but nonetheless, it says the impact is great, will require central office reorganization, identifies services and functions that will no longer occur. When would we get that detail? And then the next section, central services, similarly, it talks about this will cause a reorganization of how we provide services. When will we get that detail? That's really, I think, what all of us need to know, not just have the sentence imply. It's going to cause a reorganization to central, and it's going to be a loss of function. But I think when we get a list of just a bunch of names of types of positions, we need to see it in an organized way. And then in those two areas, I think the other two are small enough that it's pretty straightforward. School sites, staffing contract for services could be fleshed out. And then the last one talks about Saturday school, redesign, energy savings, contracts. What's contracts? So whenever it's just vaguely identified, it's extremely hard for me to say, yes, I'm all for that, but I don't know what the reorganization is going to look like, and I don't know what services, and I don't know what will no longer occur. That's exactly the depth and breadth of information I actually need to say, yes, that 11.2 makes sense, as painful as it's going to be. Or have we thought about 15 and therefore cut some of those other areas a little less? I would just have to know that depth of information, even if it's estimated. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I think we should get some breadth of information versus just that little tagline at the end of each of these impact sections. That would be very helpful to me.
Thank you. So just before we transition, is there any other, I know that it's so late, this is such an important item, and I want to make sure that we're providing direction around what else is needed to staff. I am actually thinking we might need to schedule, we're scheduled to vote on next Wednesday, the 30th. I'm not sure if we also agendize this on Monday, or if we do Wednesday, if we push it out a week to the 6th. I'm not quite sure what the right answer is. I'm having a hard time seeing us vote the next time we see this publicly. But we don't need to solve that right here. But, yeah. Director Yee?
I just had a couple questions. So the original was Monday special meeting, right?
Excuse me, the original's Wednesday is a special
yes.
meeting. Mhm.
Okay.
Monday, we're doing a special meeting for Roots and CCPA.
Okay.
And Wednesday, it has been on the budget development calendar since
Okay.
October that Chief Business Officer has recommended that we have a special meeting to approve
Okay,
the recommendation
then,
on Wednesday.
I would want to ask Director Aguilera that you heard some of the board members, concerns, or they'd like additional information. Does that give you enough time to prepare it? And do you feel comfortable that we would be able to make an informed decision by Wednesday? Or do you think we need a special additional time to deliberate?
I do feel like we have the questions from the board to provide, and we can provide that information that's being requested by the dates that we're supposed to make sure everything is posted for the special meeting.
Because it is rather high stakes, right?
Right.
We have to actually act on Wednesday. Is that correct?
In terms of impacting some timelines, yes, but we also are going to, I think the recommendation is to stay with the 30th. I believe staff, I'm looking at Mr. Battle, I believe staff would probably like us to stay on the 30th.
Yes.
Rather than...
And that was actually driven by the HR, Deputy Chief for HR, because there are noticing requirements and board requirements that they have to have a tight timeline on that, so.
Okay. And because the other option was the 6th, because we have to do a material revision, but that is too late for the HR deadlines, we believe. Okay.
And so I'm just calculating the posting time that you're going to need for the Wednesday meeting to backtrack it to when would be Sunday night or Monday, or special meeting, so
Monday.
24 hours, okay.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
no question. Yeah. So we'll detail next steps, and we will move on now. But
Please don't talk to him. Please talk to us.
So next Wednesday, as we have been discussing, we will have a special meeting on Wednesday, January 30th. That's been on our budget reduction and budget development timeline for some time. So we will have a special meeting next Wednesday. So it is 11:59. There are some items we do need to get through today.
Okay.
I just suggest we continue going on.
We don't need a superintendent report, please.
Student report.
So in terms of just the modifications to agenda, just the plan is, if our student director has been so patient and has stayed here, so if you would like to give a report, that's great. I will waive my report, and I've asked the superintendent Ms. Aguilera to also, it's posted there. And so from there, we will go to public comments, then general consent. Then we have to get through the audit report tonight, and ideally would also get through the developer fee report. It is woefully late as well.
Madam President, we need to do J.
Okay. Is there any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to.
We have families here to talk about opportunity ticket.
Madam President, we have 3 sets of minutes on the tonight's agenda. I am going to pull P27, which is the January 9th minutes. They are done, but I have not proofed them, so I would like to not have those considered by the board until next meeting.
P27, okay. Any other modifications? All right, student director report.
Good evening, well, good morning, board members, students, community. The All City Council Student Union Governing Board and the student directors input are delighted to share with you all what our message is and what we are planning in the near future. All City Council is still committed to promote and protect the four main budget priorities students themselves have prioritized, and beginning with student leadership, teacher recruitment, retention and relationships, college and career support programs, mental health, nutrition and wellness. With this in mind, today, yesterday, no? Okay. All City Council members organized a press conference to promote the four budget priority areas students deeply care about. It was available for any OUSD student to attend and share out their own meaningful and impactful experiences at Dewey's cafeteria at 4 p.m. Additionally, recent events regarding teacher pay should be taken very seriously. As this situation escalates, a chain of reactions will be taking place that will damage the district in many different levels, which will begin and end with us, the students. To end this report on a positive note, thank you, Superintendent Dr. Kyla Johnson, Trammell, for bringing the supper program back, which will begin, And we also want to quickly thank our community teachers and students as well who are still with us in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. As I said, we're going to skip president's and superintendent's reports, so we have the public comment on the report.
Student director's report. So I just want to say on behalf of our students, I think it's unacceptable that you would expect a sophomore in high school to stay at this meeting until 12 o'clock till midnight in order for him to give his student report. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. You could have made 2 minutes for him to make that report at any time before now. The adults are up there yawning. I can only imagine what it feels like for a high school student who, out of duty and responsibility to the students who asked him to serve here, stayed to make his statement. And it's really important. He was speaking on the students' four priorities and looking at the budget, and in terms of looking at the budget cuts. And you made him wait after this little display we had about the budget cuts where you showed your lack of understanding. The other thing that you showed is not one of you brought up the four priorities that the students mentioned, that the students had a press conference earlier to mention, that the students put work in an infographic so everyone could be informed, and you all don't care. You know, you all treat him the way you're treating me now. You know, not 1 ounce of compassion or care for our students. And that's what you show by making him wait until midnight here. Which student director is going to be the champion of the students' four priorities and fight for those priorities to be incorporated in the district? You all say you value student voice. Is it just lip service, or are you serious about it? Which one of you is going to make sure that our students aren't put in this situation again where they sit here? So if it's midnight, I'm going to do some quick mental math, 6.5 hours waiting to speak. That's how you treat your students, your student leaders? I think it's really indicative of how you feel about all of us. The way you felt about the community coming and begging for their school, the way you make the students wait to speak, the way you don't even look at the community when they come here, the way you treat those of us who actually go out of our way to try to engage with you and give you the accurate information. But what's worse than everything, as somebody who's dedicated their life to the youth of Oakland, is the way you treat our students routinely. Y'all should be ashamed. I'm sorry they treated you that way.
Any other public comment?
Love life. I'm going to go off script because I'm looking at this superintendent report, and I hope it can be corrected for the next presentation. the superintendent has under leadership development, managing implicit bias. If you're going to talk about bias, you have to talk about implicit and explicit bias. That both of them exist. One says implicit means you're unconsciously aware of your biases. Explicit means you are conscious of what you're doing in terms of your biases. So this is very partial and unfair because everybody doesn't display implicit bias. There are some people, like your president, who knows exactly what they're doing in terms of their biases, and that's called explicit. So please include in your training implicit and explicit bias.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Make it a quick one. One thing I left out last time in my discussion was I am now the Jefferson Awards coordinator as a volunteer at Fremont and Castlemont. And Director Hinton Hodge and Director Eng, I know you were excited that McClymonds won the state championship, but we all know who won halftime. And that was Garfield with that band. Nydia Baez and myself talked, and we are going to get a marching band at Fremont. I've raised $3,000 to $50,000 in 1 week. And I will get it by January of next year, if not September. I'm on it. So I just thought I'd give you a piece of good news with a rough night tonight.
Thank you. All right, let me just call for, it looks like you're probably calling, do you want to speak for the public comment? This is the student director part, so let me just call that item so we're on the right item. I can call the public comment, should I call public comment non-agenda items, or I can call let me just call for public comment on non-agenda items, which was the 7:30, which obviously we are way past, so that we're off the student director's report item.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dirk Tillotson. I wanted to, it's been a long night for everyone. We've seen the challenges that I think we will have closing schools given the financial realities of the district. I hope we don't. In the event that we do have closing schools, we need to take care of the parents that are most affected by those. We need to give them a better opportunity rather than shuffling them from one closing school to another to another. We know who those families are going to be. We've seen in maps. We know who those kids are. We know the opportunities that black families have, brown families have, and other families have, and the way that affects their life chances. So I'm here to speak in favor of the opportunity ticket, which will change the enrollment preferences, give an opportunity to kids at closing schools. In the event that does happen, we have to face realities right now. I think they're hard realities that everyone in this board is facing. What are we going to do for families at the end of the day when those realities are faced, though?
Morning. It's morning now. Good morning, Hakeem Bay with the Oakland Reach. I'm a proud member of Oakland Reach. I'm a parent with 4 kids in the school. I have my son, which is in Envision High School, my daughter, which is in Latitude, my baby, which is in Westlake Middle, and my baby is in Chabot Elementary. So it's real. The Oakland Reach comes together to push the opportunity ticket. We know firsthand that if you are black and low income in Oakland, you have a fight for the right to a good school for your kids. When schools close or merge, it is parents like us that are the last to find out and the least likely to get a chance to make our voices heard. And yet, we are most likely to be impacted. That's just not right. An opportunity ticket will provide the most vulnerable students like mine, higher preference for enrollment in a quality school. Why do we need this? Only 1% of black kids in Oakland attend a school that is above the state average and making progress. 2/3 of black kids attend a school that is below the state average and going backwards. Make bold decision to increase quality in Oakland by voting yes on the opportunity ticket. We got your back.
Thank you. Thanks so much for staying so late. Appreciate your feedback.
Ms. Torres, I want to thank you for sharing the information about the meeting with the decision by the Alameda County Board of Education, I guess that's their name, to reopen that school. I'm looking at my notes when that school was considered and you closed except for one person who voted to open. It said that African Americans continue to underperform, that there was chronic absenteeism of African Americans. There was a decrease in enrollment of 115 students. There was high teacher turnover. 7 of the 15 teachers did not return in 2017, 2018. 3 years of negative fund balance necessitated a $1.1 million donation. And they reopened that school, Ms. Torres? I just asked somebody, I'm gonna be at the meeting on February 14th. Do they have open forum there? I'll be there. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, speaking as an individual, I would like to thank the board members that showed up at the Alameda County Board of Education to defend their decision to close EPIC, and they were overturned by the board, which in some ways indicates a basic problem. You have to close charter schools. You can't just talk about closing public schools, but then you can't also just let it go and say, oh, I have no power. You were empowered by the United States Supreme Court in, I got the year right finally, 1955. It said it was up to the boards of education to deal with integration. Charter schools are way ahead in one factor of the public schools. They are segregated. The idea of choice comes straight out of the South, who want to avoid integration. Yeah, I want choice. I don't want those lower class kids going with my kids, because now we are bougie. Well, yeah, we don't want our children associate with that crowd. That's not your choice. That's been decided that America is supposed to value. You don't value it for your own kids, but it's a national value that says you got to integrate. And not just by race, you got to integrate by class, because that's taking place right here, and that's involved in the decisions you're making and that you refuse to look up to. It's your responsibility to do that. And you begin, there's a new letter, H, an oath of office, and you're supposed to uphold the United States Constitution. Well, you're not upholding it if you're not trying to deal with integration and looking in the lens of how these decisions you're making increases segregation by class and by race. Why don't you start doing your job, please, like the rest of the nation hasn't done?
Thank you. All right.
Mike Hutchinson, I just want to point out again that not only was the link not working for the budget reduction plan when it was first posted on Sunday, only 72 hours before the meeting, then it wasn't until yesterday that the link was actually working, and then when it did work, the recommended plan wasn't even included, and it said on the district website we'd find out when we came to the meeting. That's not the way to do business. That's not engaging with the community. You've promised us for 2 years a robust engagement process over the budget. We're still waiting. I mean, this is really, really sad with the budget. Now we have a new budget plan being produced next week that, since it's a special meeting, we'll find out 24 hours beforehand what's in the budget reduction plan. Is that engagement? I mean, the unions aren't being consulted. We all know there's no money set aside in what you just voted on for a teacher's raise. It wasn't listed on there anyplace. So either you guys are lying to us directly or you're believing the lies you're being told. And either way, it's unacceptable. It's not what the numbers say. I have an issue with something called an opportunity ticket. You know, we just heard the families from Roots clearly say what they wanted, and that's not to be displaced from their school. I find it insulting that certain communities would need a ticket outside of their neighborhood in order to have access to opportunity or quality. I find it insulting that the implicit idea behind that is that our students need to go to a white school in the hills in order for them to get their fair share of the resources. Why can't we get opportunity for our kids without needing a ticket to travel across the city? Why can't you put all this energy, time, and money into our schools that need it most? Instead of spending $3 million on a blueprint process that produces nothing, that's the amount of money you want to cut from next year's schools. So you made a choice to give that money to Jacobs rather than our schools. We know that the budget from the governor is going up more than $3 million for next year. Why can't we take school cuts right off the table right now? But you won't even do that. Instead, you push for more cuts.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
The numbers don't add up. I hope you see the community ain't buying it. It's good
Thank
if
you,
Reed's
Mr.
got your back.
Hutchinson.
There ain't a whole lot of them, and there's a whole lot of us.
Hello, my name is Shamartis, just speaking as a community member and a resident of Deep East Oakland, where we're seeing currently a lot of housing redevelopment. And so something I wanted to just make sure that everybody on the board was aware of and just encourage folks to reach out to maybe your colleagues and other city agencies in the planning department, just to really understand what is happening in East Oakland around redevelopment and around housing. Something that's recently come to my attention that I hope folks would look into is a lot of the quote-unquote affordable housing that's being built in Deep East Oakland. A lot of this is based on area mean income and just calculating rents that are meant to be affordable for folks who are generally, I think, what would, colloquially be described as like the middle class, not super high six-figure professionally, these are just modest incomes. But these are also, as current, pretty far out of reach of like Oakland teachers and staff who would, if you're looking like a first-year teacher who's single, they'd be lucky based on the AMI to be like in the very low income range. If someone maybe has a dependent or is a primary wage earner, they're going to fall into, those 40s, 30s, extremely low income on the AMI. And, those aren't the people that these homes are being built for and are meant to be affordable for. We're talking about rents that would take a significant portion of what folks earlier in their careers are making, and that's really no way to build economic stability and to really ensure that people can stay with their careers, especially staying in Oakland. So just something to keep in mind. I heard mention of two things. One of housing for teachers, also creating space in the budget to increase compensation, to make them more competitive, to make these folks not low-income wage earners, but really moderate wage earners as they deserve to be. These are professionals, they're teachers, they're dedicating their lives to our communities, to our students. So let's find them housing, find them pay. Thank you. Have a good night.
Is there a motion to adopt item P, general consent report?
So moved.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this item? 1 minute, please. Can we have 1 minute? Thank you.
I just wish you would have had more time to spend on the 3 items that dealt with behavior intervention and issues around teacher. I can't remember everything because it's so late. But you do have items that help children deal with the emotional and stressful issues that are part of your agenda tonight. And the fact that you just rubber stamp everything and don't get a chance to actually weigh in on it and delve into it because it's so important. That's the one thing I continue to say that is lacking with the meetings, that you don't go into detail about what kind of services and resources that you are offering in the school district.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. Again, it's highly unacceptable that Prop 39 offers would be buried at the bottom of the consent report. And at the same meeting, you're having a serious discussion about closing routes and displacing those students. And while we still know about the city plan coming, then we see Prop 39 offers where schools at another 20 of our public schools, classrooms are being offered to charter schools. And there's no coordination between this list of schools, this plan, the schools you plan to close, or routes. And it's interesting reading through the Prop 39 offers and the schools listed, because in this Prop 39 offer that you'll be voting on right now, it says that Roots only has 1 underutilized classroom. So that doesn't mean they're under-enrolled. That's what the stats say right here in the Prop 39 offers. So what's really going on? What are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to believe the California Department of Education site that says enrollment? Are we supposed to believe your Prop 39? Or are we supposed to believe a presentation that says it's under-enrolled? And why are you offering more schools under Prop 39 at the same time you have a plan for school closures and budget cuts? What do you think these 20 schools are going to do when they find out? And lastly, why are you offering a single site to Aspire Aries, which in the last year tried to buy a public parcel, create a charter school without even your permission,
Mr. Hutchinson.
and you were against that? So can we pull this off the consent report, and can you treat the community with more respect? But 12:30 at night giveaway of classrooms in 20 schools to charter schools when you knew this was on here, and you purposely buried it in the consent
Mr.
report.
Hutchinson.
This shouldn't even be in the consent report. Why isn't this new business? That's how it's always been in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Nobody has anything to say on Prop 39?
On the roll call to adopt the general consent report. General consent report minus item P27, I believe, which is the January 9th minutes. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. So, colleagues, we have 4 items. I want to defer to Director Hinton Hodge. Do you feel strongly? We did not. S1 was postponed last time, and this was supposed to be the time to discuss it.
We can't review it tonight.
Okay, just making sure. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with that. Okay, so S1, we are
I think
postponing.
we should be mindful that staff did ask though, because they have a need for it to kind of get moved, I think, by that first meeting of February. So I think, yeah. So that's the only important thing, is that maybe next time we make sure we read it.
Okay.
Sorry, never mind.
Is this item now considered the second of 3 readings done?
Can we have clarification on the enrollment? Because I also believe that there was language within another policy that was received that, could you let us know the timeline for this item? We are obviously not going to be able to have an extensive conversation, but so we can be transparent around the next time it comes, if it has to be a vote, or if it can be a conversation that we have not had the opportunity to have.
The timeline is that we are not proposing to use the opportunity ticket for this lottery that's happening in March. We would use it for next year, but we need to get the approval now so we can do that. I actually strongly encourage it to be scheduled at a time when we can have a more lengthy conversation. It raises some very important issues that we need to start talking about.
Okay, so we have some time this spring.
Spring would work.
Okay.
As long as we get it done this year.
Okay, we will do it absolutely this spring. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Madam
I think if we
President,
have it in March or April, it would be helpful.
Having
Director
said
Yee?
that, though, I understood in the Roots discussion that there was going to be prioritization, but perhaps not within the purview of this particular policy. Is that correct?
I believe we have another policy, perhaps Mr. Wilson could speak to it. There's another policy that if we decide,
Because I don't wanna
move forward,
mislead
that
the
would be
families.
I'm sorry,
under.
Director Yee?
I don't want to mislead the families about the delay in the amendment to the
The
board
impact if,
policy.
with the Roots decision, if that, why
Right.
that.
So, quite honestly, I am using the concept of the opportunity in terms of applying it to the Roots. The reality is, the inventory of available seats at many of the desired schools is so small that it's not really a practical application. For example, there's 2 anticipated seats at CCP at each grade, none at Greenleaf. So it's kind of a moot point. We're trying to work on getting those students placed in the schools they desire. So it's the concept of the opportunity ticket, but it's not the same mechanics.
Not quite sure that that's clear.
Is that clear for the board?
Because I heard you say spring, and I would actually like us to, if we can put this at special order of the business, and get a good 30-minute opportunity to discuss, and then take a vote the following meeting.
I accepted spring as a suggestion. If the board would like to do it sooner, that's even better.
Yeah, because I think that there's some substantial recommendations even going to come from some of the families about like an advisory committee and how to kind of support that. And again, there's this whole question around, the number of quality seats and how we're really going to access them. I mean, families are already pushing back on, I can't get my neighborhood school, why should I allow this to go down? So I think that there are some critical issues that I would say we should talk
We'll schedule it as soon, I would say, if not in February, then the first meeting in March.
So
We can do it.
I just need to have clarity about the messaging to families in this current environment around Roots.
So what we've told the families at Roots is, these are the schools, this is the availability of seats. We've helped them look at transportation and access to the schools. They've listed the schools, so if a family lives in the CCPA neighborhood and they ask for CCPA, they would have higher priority over a family who didn't, and we've explained that. If they live in the United for Success neighborhood, they would have access to that over another
Right,
family.
but I guess, and I don't know if the Reach people are still here. It doesn't appear to be. But, if I were a Roots parent, I might not be aware of the possibility of, say, sending my kid to a school further away.
Yeah, so we are committed to engaging individually with every single family before the end of March, before the beginning of March rather, so that they would have that. Even if it takes us going out and doing home visits, we'll do that.
Right, but the main thing I want to feel comfortable with, because of, we all represent schools where there will be high open enrollment lottery demand. And I want to have some assurance that if we act quickly on the Roots decision, that one of the reasons we were acting quickly on the Roots decision is to ensure prioritization of Roots families at schools wherever they may be.
You're absolutely correct, Director Yee. We need a decision by Roots very, very soon, because I have to be able to make those offers before we go into the lottery, which is March 1st.
That's what I was concerned about. I just want to be clear that we all message collectively that even though it's not exactly the opportunity ticket, the spirit is there, that these students will be our students will be prioritized wherever the seats are that the parents may request.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he said last time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we are on to item S2. Is there a motion to adopt the name designation Elmhurst United Middle School?
So moved.
Second.
The last item we are postponing.
So we're not going to have public comments on it now? We're not going to go back to playing that game?
We are postponing that item.
So the thing
So
is, you just sat here for 3 hours with the Roots families and made promises
So we
to
are
them.
at
We just heard something
S2.
different there, that there's only 2 seats available in each grade at CCPA, when the families were
Mr.
told
Hutchinson,
something
do you have
totally
any
different.
comments on the Elmhurst United Middle School name designation? That's the item we are on.
Sure, I have comments on that, as the Roots students are going to be sent to that school under this plan. Since there isn't a real opportunity ticket, I think you guys need to go back and watch some of your videos of what you've promised to people before. There is no opportunity ticket policy in place. Charles Wilson, a district staff member, giving his word is not a policy. So why does he get to decide which schools get priority and which schools don't? That's supposed to come from a board directive. That's how we get into these problems in the first place. In 2012, we were promised at our closed schools that we'd have an opportunity ticket and there'd be busing to higher performing schools. Ask the students and the families from 2012 how that worked out for them. The board solution back in 2012, when they closed Lakeview, which now houses a charter school, was to spend over $200,000 to build portables on the Burkholder campus. That was the solution back then. So all those promises you made to everyone before, you don't even have a policy in place to carry that through. And not one of you seems to realize you just lied to them. Charles Wilson just gave a different number now than he gave when those families were here about available seats. And nobody seems to notice.
All right, so we are on S3. Is there a motion to adopt the annual, oh, sorry, we did not, I'm getting ahead of myself. Can we have a roll call for S2? Oh, Mr. Mordecai, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay, so just basically on these Alliance and the Elmhurst, I'm making an assumption that they're at the same location. They're in the physically campus. And I'm also making an assumption that there was money years ago from Gates that didn't last. And the third thing is, which I'm not clear on, that maybe before you vote you should be clear on, Is there a differentiation between the leftovers of the small school movement that was financed by Gates money and the fact that the board has to continue to differentiate and provide more money for these schools that were turned into small schools, or do they get the same amount of money irrespective of that? There isn't any carryover from the small schools movement. So that's my question. I don't ask you to respond to me, but before you vote, you must consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt S2, or item known as 19005, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes, sir.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Yee. Director Yee? Okay. Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Torres? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Is there a motion to adopt item S3, the annual developer fee report?
So moved.
This item went through the Facilities Committee and was recommended favorably in December.
Needs a second.
Is there a second? I will second. Is there any questions on, this is a pretty standard report? Is there
It's
anything?
a report we haven't received in a while, but I think we'll now be getting it on a regular basis.
Public comment on this item? Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
On the motion to adopt S3, Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Sorry.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are now on item T1. This is a report from our auditors about the last 17-18 year audit. Thank you for staying with us so late / early in the morning.
Good morning. Yes. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nathan Edelman with VTD. I am the independent external financial auditor. So, what you have in front of you are the audited financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2018. There's a few things I want to go over to highlight, and then I certainly want to have as much discussion as we have time for to go into detail about these things. So quickly, I guess, just the scope of the audit and the purpose of the audit is to ensure that the financial statements are complete and accurate, such that what that means is that the accounting records are properly recorded into the books of the school district, and that they are presented in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. We also look at, and part of the scope of the audit is internal controls related to financial reporting. In other words, do they, the people who are putting these together, do they know what they're doing? And if there's errors, or if we find what we call internal control deficiencies, those get reported as audit findings, and there's a few of them that we can go over. And then it's also to look at state and federal compliance. There's certain specific grants that we have to opine on, and the results of those are also part of the audit. So the results of the audit, in terms of the financial statements as of June 30, 2018 are complete and accurate records of the district. There are some audit adjustments that we'll talk about in a minute, but after those audit adjustments, the financial statements are, we'll say, fairly stated in all material respects, and we can go into how we know what that is. Actually, I guess the report's being passed out to you right now, but if we, as you open that up, one page I want to highlight is on page 71. Page 71 describes, it takes you from a walkthrough of what was presented as the June 30, 2018 unaudited actuals, and it brings you to that June 30, 2018 audited fund balance. And so the numbers that you have right there, those are the audit adjustments. And if we look at the general fund, there are two things that pop out. One is a $5.4 million reduction due to LCFF, and just so that you know what that is, the LCFF, this, I guess, funding formula, it's a complex calculation, and there's a number of inputs that go into that. There's ADA inputs that are a big driver of that number, and then there's also changes in property taxes between two periods. And the well, and I guess recalculating the audited number versus what was initially presented was what resulted in that $5.4 million reduction. If you have specific questions, we can go into it in a little bit more detail. But the other item, the $1.3 million, that's an expense item that was recorded in the following fiscal year. That is a non-recurring type of transaction, and it was something that we said under the accounting principles should be brought into 2018. The consequence of that is that it did reduce the fund balance as of June 30, 18, but given that that is actually, it was something that the district did record in 2019, if you were to net them together, you'd say the general fund would be neutral. It's a timing difference. One thing to note from looking at those adjustments is what is not posted as an adjustment. If you remember, from just a few years ago, there were adjustments flying all over the place, moving things up, moving things down, related to daily accounting transactions. Payables were posted in duplicates, they were posted to the wrong fund, receivables were all over the place, the numbers were flying back and forth. These are non-recurring types of things, not the kinds of things that staff are dealing with on a daily basis, but things that are relevant just in the closing of the books. And so, yes, even though there are audit adjustments and they're significant numbers, this is a big, big improvement over how the accounting was even just a few years ago. And I think that's a good thing for the school district. The people who should be getting credit for that, we come in and we ask a lot of questions, but really it's the accounting staff that have to do all the work to put together these records. And in particular, Mr. Brian Wynn over here, who is the controller, at least for the next brief period of time, he really was instrumental in this. And if not for his efforts, these numbers would not have become auditable. And I think the adjustments could be substantially, even more significant. So Ryan certainly should get credit, as well as other folks who are involved in the accounting staff who work very hard towards that end as well. Okay, on page 75, another schedule I just want to highlight quickly. Page 75 shows a comparison of kind of an abbreviated income statement from 2016-17 through 2018. And one thing just to point out is there is a number, where is it on here? I guess I don't have the full page, but if you look at you'll see the ADA numbers have been, as you all clearly are well aware of, the ADA numbers, average daily attendance, which is in a sense a reflection of enrollment, has been declining over those years. And along with that comes reductions in state revenue. And you'll see that the I guess available reserves as a percentage of the ending unrestricted general fund was 2.02%, and that's after accounting for the audit adjustment. So in some sense, you can see the comparison from 2017 to 2018. That is a substantial improvement in the financial position of the district, and that is a really good thing. But keep in mind some perspective is that 2017, you're coming off of such a, I guess, low number that it doesn't take a lot to have a substantial improvement. And it also should not be taken as just in sense that, oh, hey, everything is good, we don't need to keep trying. I mean, there are absolute headwinds if ADA is obviously, as you well know, I guess, continuing to decline and projected to decline. And so the efforts that have been put in to have improvements that we see in 2018, which a lot of it is the result of budget cuts that were effective, those do need to be continued into 2019. The budget that you see here for 2019 does project a deficit. And also, just to be clear, there's lots of different budget numbers depending on what budget is being pulled, when the budget was prepared. So to try and compare this specific column to stuff that you're looking at today is probably not a fair comparison. But okay, and then I just want to highlight a few of the findings real quickly. There's a lot of findings. We can go into them in more detail, but there's just a few that I think are a little bit more important to bring up. One is with respect to the self-insurance workers' compensation. It actually isn't an audit finding per se, but if you look at page 21 of the report, there's a balance sheet that presents this internal service fund, which really is workers' compensation. It's as if the district is purchasing insurance from the outside, but you can kind of mimic that but either way. One thing that you'll see on there's allegations, or I guess a thought that the district is severely underfunding the workers' compensation program, and you'll see that the ending fund balance of that thing is a big, giant deficit. It's like, I want to say it's $40 million. But keep in mind, that is a long-term number. It's an actuarially calculated number on how much money should be in there to fully fund the program. If you look at the current assets versus the current liabilities, it's about $8 million on each side. Those numbers equate. And what that means is that the money that's in the fund is adequate to cover the expenses that are estimated over the near term, over a 1-year period. And it is a complete management decision or a board decision on budgeting, how much do you want to, I guess, pre-fund into that workers' compensation program. And I just kind of me looking at it from an outsider, if the district is making decisions to, reduce, to cut the budget, to close schools, and someone else said, oh, hey, you have, all this extra money in the self-insurance fund, that could be viewed as irresponsible. And so I look at this just from my perspective, current assets equals current liabilities. That looks to me like the most responsible thing to do. It's not an excessive amount of cash that's being placed in there, and it's not so detrimental that it's insolvent. But do keep in mind that $40 million is a real number that does ultimately at some point have to be funded, and to the extent that claims that self-insurance or the workers' comp claims do come in and there's not enough cash in that self-insurance fund, it will ultimately be the general fund that is responsible for coughing up for that difference. On finding, and actually I don't have a page number for this, but towards the back of the report is where we actually have the audit findings themselves, and just a few that I want to go over. Finding number 2018-001, which is on page 94, that is our ASB finding, which, as you know, has been here for quite a while. That is the only modification to the audit opinion that we have with respect to the financial statements. As everyone, I think, well knows, the district does not have the accounting records of the ASB fund, and so it is not possible to put together a balance sheet about how much cash is being held on behalf of the student bodies. And that is something that has been an audit finding for longer than my time here, and that's something that does need attention to get paid to it. There is now a new management team in place. They've been here for, I guess they've been coming on board over the number of months, and I do know that there has been talk and action to address that finding, but it is something that would probably take longer than any 1 year. That will be a cultural change, much like the attendance issues that we used to see. That took a lot of effort, and similar efforts are starting to become underway for ASB. Okay, 2018-006 is referring to this Health Benefits Governing Board, this HBGB. And the reason why this pops up as an audit finding is because there's lots of talk about, hey, there's $9 million that it's owed over here. There are radical estimates ranging from really tiny numbers, in fact, from a receivable position that would actually benefit the school district, all the way to these big liabilities on the other end. And I guess what I would say is no one really knows what the actual number is, because the way that this formula, and I'm also making an assumption that everyone is aware of kind of the purpose of that HBGB, the Health Benefits Governing Board, but there's an assumption in this formula about how the district has to calculate its contributions, and that formula is not an obvious formula, and there's no objectionable way to come up with the numbers. Unlike the balance sheet or the income statement that are in the district's audit report, the formula is based on things that are just not clearly defined. We can go into it in more detail if you have questions, but the point of this finding is really the fact that the district doesn't know what the number is, no one knows what the number is, and I think that the district maybe shouldn't, well, at minimum should renegotiate the portion of the agreement that specifies how you come up with the district's contribution to or receivable from that Health Benefits Governing Board. But then the other thing too, the most conservative estimate, even if you take the $9 million and say that that is correct, an expense will not get recognized into the general fund until you actually spend the money. And so the point of that, or from an accounting perspective, it would be to restrict a portion of the ending fund balance of the general fund. And I know there was a lot of talk about expenses that were underreported, and that would be a misapplication of how the accounting works. Okay, just skip some of those. 2018-008 is referring to time and effort documentation. And the reason why I want to highlight this is because the district does receive a lot of federal grants, a lot of money. most of it is spent on payroll. And when the district receives these federal grants, they have promised to maintain certain documentation to support payroll that gets charged to these grants. And this has been a finding that has been repeated for multiple years. And the risk that the district runs is that a granting agency could come in and say, hey, you don't have the documentation. So the granting agencies could withhold cash, they could request refunds, and that is where the risk comes in. In conducting the audit, I don't think there's so much risk that the district didn't spend the money correctly, just that they don't have the documentation. And having the documentation is still very important. On 2018-012, this unduplicated local control funding formula, again, the reason why I want to highlight this item is because as I've heard in some of the budget talks, unduplicated pupil count is a big driver for the LCFF funding, which is the most sensitive revenue for the district. It's your general fund unrestricted dollars, and there are errors that have been found in classifying students as eligible for free reduced price lunch. And if those errors become substantial, then that could potentially have a substantial financial impact to the school district. The errors that we've found in the past are relatively minor, but you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of students and it's not feasible to audit 100%. You audit on a sample basis. So, I don't think that there's a systemic issue where, hey, all of it is flat out wrong, but there are absolutely some errors, and I think attention does need to get paid to make sure that that is correct, because that could have a big financial impact. And then the last finding I wanted to highlight is 2018-014, which is regarding instructional minutes. And there was one site that didn't meet the minimum number of instructional minutes. And the risk there, ignoring the educational aspect, just from a dollar perspective, the penalties associated with not complying with those minimum minutes could be very substantial. And that would be bad for the school district. Okay. And then, what is not a finding? There's lots of things in here, and it's easy to look at all the findings as really bad. But their district has come a very long way. There are items that were systemic. The attendance issue is the biggest one that stands out. And those have been, the attendance taking issue has, for the most part, been resolved. And that was a lot of work from people who were dedicated, very similar to the accounting issues and some of the other findings that we've seen. So I do think, staff deserve credit for all the work that has gone into this, but there is clearly still more work to happen and more efforts that need to go into this thing to keep it going in the right direction. One day, there will be no findings, and I'm looking forward to that day. But the district is current on its financial reporting. There are no more multi-year delinquencies. There's no more multiple audits going on simultaneously, and that is a good thing. And this report is timely, which is good. It was submitted to the state along with all of the other school districts.
Thank you.
So, I'm more than happy to go into any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions by the board? Director Yee.
Just the only one I'm curious about is
Yeah.
the free and reduced lunch count and the attendance accounting, but just the free and reduced lunch. Are we under-representing under collecting and identifying free and reduced lunch? Is that the problem or something else?
No, from what we've seen, I wouldn't be concerned that the district is under-identifying. If students are eligible and they've been told that they're not eligible, I imagine that they would speak up. The concern we have is more of the opposite direction. Students get tagged into CalPads as eligible for free to reduced lunch, when in reality they may not. Excuse me. They might not have the forms in place to support that, or they may not actually meet the income eligibility requirements.
But then if that's the case, then we may have to pay back.
And that is the risk. The money could have to get refunded back. Yes.
So, so that suggests some sort of procedural checking at an early time to make sure that is this a significant problem or just minor in terms of your sample?
It's significant in the fact that we found it. If we didn't think it was, if we pick items from a large population and we find 0 errors in the population, it would be incorrect to say that, oh, everything is 100% good. It would only be correct to say that the sample didn't find anything. So if we have a sample and we do find some errors, it is highly likely that had we picked a much larger sample or that we audited 100% of the school, we would probably find more errors. So it's hard to quantify exactly what the number of errors would be, but it's greater than 0. I know that.
So could I just ask
Yeah.
Dr. Aguilera, is this anything that we need to worry about?
It is definitely something that we need to make sure we're keeping track of, and this count is also used in other ways. It does help us with our Title I allocations as well, and so we are mindful of the finding and investigating further the allocations that are going out to school sites for this year. So it is something that is on our radar.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. I see all the findings at the end of the report, but I don't see like a summary table of potential exposure. Is that coming at some later date, or how do we find out like what we actually could be expected to repay so that we as a board know if we're setting aside adequate funding for the exposure that we have?
Okay, that's a good question. And it's a little bit impossible to answer. So each finding that has a potential dollar impact where there's something called question cost, those are noted at the bottom of the findings. And so if you look at the instructional eminence finding, there's an actual calculation of question cost. And in that case, it's somewhat easy because the state says when you have these findings, here's how you calculate the question cost. But it gets tricky with other ones, such as, for example, the time and effort documents. We can report question cost for the items that we find. Hey, it's, these specific people should have had, these documents, we didn't find them, add up the salary, whatever. That's the question cost. But it's ultimately up to the granting agencies what they want to do. Granting agency being, hey, if it's Title I, then the CDE kind of acts as the oversight agency for the Department of Education. They have the ultimate authority to say, hey, you school district, repay us just what the auditor's report is question cost, repay us 100%, repay us nothing, and just do these instead. And that's their discretion. So it's not really possible for me to say what is the ultimate exposure. The closest thing that gets to that is just the question cost that we kind of write in that
How
section
long
of
does
each
it
finding.
usually take to know that what the expectation is of CDE?
Ooh. It could take a while. For some of these items, such as the instructional eminence, they're going to. I would imagine that they would be following up within months or within the year. But for some of those items, and some of those attendance findings from many years ago, it took, I don't know, 5+ years to come to an ultimate resolution, maybe even longer than that. And the ultimate resolution in many of those cases ended up being a number much lower than what the auditors were reporting as question cost. And so speed is not the essence. So, yeah.
Some of these findings go back a long ways, like the ASB finding.
Yeah.
Where have you seen significant progress, and where are you concerned because we haven't made any progress?
The items that I think are the most critical and the most progress has been made when it comes to the compliance side, that's the attendance. Attendance had a huge potential financial negative impact to the school district, and that's basically been resolved. There's still errors in the attendance, but it is nothing like how it was. On the accounting side, the accounting records are, it's like night and day if you compare 5 years ago versus today, which means also that those interim records, interim reports that you get from management are probably more reliable today than they were 5 years ago. So I would say that is an area that has seen substantial improvement, which was absolutely necessary, and there are no findings in here regarding that because of that reason.
Okay, any other questions? All right. This will be reviewed with the audit committee as well. They were, I met with someone with the audit committee this morning. They did not have a chance to review it before it came to us. Thank you very much for the work and for the explanations and information.
Thank you, everybody.
So that's a non-voting item. Is there a motion to adopt people discipline consent report, item V?
Second.
Okay. I'm going back right now, and it's very late. Let's give ourselves some grace here, please. Mr. Mordecai.
Okay. Jim Mordecai. So from the public standpoint, when you hear there's an audit, and then in the past, first of all, this looks much better than many of the audits over the years I've looked at. I mean, so when they say, praise the people that made a difference, I will join in that praise. That's good. But the process, and maybe Ms. Aguilar or the former superintendent could say, what happens when this, because I got the feeling often it's the same one popped up later. So what is the procedure? And whether it's late or not, what do you do when you as a superintendent hear this? Do you go the principal's meeting? Do you go over it? Because it's only a sample. So this always reflects where you might have problems throughout the district that didn't fortunately get sampled. Okay, that's my point, is I don't think the public understands, is there follow-up? And maybe at some point, maybe in another meeting, you could comment on that.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. There's been no follow-up. And when we hear reports that it is the same findings year after year after year after year and it's not addressed, it starts to feel like it's being done intentionally, or the people who are supposed to address it are not doing their job. Why do we keep having this problem? I like in here that it did certify that we did have a surplus last year. So now the unaudited actuals have now been audited. So even with this adjustment, here it says we had over a $22 million surplus last year. So hopefully we can stop the argument about whether we had a surplus last year or not, because all of your numbers say that. But then we have this other problem that keeps happening. So in this report on page 75, where it says the 2019 budget, the numbers listed in here for revenues and expenditures are not what the budgeted amounts were that you approved in the budget, and are not the same numbers that were presented in the interim report on December 12th. So we have a new set of revenues and expenditures in this report. This makes it impossible for anyone to track changes, and it really shows that you guys have no idea year to year how much is happening in the budget or even right now.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
we need to clean this up, and you've gone 30 minutes over the time you even approved, which is a violation of your own policies, and I hope you all are proud of yourselves for running such a great meeting tonight.
Is there a motion to adopt the people with discipline consent report?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please? Is there any public comment on people discipline consent?
Hearing none. Director Hinton-Hodge?
Yeah.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Introduction of new legislative matter. This meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.